right, let's call this meeting to order. This is a workshop meeting of the Flagler Beach City Commission. Today is Wednesday, May 3rd. The time is 9:00 a.m. This meeting will be continued until all items are complete, regardless of how late we go into the evening. Mayor, if you could lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, a little bit of housekeeping if everybody, well, there's not a lot of public here, if everybody could make sure your phones are on silent mute or vibrate, and just some notes for the body up here. Just realistic expectations. We're not going to be able to solve the world in the 25 minutes we have assigned for each particular subject. And we're going to need to, you see how late we're going, plus we have a CRA meeting also on top of that. So we're going to have to stay real close on time. We will probably end up having to cut a few subjects short and continue them in other meetings. I have a timer up here for us. Just a couple notes for the public that there is a dedicated public comment section from 5 to 5:15. However, as we get done each department, if we have time, we'll take public comments as we continue through the subjects, if we have time. And if we don't have time, then those can wait till the actual dedicated public comment period. Everybody's good to go?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. City Manager, do you have anything?
No, sir. We look forward to presenting our programs to you, and this will be a good, excellent preparation for the budget process that is coming up for FY 23-24. So,
all right. So we will get rolling here. We get our little timer started. We got 25 minutes, and this is for police. Chief, come on up. Or you can send somebody up for you.
Dave's got long pants today.
Andy wore pants today.
Pants with socks. Huh. Ruth Bader Ginsburg socks. So good morning. Let's see if this works. So just for the record, Matt Downey, Chief of Police, City of Flagler Beach. And in the PowerPoint you'll see, so
Matt, do you have your microphone on?
I do.
It's on.
Yeah.
Is that any better?
Yep.
Can you hear me better?
Thank you.
It's the zone. Just like Michael Jordan, I'm in the zone, right? So as we move forward on the horizon, in my opinion, the biggest thing looking forward is how do we control growth? How do we manage growth? So I believe we're at a crossroads, and that crossroads is how do we stay small and quaint with impending growth in the very near future? So if you look at the developments that are on Roberts Road and the developments that are outside of our area, we're looking at a majority, a major influx of not only citizens but visitors into not only the city but into the county. So I believe moving forward, that luck is where opportunity meets preparation. And we as a city are standing at that crossroads today, and we cannot afford to mistake the impending growth that approaches our city as an opportunity to prepare. So some of the current programs that you'll see that are in the PowerPoint presentation, we've got our patrol operations that work 24 hours a day. Criminal investigations, you all are very well aware of how talented Detective Vinci is. I mean, she's been recognized by the Florida Police Chiefs Association as the Officer of the Year. So I'll put our detective up against anybody else. Our Victim Advocate Program, thanks to the Commission going from 100% funding to 75% funding, has allowed us to provide additional services to the community that we would not have been able to provide in the past. And two examples of that recently are a death from an employee at Craves and the Romero family. Neither of those were crimes, yet our victim advocates have been available to provide counseling and grief relief to those families that if we had not changed the way we do business, I would have had to tell the Romero family, we can't help you with victim services. So kudos to the commission. License plate readers, if you read our weekly reports, there's something on the weekly reports each week about a license plate reader. Last year, calls for service, 28,503 calls. That's a lot of calls for a small city. 729 parking citations issued last year, over 1,200 warnings. We branch out. We're with the Police Athletic League. Captain Blanchett's on the Family Life Center Board of Directors. Working with the community last meeting, the Rotary Club was on board to receive a proclamation for donating an $11,000 trailer that didn't cost our taxpayers anymore. Toys for Tickets, prescription drug take-back days, AED programs, body-worn cameras. Those are all current programs that are offered by the Flagler Beach Police Department today. But where do we go moving forward? So if you look at the census predictions for 2023, 5,000, for 2022 actually is 5,265 residents. In 2024, the projection is up to 6,300. And the county's population, 2022, 120,000, but by 2025, 132,000. I think that number's low. I think it's way low. But the projected growth in our city in 2024 with the Robert Rhodes developments adds 352 residences, which is over 1,000 people if you use three residents per household. That's a 20% increase in population in our city. That doesn't count the Legacy Point Apartments, which will occur in the next few years, which is 39 units behind CVS, as well as Veranda Bay and development outside of our city in Palm Coast. 2023, we're budgeted for 17 positions, and I'll get to where I think we should be in the next couple of years as we move on. So the question's going to be, how do we stay quaint and how do we stay safe? License plate readers is a great deal. Body cameras are fantastic. The thing that doesn't count in there is if we increase 20% population, a 20% increase in calls is an additional 5,700 calls. Who's going to answer those calls for service if we continue to stay at the same staffing level we've been at? 2021, crime was down 18.8%. 2022, crime was down 7.7%. The clearance rate increased 15.8% in 2021 and increased 8.3% in 2022. Out of 100 crimes, we saw 44.4% of crimes, which is 20% more than the national average. Those are the things I'm really proud of. The things that I'm very, very worried about are the quality of life issues that we will not be able to address if we don't expand our staffing. Parking, noise violations, those type of things when citizens call that we won't have time for because we'll be short-staffed. We continue to talk about recruitment and retention. I talked about it during last year's budget process. I'm going to talk about it again during this year's budget process. Here's what's looming on the horizon. A new hotel, a new pier, a renourished beach, a full complement of dune walkovers, city centennial events. Our crime rate's down, our clearance rate's up. But with impending growth comes vehicle crashes, Baker Acts, 911 calls for service, mutual aid requests, and other quality of life issues. Here's where I see us moving forward. Last year, you approved a police officer in the community redevelopment area. We have not filled that position. What I'm proposing is to move that position into patrol and create a community service officer position, part-time, that can issue parking tickets, littering tickets, handle calls for service in the CRA, which is extremely small. They can handle vehicle crashes in parking lots. They can handle found or lost property calls, and not have a certified police officer taking those, which will free up an officer to be utilized, in my opinion, for better need than just being in the CRA. We're already slated for an additional officer, which would get us to having a second police detective with 7-day-a-week coverage. Right now, Detective Vinci's on call 24 hours a day. One of the problems in hiring folks for these positions is law enforcement in 2023, and which will include 2024 and beyond, is we can't be behind the 8 ball. We bumped up our starting pay to $22 an hour last year. Currently, the city of Bunnell is at $24.04, which means their cops start out $2,000 more than ours. Flagler County Sheriff's Office starts out at $50,000. St. John starts out at $52,000. If we fall behind the 8 ball, the recruitment and retention of quality folks is going to fall by the wayside. For the last decade, you've seen me up at this podium every year as an advocate for the department, our officers, and our city staff, and I will continue to be the champion for those folks. What I haven't done is advocate for myself and Captain Blanchette. We don't fall under the union contract. City manager after city manager said they're going to make it right. It's still not right. I know Mike's working on it with Katie and Liz, but J.K. Rowling said there will be a time when we must choose between what is easy and what is right. The time to make it right with the police executives in this city is right now. And that's all I have to say about that.
All right. You did good on time. We got 13 minutes for discussion. So, commissioners, questions for chief or discussion? Commissioner Mealy.
Okay, Matt, you're talking about an additional 1 or 2 officers, and so they're not going to be in the, like now you have 3 on at a time, am I correct?
Correct.
So it wouldn't be a 4th on at a time, it would be a different way of scheduling?
It would. So the 3 that would be on would be working 6 to 6. The additional staff would create what I call a swing shift. I don't need them all on the same shift at the same time. So based on data, we would look at what time would be most beneficial so that we would get our bang for our buck. I know between 6 and 8 in the morning, there's not a lot of calls for service. Likewise, on midnight shift from 4 to 6 in the morning, there's probably not a lot of calls for service. But in that meat of the day, from noon to midnight or 2 to 2 is the bulk of your calls. The additional staffing would put 1 on each shift. So you'd have 4 on a shift, but you'd have that overlap in the meat of the day.
Gotcha, okay, thank you.
And again, it would all be data driven, looking at the calls for service, looking at the times.
What time they're happening?
Yeah, you just don't want to make up times. What is the data telling you? It's telling you between either noon and midnight or 2 to 2 on the weekends. This way you don't have to hold somebody over for overtime. You've got somebody dedicated in there.
Okay, that led me to my next question. Would that help with overtime?
It would help for overtime because shift changes at 6 o'clock, and if somebody catches a call at 5 o'clock, that holds them over and they have to stay. But if you've got someone that's working 2 to 2 or noon to midnight and that call happens at 6 o'clock, you assign it to the 2 o'clock officer and they've got plenty of time to take care of it.
Thank you.
Mayor.
Question, have we always paid the least amount per hour in the county, or has that just happened in the last couple years?
It's happened in the last couple of years, Mayor. We've kind of been a little bit behind the 8 ball, but as we progress, everybody else is progressing, and it's a dog-eat-dog world. Like I said, Bunnell right now, I'm probably going to lose an officer in the next month because one of the things Bunnell put in their program is they base their starting pay on experience. So I'm going to lose an officer that's been with us for a year and a half that has 20 years of experience. He's going to start over at Bunnell as a sergeant making $11 an hour more. I'm not asking to compete that way, but the starting salary, I think we need to look at bumping that up to be competitive.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Sherman?
I just have a few questions too. I guess, Chief, the first question I have is, some of the development you mentioned here. I'll start at the beginning here with on the horizon. I know Veranda Bay is technically Flagler County. Have there been discussions from the sheriff's office to see what type of assistance they'll be able to help us? I know we would probably be the first on call, and you got, from what I've been told before, is that you guys would hand over the investigation or whatever that might be. But
Correct.
With this growth, I mean, even with it, I guess we're projecting 20 officers potentially by 2025. How's the how's he feel about, trying to help us out a little bit here in the fight?
I know he's asking for additional deputies to handle that. Right now, he's got a deputy that covers from Beverly Beach, including Flagler Beach, over towards 95. So the additional growth in those areas, I'm sure he's going to put additional staffing. But as it stands right now, if there's a major call on John Anderson, we'll probably be the first ones there.
Okay. And then one of the other questions I had was, has there been any discussion too, again, I'm kind of going back to the county, but has there been any discussion about having assistance with like their citizens on patrol to maybe assist with some of the, I know we're looking to get the part-time officer to assist with investigations and things, but if we have a little bit of trouble getting somebody in the meantime to maybe take some of the things off your officers' hands, is that something we can leverage the county with?
I mean, I could ask the sheriff, but the thing about the community service officer, it's already written into the ordinance where it talks about the issuance of citations. It says police officers, community service officers, and it's not a sworn position, but I would like to get somebody with law enforcement experience that's retired that can handle those. They could be the ambassadors when it comes to littering tickets and parking tickets. And because it's in the CRA, you could put them in a golf cart, just ride around in a golf cart, or a bicycle, or they could walk on foot.
Okay. And then my last question would be, what's a real, I see Bunnell starting out, I think you said 2404, and we're starting out at 22.
22.
What's the, I know, I think the mayor kind of touched on it, we've always, about us trying to play catch up. What do you think the competitive wage would be if we, to keep up with Bunnell?
They're at 2404 right now, so I'd say we'd have to at least match them, if not go above them.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Spradley?
Good morning, Chief.
Good morning.
About the community service officer, you answered part of that already, possibly a retired person. What sort of time commitment are you looking for?
At least 29 hours a week.
Okay.
29 hours a week. And if it proves to be successful, in the future, we could look down the road of maybe adding 2. The great thing about that position at 29 hours a week, you're going to get somebody with a lot of experience that probably doesn't want to work full-time. So you're not paying them the benefits you would for a full-time person. And realistically, you'd like to get somebody that's local here, that's already an established part of the community.
And have you thought about what sort of hourly rate for this person?
I have an idea of where I'd like to go with it, but competitive.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Valier?
Well, I remember asking about this many moons ago. Greg Feldman brought that up about, offering his service as a non-sworn, as non-sworn help. So I think it's great to hear that you're going down that path. My question is, what do we need more? Do we need a raise for who we got, or do we need new people?
The answer is both.
Both, right? Yeah, I knew that was coming.
Both. Because sometimes the cheap is expensive.
Okay. All right, well, we had a good talk last week.
We did.
And
And what I mean by that is you're going to spend a lot of money and then you're going to want to replace some people, which is extremely expensive. Sometimes when you look at it, it's not that expensive, but if you go cheap, you know what you want to get.
Well, you really expect these new places going up on Roberts Road to fill in that fast? I know the apartments probably will.
The apartments, the homes
I'll be a
will
little
probably a
longer
little bit longer, but I mean, if you've been over to the apartment complex, that place is huge. And it's that impact, they're going to go to our Publix, they're going to go to our 7-Eleven, they're going to go to our restaurants, and they're going to flock to our beaches.
I totally understand that. So at some point, it'd be nice to see an idea of what the additional revenue will be from those, just, you know, those, housing developments as well.
Right. And I know we've got a meeting coming up about impact fees, and I know that's a big part of moving forward.
Well, impact fees won't pay an officer for years down the road.
You got to start somewhere. Right now, we're not getting anything.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, comments I have. First thing is a question. And Jane or Rick, you all been in this for a while. You might be able to help me with this. As far as county taxes go, we pay the same amount as a Palm Coast resident. There's no like discount because we have our own police department. So we're paying for the sheriff and our own police, correct? With no discount. So I guess my question is, you know, we have 5,000 residents, and on the weekend we probably have 20 to 30,000
Correct.
residents that are parked on the beach and all over the city. Do we think it's time to reach out to the sheriff? You know, if the model's 1 officer to 1,000 people, if you follow that model, since we are helping to pay the sheriff's department, if you think about it, we should have, not dedicated, but we should have 5 officers worth of coverage. And then on the weekend, when all the people are here, we should have more than that because we're paying for it. Isn't that a reasonable argument? We don't see that.
5,000 residents, if you're talking 5, that means 5 period. And
Right.
that number's, I wouldn't even use that number. One.
Well, I guess the rationale is we're not getting police coverage from sheriff's office minus when we're paying them overtime.
Correct.
So
Now, they do come through the city, but as far as dedicated service, no.
Right.
Because we pay, like you said, I live in the county. I pay for the sheriff's office. But the city residents are paying for both, but there's no discount.
Right, but we're not getting any of the officers' coverage, even though we're paying for it. I guess that's my argument.
Yeah, the deputies,
Right,
correct.
and so I guess the argument is that would potentially help with things. It won't take care of staffing, but it'll help, you know, when we get 20, 30,000 people here on the weekend, I think that should be an ask, especially if we're paying for police coverage, because we're just paying into police coverage for sheriff, but then if we want coverage, we're then having to pay overtime.
Right, we pay their overtime rate. We hire extra deputies from Memorial Day through Labor Day.
Correct.
On the weekends.
But I think it would be a reasonable ask to say if we're paying for police coverage, we should have our fair shake of that, is my mentality, is why I'm bringing that up.
I agree with that. And one thing I have noticed that if you get out the west end of Bunnell, there's deputies all over out there. You don't see Bunnell police cars out in the agricultural zones like you do the deputies. So are they paying for help? Bunnell?
Is Bunnell paying? The only thing I know Bunnell's paying for is investigations. They don't have a detective, so long-term investigations are handled by the sheriff's office, but they pay for that.
So their sheriffs out, their deputies out wandering around aren't any more dedicated than ours should be.
They're doing traffic,
Right.
usually.
And there's deputies assigned to the beach side, but it's 18 miles, so
Right.
There's usually one up at like Beverly and stuff.
There's usually one up in Beverly, one up in the Hammock, but there's not one deputy assigned to the city of Flagler Beach, no.
The other question I had, so we're talking about pay, and we have a pay study. So if we were to, I don't want to say be in compliance with the pay study, but follow the recommendations of the pay study, will that address the officer, captain, and chief positions correctly if we follow those recommendations?
As of right now, the officers and sergeants, I haven't seen the study. I know what my salary adjustment's supposed to be, and I haven't seen it.
Okay, and city manager, I guess that, throughout this day, the pay study is going to be a talking point for a lot of these, and I guess that same question is going to come up a lot, is the recommendations from our pay study that we either had or had not wrapped up. I don't even know where that stands.
We didn't accept it.
Yeah, we haven't even seen it. Will that address all these concerns about pay if we follow the recommendations?
It will follow, I would say, the majority. What the chief is talking about, there are some positions that were not addressed by the commission last year. You did an adjustment in the pay salary schedule. However, the adjustment did not meet 100% of what the deficiency in the salary schedule was noted as being. But there was about nine positions, maybe one or two more, that are identified that were not addressed at all last year. The chief is one of those positions, as well as the fire chief, but there's several other positions that were not addressed at all. Those positions have to be addressed now as part of what we're doing. So there's two aspects. The general salary schedule, some of which you addressed last year, and then some positions that need to be adjusted because they were not adjusted last year and do not meet the market in any way. The chief's position is one of those. The fire chief is another. There are 7 other positions in addition to those. We are going to be bringing those to you, as well as the Evergreen study will be presented to the commission, and the people who prepared the Evergreen study, we're asking them to make a presentation to the commission that summarizes what is in that compensation plan. So I think, I hope that addresses what your question is.
And that'll be talked about before we get into budgeting, correct?
Oh yes, it's going to be talked about hopefully in the next 30 days.
That way we have an idea of where we're going to be headed going into budgeting by seeing where we're at.
Yes.
With this whole report.
Yes.
And chief and captain and all the employees will all be part of that discussion.
That's correct.
Okay.
And I'll credit the city manager for making that one of his top priorities. He said he had 3 priorities when he got here. The budget, the selection of a new city manager, and the pay. And, Captain Blanchett, when the officers and the sergeants got a raise and the starting pay got bumped up $3.13 an hour, Captain got a flat 0. So his subordinates are moving closer. So that's been identified as a key issue. And, if he wanted to pull up stakes and go be a police chief somewhere, he's got the time, experience, education to be a chief. And,
Okay.
Like I said, it's been identified, and I know Katie and Liz are going to meet with myself and the captain to discuss duties and responsibilities and pay accordingly. So
We're going to have to start wrapping this up.
Just one other comment on that. You also have an internal, what we call the internal equity issue. There's some other positions that are not necessarily noted in that pay plan, but positions that are working outside of their classification that we're also addressing as part of our HR, what I call the HR study. So that's a third aspect that will be presented to the commission.
And that'll all be coming up.
You hope that to be this current month?
That's the plan.
Okay, any questions for Chief before we move to fire? All right, thank you,
thank you.
Chief.
Appreciate your time.
All right, Chief Pace.
see. Am I?
Arrowhead,
Huh?
should be able to Arrowhead.
There we go. So, Madam Mayor, Commissioners, good morning, Mr. Abels. Hey, Penny. I'll start with programs and services offered by the fire department. So obviously, first and foremost, fire suppression. This would include structure, brush, and vehicle fires. Medical emergencies, rescue calls, those have obviously increased very significantly over the last several years. Motor vehicle accidents are very frequent. Marine rescue. We work obviously with Ocean Rescue on marine rescues. There are times of the year when Tom's folks are seasonal that the fire department will take primary response, or as we are right now, we're primary response, but he's working on the weekends, so we'll kind of complement each other. Calls for service have increased to nearly 1,700 calls last year. Fire prevention. Fire Marshal Goki has a big hand in the fire prevention program. Obviously, when he goes out and does inspections, he tries to educate our business owners on fire hazards, things of that nature that he comes across. The department itself takes a lot of pride in fire prevention. We visit local schools periodically. We conduct station tours to, educate young children on fire safety tips. But one of our bigger things for fire prevention, which I would keep in mind, that fire prevention for the fire department is much part of our job as fire suppression, so we like to educate people. When we do smoke detector installs and battery replacements in people's homes, we would like to ask them if we can do a fire safety inspection of the home. And when we do that, we're able to educate our folks on the front lines of how to be a better, safe community with fire prevention. Fire inspections, this would fall primarily to Fire Marshal Goki. He does have some part-time assistant with that. Fire mitigation, this is also a function of Fire Marshal Goki, and this is the ordinance that was drafted several years ago about brush or foliage that's encroaching onto a structure in the city. We have a 10-foot off the structure ordinance, so if that's the case, Fire Marshal Goki will visit the residents, send out certified mail, and stay on the situation until the problem is resolved. To date, we have completed 78 fire mitigation projects in the city. We still offer the Reserve Volunteer Program. We currently have 7 volunteer members that assist with traffic control, fireground responsibilities, and they work special events, volunteer association, and members of the pension board trustee. The fire department handles all permitting for beach bonfires, and as mentioned earlier, we are very active with smoke detector installation and battery replacement program. We offer CPR program. Drone program was implemented a few years ago. And as you would see in many of my reports, the commitment to training is very high for the department. Being that we are a small staff, we expedite our training to where our folks, as an example, a firefighter in his first year would be expected to gain his state certification as a driver engineer, aerial operator, and at least begin his Fire Officer 1 certification classes. As you continue through your career, we expect multiple state certifications, which our folks have obtained. Sad to say, we've gotten pretty good at natural disaster response, and our folks know that they are on an all-hands mandate for the duration of that period, which in some storms has taken us as far out as 2 weeks at the station house. We've done week stints, but we're very committed to disaster response, obviously. And our participation at special events, we are at many special events throughout the year, and of course our goal is always maintaining a high ISO rating. So changes to programs and services over the last 5 years. We talked about growth and frequency of calls. Call volume annually over the last 5 years has increased 225 calls, or 13.3% over the last 5 years. EMS calls specifically have increased over 200 calls just in the last year. I'd mentioned Ocean Rescue previously. The fire department and Ocean Rescue have built a seamless relationship, and we have pooled our resources, which would include training, staff, and equipment. I mentioned Fire Marshal Goki on inspections. Over the last 5-year span, he is now inspecting all the city businesses. This is over 250 in the city now. I mentioned the smoke detector program. Smoke detector installation, battery replacement has nearly doubled in the last couple of years. And I will mention that this program is solely supported by donations and grants. There is no city funding towards the detectors or batteries. To date, there have been 33 CPR classes completed at the station house, and this is at no charge to our local residents. And I would add that this is even right down to the certification card that is paid for by the Volunteer Association as a service to our local residents. The drone program, that has been implemented approximately 3 years ago. It's been utilized on several emergency service calls to include active shooter, missing person, bomb threat, and search and rescue. I previously mentioned ISO. The ISO, or the Insurance Services Office, awarded a rating of 3 to the department 5 years ago. This puts the department in the top 10 percentile in the nation for fire protection offered to our community. Carrying a rating of 3 also provides homeowners insurance savings for our locals. Proposed changes to programs in the upcoming 23-24 year. Still with constant growth in the city and the region, the department is still expecting call volume to continue to increase. I mentioned Fire Marshal Goki and his inspections of annual businesses. That will continue, but in addition, Fire Marshal Goki will be utilizing mobilized computer software to do pre-planning for all the city businesses, and this information will be stored electronically and can be sent to the crews electronically, and they'll have it real time on their laptops if they need to look at schematics for.
Can you explain what that means?
So when the fire marshal goes out, and in addition to do the fire inspection, he's going to take the dimensions of the building, all your exit, egress, any special hazards, the FDC for the building. That will all be in a blueprint that he will have available, the chief and the captain will have available. But one of the most important things to me is that the crew going to this call that may be an unknown business to them, they can pull this information up electronically that you may not see at midnight, but you can pull it up on your computer to see the actual real-time pre-plans of the building.
Thank you, Bobby.
Yes, ma'am. Find my place here. We are going to continue with the growth of the smoke detector and battery replacement program. This program has become very popular in the community, gained a lot of traction. Typically, we could utilize one funding source or one donation. In the past, the Kitty Company has been huge in that. What we found this year, and we will continue to do in the next year, we're going to have to find several donation points for this. Big box stores, Home Depot and Lowe's have helped with this. We'll be reaching out to American Red Cross in addition to the Kitty Company. We don't want to tell one of our local residents that we cannot come out and provide this service for them. So we're committed to keeping those items coming in. And then I had mentioned the permitting for beach bonfires. This is all done through the department's website now. And the neat thing about this is once the request comes in, and the department's aware of it, the lieutenants on shift will be notified through a text that these bonfires are taken through on the beach, so they have a heads up if they need to respond for that. About a year ago, the federal government put a ban on the majority of drones being utilized by public safety. You may remember that the city purchased a Skydio drone recently, and there are 5 certified operators in the city. That would include 2 police officers and 3 firefighters. In the coming years and months, they will be familiarizing themselves with the new drone and training on this drone.
And that one's okay with the feds?
It is.
Okay.
costs 3 times as much, so they're happy with it, so.
Figures.
And I think I had mentioned to at least a couple of you, and we have gotten very frequent with the storms. The department's going to take a new approach. We did lose a fire engine last year. We're working on getting the reserve engine secured over here from the county. But the new approach to specifically hurricanes is going to be 2 high water vehicles, and the reserve fire engine post-storm will be our primary response. And we'll get our other rigs either stored out of the city or High Ground Avenue A will be that approach in the coming year. So a little bit different than what we've done in the past, but preservation for our equipment. And then finally, the changes personnel operating or capital changes in the fiscal 23-24 year. The department's going to be focused on adding a couple part-time members to assist with coverage. It's been a bit of an issue. There's no added cost to this. We would be working within the parameters what's allotted for part-timers. We would just be adding 2 more members within that number. The department will be seeking a paramedic incentive in the coming year, as transitioning to advanced life support will be a conceptual goal. It's not that the department realistically thinks that we're going to move to ALS within the next few years. However, there has been a few members that have gone to paramedic school and it's successfully gained that certification. And just to give you a brief overview, the paramedic student is in school for 1.5 years. They attend lectures, practicals, hospital rotation, ambulance ride-alongs, and when they're not doing that, they're on shift. My point being, the commitment is very high for these paramedic students. It's a higher level of training medically for what we're bringing. So the incentive would be geared to those who have obtained the certifications for the sacrifice they have made and for the higher level of training that has been requested per the medical director, Dr. McCabe. In the coming year, you could also expect a request for the increase in overtime. Overtime has been an issue pretty much every year that I've been the chief, which I'm, as well as Chief Downey, talking in my 10th year now is in this role. Overtime can be attributed to several things. That would be higher salaries, training, committee meetings, testing, special events, significant calls, natural disasters not declared, transporting equipment, holdovers, late calls with limited notice. There's a multitude of reasons why overtime comes into play, but we are making transfers within the budget. It's the way we've made it over the last years. We've had shortfalls in staff, but the goal is, long-term, is to retain our staff, and if that is what's taking place at the fire department, we're not going to be able to pull from salaries to maintain overtime. Some basic items that would be added to the coming budget, but I feel are important added items that are needed by the department. Fire shelters added for wildland firefighting, and a rescue board added for Engine 11. And I put in here about lapse in coverage just to clarify. Currently, there's a rescue board mounted to ladder 11. So what the goal is, especially if the fire department is running primary marine rescue response, if a call went out and they're working from the engine, which they primarily do, is that we would have mounts and a rescue board attached to the fire engine, so no matter what piece of apparatus they're in, if rescue board is needed on a water rescue call, it's available on that truck. One of the other additives would be the Zoll Rescue CPR system. This is a compression device. It's been very, very useful in the medical field for field treatment and has been proven to decrease treatment and transport times. And then finally, the department will be requesting once again that the $100,000 contribution return to the fire truck reserve. And this is obviously the fund that is specifically to replace frontline fire equipment. And that is all I have.
Okay, Commissioners, questions? I'll just go down the line. Commissioner Spradley.
I'm good at this point.
Commissioner Mealy.
Yeah, Larry.
Wow, this will speed
I
things
asked
up.
questions while he was talking.
There you go. Commissioner Bellhumor.
All right, implement a paramedic incentive program. What
Yes,
does
sir.
that mean?
We would like to pay the folks that have obtained certification as a paramedic for that certification, for the higher level of training, which I would remind the board that under the clearance of Dr. McCabe, these paramedics working within the city with the rescue paramedics, they do have the liberty to provide ALS interventions, which means they can push drugs, they can run IVs. So you may have a third medic on the call, which is a great addition to our community. So to answer your question, Commissioner Bellahumeur, what we're looking at is for these individuals to give them an additional funding in their pay annually. In your full budget packets, you will see a full write-up. It will be in decision module format, plus you will see a comparison study through neighboring agencies of what they've paid their paramedics and their paramedic incentive.
So we're sending them to school.
Yes, sir.
We're paying overtime to other people because they're going to school.
Well,
And we're losing them other places, and then we're going to pay them more.
well, a couple things.
And we're not ALS.
Couple things that I would add to what you're saying is, as it's working, and this is where we're sitting right now, funding for the last two paramedics has come from either the Volunteer Association, and where we're sitting right now with the next student moving forward is coming from the Rotary Club. So in addition to that, if we can run the truck down to 2 people just for the time that they're in school, we'll try to be creative with that. And we have lost people. We've lost a couple of them to other agencies, but we're not ALS, but I believe it should be the goal of the city to be focused on getting to ALS. And per the medical director, and I would agree with Dr. McCabe, the first step in getting there is gaining the higher level of training. So we have to have the training in place before we can ever even think about making the transition to our higher treatment care.
So again, to Eric's point, then we end up paying for the same service twice. Okay, fire shelters.
Yes, sir.
What do you mean by fire shelters?
Fire shelter is basically a foiled tent that you would deploy over yourself if you were caught into a brush fire. We've had the ones that we're only asking for 3 of them for the department. They're basically a one-size-fits-all. You would put them over your body if you were caught in a wildland fire situation. They've been proven to save lives. Unfortunately, the ones that we've had for years are out of date, and we need to replace them with new ones.
That's all I got.
Commissioner Sherman.
Before we get away from the ALS, is becoming ALS a matter of how many of our people are certified that way, or is there more to it than?
Well, the thing about it, Commissioner Mealy, is we could run ALS actually with 1 medic per shift. What would be optimal is to have at least 2 certified paramedics. To become ALS thereafter, that is a whole undertaking. That is to buy the drugs, to buy the monitors, to buy the equipment. So, and some of that could be done through grants and funding, and this may be some years off, but I feel like conceptual, we need to put the steps in place heading in that direction, because we will be there at one point. It may not be under my watch, but we will be there at one point.
You're young yet. I agree. I've always felt we should become ALS. I didn't know if it was just a matter of getting the training and the certification for all our people, or if there was more to it than that.
Training, in my mind, is one of the bigger things out of the gate, the first step, and like I said, Dr. McCabe is in agreement with that. We may be able, when the time is right and the city's accepting to it, we may be able to secure some state funding, some grants. There's a lot of opportunities out there. Unfortunately, over the last few years, anything that's been extra out there has been towards COVID or COVID research. So, again, I just keep falling back to, even if we're doing 1 student a year or 2 students a year, let's get these folks certified.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So I think the question was already answered, but you're looking at having 2 staff members on staff to have this paramedic be a part of the paramedic incentive program?
Here's the thing, Commissioner, truth be told, I'd like every one of them to be paramedics.
Okay.
But we're not mandating this, so we're leaving it up optional and then looking to funding sources wherever we can identify those to send them to school. So, you know, we've got a handful of them. Now we've got 3 of them. We've got a 4th that's about to test and a 5th going to school. So those numbers are growing. All of our part-timers that come in are working for other agencies. They're all certified paramedics. I mean, this is where fire service is going. I'm just trying to incrementally get us there.
Got it. All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Comment I have, this is more about the increase in overtime.
Yes, sir.
So I know outside of storms, a lot of the overtime in previous years has been driven off of staffing. Is this proposal for the 2 part-time firefighters going to assist with that?
My hopes are that it will be, but you know, and again, I've have a little narrative for each one of these that you will receive in a packet as we get further into workshops. But one of the problems that we run into is the caliber of part-time employee that you have to have. And when I say that, what I'm typically looking for is somebody to come in here as a part-time member that is 8 to 10 years on the job. And I say that because that person would be called upon to fill any role, whether it be a firefighter, a driver engineer, or a lieutenant. So the problem that we run into is these folks are working for other agencies. So if they get a last-minute phone call at 6 a.m. and they've just done a double, it's hard for us to get them. So the best we can do with part-timers is when we schedule far out for vacation time and, you know, if we got no people are going to training. But to answer your question, if we had 2 more to pick from, which again, this is staying within the restraints of the part-time allotment that's already there, would it help the cause? I believe it would. Yes, sir.
Yeah, my call out is overtime is a controllable expense. So you have storms, but then that money gets reimbursed by FEMA. The other overtime, which is what we actually get billed for, is more or less controllable. So if you're having to add overtime every single year, there's factors there that can be controlled, whether it be staffing or scheduling or something like that could help alleviate that.
Well, you know, not to debate with you all day, but I tell you, one of the things that really is a difficult issue to deal with is we talk about retention. We want to retain people. We want them to stay here. Once they're here, they've earned time. They've gained time. So they're well within their rights. If they call at 6 in the morning and they're sick or they need a head day or whatever the case may be, we're not going to have the opportunity to fill that with part-time, which means whoever was working the day before, whatever position is calling off, they're mandated on overtime for that position. And there's really not many ways around that.
Right, so it's a staffing thing. Okay, any other comments before we move on? All right, we're at 9:54, a little bit over. All right, City Manager, do you have any comments?
I do not on this. I want to clarify a statement that I made to Commissioner Bellhumer on timing on the pay studies, if I can.
Sure.
Commissioner Bellhumer, you asked me a question about the studies that we were going to present to the commission. I was talking about, we had 2, internal and external. Our internal presentation we plan to bring to you this month. The external would be next month. So I want to make sure we're clear that I didn't confuse that issue when I responded to you. So the presentation by Evergreen would be probably next month is what we're looking at.
All right, thank you, Chief.
All right, appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, we have CRA.
Thank you, Bobby.
Okay. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Oh.
I know, Jane, it's early.
I'm actually awake.
Which one do I click? Oh, what did I just do? I am not technically savvy. I am so sorry.
That's all right. You might want to Start
Try to do this
just
one.
talking through your presentation though, because we got to stay on track.
Oh, the side one. Okay, thanks. I'm sorry. Anyway, this is going to be short and sweet. I hope, for y'all's sake. Okay, so the CRA Community Redevelopment Agency has some programs and services that we provide currently. We implement the CRA plan. We encourage our businesses to expand or encourage businesses to stay. We also encourage the CRA beautification through grants. We promote the CRA through partnerships such as the TDC and others. We have begun the replacement of the 30-year-old poles. We try to encourage new capital investment through marketing strategies. We are pursuing workforce housing opportunities. And we're the ombudsman for new development proposed within the CRA. So it's a one-stop shop. Changes to programs and services in the last 5 years. Due to the recession and the lack of a CRA executive director in the past 11 years, we are playing catch-up. The lack of maintenance has made our 12-year-old CRA downtown streetscape in need of a major overhaul. Grant incentives to beautify the CRA were halted, therefore no changes happened. However, we revitalized that this year, and we plan to continue that. Biggest thing was the changes in legislation, and I was sorry that I had to bring those to you. But what we used to do and be able to pay for in the past, in 2019, the legislature cut it all off due to carnivals and festivals and stuff like that down south. So our First Fridays, which were originated with the CRA, and the CRA usually paid for it, at this point we can't pay for anymore. Things like operating stuff that the city actually normally does, maintenance and that kind of thing, we can't pay for anymore. They've really seriously restricted us. So a lot of the things that we were able to do before, we can't do anymore. Basically, what I'm saying, and I really don't want to read the slide, just want to say it straight out. I'm proposing that for next fiscal year, we take care of what we've got. We don't need new programs, new shiny things. We've got to take care of what we've got. And that's my proposal at this point. However, moving beyond, and by the way, what Chief said about the CRA and a part-timer and sort of like a COPD is a good idea. We've talked about it. Okay, so our capital improvements should focus, like I said earlier, on what we have and revitalizing what we have. Whether that's finding grants, whether it's straight out CRA dollars, whether it's partnerships maybe with the TDC, things like that. We should continue to provide the large and small redevelopment grants. I really think that we need to look at transportation alternatives, whether it's shuttles or something like that, to bring people downtown where they can park across the bridge and just come in. Because parking has been an issue for a long time. I mean, it's never going to be solved unless we look at other alternatives. That's just my suggestion, but I think that that's the way we need to move forward. And I really very strongly feel that we need more active code enforcement in the CRA. And with that being said, I was done.
You did good on time. All right. So we'll start on the other side. Mayor Johnston.
I just have I have a couple questions of things that I had circled. You have here pursuing workforce housing opportunities, and then you have that actually in here twice. Can you elaborate on that and what your goal is on that, or?
Well, it's part of the CRA plan. And basically the area that we're looking at is hopefully where the trailer park is. That was designated for workforce housing. So working with the owners, trying to find a way that we can redevelop that property and trying to find people that are willing to invest in something like that. But that's the area that's basically dedicated.
I was just confused because that's private property and private business, and I think that it's kind of getting into muddy waters when you're asking a private business to then go a different route.
We can encourage, and that's basically what it is. And that's what economic development is. You know, trying to encourage people to do what you envision.
Right.
That doesn't mean it's going to happen.
Right, because they're trying to make it nicer, raise their rates, and when you come in as a city and say no, makes it a little bit different. And then my other thoughts were on the public transportation and shuttles. I hope this wouldn't be something that we're asking our residents to pay for to shuttle people in when they're already here.
No.
Okay. That would be coming from what type of funding?
It would come from the CRA if they're being shuttled into the CRA.
All right, that's it.
Commissioner Sherman.
I think the mayor asked the question I had, so I'm good.
Commissioner Bellhumor.
All right, we used to have a project on the TPO list for multimodal. Do you know if that still exists?
Yeah, it's not on the
Long gone, right?
Yeah.
Long gone.
So we're looking for things that we may want to request for TPO, call for projects. So that might be something we might want to, start over again. We have a better plan, and we're more prepared to implement something of that sort, then maybe we can get a little higher on the list a little quicker. But that's just an opportunity that we missed the last time because we didn't keep moving on it. So how many 30-year-old poles are there?
Good question. Maybe Bill could answer it, but there's quite a few. I don't have the exact inventory, to be honest with you.
Okay. That's all I got.
Commissioner Mealy.
I don't have any.
Commissioner Spradley.
Hi, Karen. A couple of things. And maybe this is related to my newness to the board, but when you say continue the efforts to underground utilities in the CRA, what are those efforts to date? Is that something that can be done? And what's happened?
That's what we did. But there's no wires out there.
Oh, I know what underground utilities is, but.
No, but that's what the CRA already did.
Okay.
In 2012, we brought down all the utility lights, all utility poles, including cable and AT&T and everything else, down to 5th Street. That's where it stopped. That's where all the money we had.
Okay.
What I mean by continuing is continue it from 6th Street to 9th Street so that everything in the CRA is actually underground. I think that the proof for the pudding was during the 2 hurricanes, those areas did not lose power. So I really think it's smart for us to go ahead and continue doing that. And maybe, I'm just throwing it out there. The city might want to pursue it for the rest of the city. I don't know. But I'm just thinking that that's really important. And it is in the master plan that we should be doing it.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm gonna, I like the idea of putting stuff underground. However, the CRA, the south side of the CRA, in the last couple storms has had extended power outages because the box was underground. It was submerged underwater, or whatever that thing was. The 2 weeks that police department and myself and the whole south side was out of power. They said they couldn't get to it because it was sat too low.
What part of the south side?
What's that?
What part of the south
My
side?
store, the police department.
Oh.
I believe City Hall was on that same grid, or are you all on different? Right. Wow. So probably didn't affect you guys, but the whole south side of the CRA, from my store to Tortugas, fire and police were out of power, and they were out of power for...
Well, yeah, Tortugas is not undergrounded.
Right. But the grid
your store is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they couldn't fix it because it was submerged. So we need to
See, I
look at
didn't
that.
know that. I'll have to
Right.
look at that.
Well, y'all didn't know because everybody's on generators. So the plight of that whole area was kind of lost on city staff. And I had a knockdown drag out with the previous city manager about why it took over 2 weeks to get power to the south side of the CRA. And there just wasn't a sense of urgency. But come to find out, it was because it was too low. So I don't know if when we go underground, we need to be cognizant of that because that actually exacerbates issues a little bit. The whole island had power except the CRA because they were able to get to it and fix it, except that. That's just my thought on that.
Well, I've seen programs where they underground the actual wires, but the transformers or whatever are above ground.
Well, the
Right.
transformers are above ground. But when but when you have
When it's too low,
2 feet of
right.
water,
When it's too low, yeah, I didn't know that. I was not aware of that.
it's underwater.
I'll look into it.
Call-outs I had, your last slide, I think really hits the nail on the head. You have improvements focusing on repairs, revitalization of infrastructure, focusing on grants, continuing the small and large redevelopment grants and code enforcement. The only other call-out I had is in the slide before that, there is addressing parking, I think it needs to be a focus of CRA. It needs to be a strategic focus of the city. Busing people in, I am categorically against, and I will never, ever, ever be okay with that. That is not our city's responsibility to bring people here. We can provide infrastructure and have areas for them to go, but I will never, ever be okay with the city busing people in. In community redevelopment, there is nothing community redevelopment oriented about busing people in here. That's my thoughts.
Well, it's not like they're going out there and searching for people to bring them in. These are people who would park wherever they feel like parking in the city. They would be coming anyway. It's that the way you worded it, it sounds like we're going to send buses out there looking for people to come to Flagler Beach, and that's not the case.
I think that program encourages people to exacerbate our already existing problems. If we are going to invest money, I would say invest it in the city, not in busing people around.
Okay,
I would,
well,
yeah,
we're all entitled to it.
right.
Penny has something.
And I think maybe the concept is not being explained clearly. The purpose of the multimodal was to have a hub for maybe a shuttle that for people parking off-site and our further away parking spots that came to go to the beach, it could pick them up, drop them off at the beach so they're not lugging their coolers and chairs and everything, and then have an hourly thing and take them back to their parking areas.
And that is a tourism or county initiative, in my opinion. Because it is county residents, the 130,000 people living in Flagler County that are all coming to our city of 5,000.
What are people that live on the other side of the bridge, that live in Flagler Beach?
What about it? That's within walking and biking distance. That's the whole purpose of multimodal.
I'm going to drag
all need
a cooler at my age across the bridge. You got to be kidding me. Yeah, I was going to say you're proposing a bus program for the 5 or 6 people on Lambert that at a given time want to come to the beach?
My concern is
Hold
that...
on, let me finish my comments. The county has 130,000 residents that are coming to this choke point of geographic area that I brought up that they are taking no responsibility for. They're not working to get them to the beach. That is a tourism initiative, and that's a county initiative. It is not a Flagler Beach initiative. The whole purpose of redevelopment is not moving people around on a bus. Go ahead, Mayor.
Well, my concern is you, on a program like that, you're opening up Pandora's box. Currently, we have 125,000 people in the county. We start a shuttle, budgeting it from the CRA. Fast forward 10 years, we're projected to be 200,000. At what point are people going to be screaming, you need more shuttles? And it's now coming out of our CRA, and now we're not painting 30-year-old decorative lighting. We're not working on getting our infrastructure underground. We're adding more shuttles because the county is going to keep growing, growing, and growing at a faster rate. We're the third fastest growing county in the state, and it's not going to stop. It's only going to speed up. So I would be careful of opening up Pandora's box on that one, would be my suggestion.
Well, every penny that we spend that is not redeveloping the CRA district, I consider that to be basically a miss or a loss for the city. All that money should be going to redevelop it, not push people around. I think that we are not in a position to take that on, and I also think that responsibility needs to go to other parties that are the ones that have the interest.
Now, Jane, a suggestion for you would be we have a Flagler Beach local permit only parking lot for residents that live on the other side of the bridge. And that's something that we could do. We could take a lot and make it golf cart only and Flagler Beach resident parking only.
I can't take a golf cart.
I'm saying it would be both, golf cart and Flagler Beach permit parking. And that would take care of your situation, and we could keep the money.
I think we've.
I was just giving a suggestion.
Mr. Spradley.
Just
Solution.
one point, to be clear, I think what Commissioner Cooley is saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that he is not against shuttling people in. We're talking solely about allocating the cost. Is that right?
Correct. Let's say Tourism builds their nice, beautiful center there. I would encourage and want Tourism with their gigantic reserve and parking lot to encourage people to park there from all over, tourists in county, and then they bring people here, shuttle them, pick them up, drop them off.
Right.
I think that would be a beautiful program. And they have almost unlimited amounts of land to build an expansive Disney-sized parking lot to do that in.
And that's what I'm saying. Is so the message that I'm hearing is not to shuttle people in, but it's just that that's a cost that shouldn't be borne by the city.
Correct. We need to fix ourselves. Like, for instance, just making a left turn right here at this corner to come to City Hall almost got creamed because you can't see because the bushes have overgrown that corner. There's no sight line at all. It's zero. And Commissioner Sharon?
Oh, no, I'm good, Mr.
Jane?
Just for a point of clarification, the reason why that is in there is because our master plan speaks about looking at possibilities to relieve parking issues in the downtown, whether it's transportation forms or other forms to do it. And I think that that's something that everybody has agreed that we got to find a solution to this parking issue. And this was just one other idea. That's all it is.
Okay, any other questions, City Manager? We have 13 seconds to spare.
Wow.
All right. Thank you, CRA Director Karen. All right, maintenance is up. Bill.
Oh, it's the button on the side, Bill.
Okay. Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Good morning, Bill.
Good morning.
Which arrow? Got it.
We need a class on how to fast forward.
Okay.
Your next staff meeting.
Preventive maintenance in the city. We take care of all the city buildings and structures. We have daily maintenance and repairs to the city dune walks and the pier. We're not doing very much on the pier right now because of circumstances, but we take care of the restrooms and the bait shop. And we also take care of wick line restrooms. Weekly inspections of the playgrounds and the parks. We set up and break down for First Friday and any special events, 4th of July, the lighting of the park, things like that. We did Pal Parker, we helped set up a little bit down there. Grounds maintenance for the CRA, city parks and facilities, and our ground maintenance is also for the FDOT, all of A1A from county line to county line, and SR 100 over to roughly the Shell station out that way. Okay, over the past year, we added the grounds crew maintenance. We purchased a trailer for hauling the mowers and the equipment, and we increased the maintenance and grounds crew headcount. Also, okay, for the next proposal programs, what I'm suggesting is maybe if we have a lead maintenance man for the grounds crew. We have a lead maintenance man for maintenance. I think a grounds crew maintenance lead man would be perfect. I have a guy that knows what he's doing. He more or less runs the show for me right now. He's more knowledgeable about landscaping than I have, and which he could direct the crew and safety procedure too. We will probably need a new zero-turn mower for backup if we have a mower go down. The two mowers we have three, but the two we have are 2017s, and they're in constant need of repairs. There's not a lot of hours on them, but they break down a lot. We'll also need additional edgers, weed whackers, hand tools, and safety equipment for ongoing services. Okay. As in for capital changes, well, I have the transition for one employee to a lead maintenance man, the new mower, and new safety equipment and hand tools. That's pretty much what I have. My only suggestion also would be for next budget is money in my budget for AC units. We just had 2 units for the police department go down. Well, it's $16,000. Usually I'm allocated 10 per year for AC units. We've got 20 units throughout the city. You get 2 of them go down. With the way the price went up from roughly just under 5,000 to 7,000 to 8,000, all I'm asking for in the AC, it would strictly be for AC units. Like I say, pretty much each building has 3 units. And I didn't realize that we were doing okay for quite a while, but now with the PD needing 2, which are the 2 largest ones we have, it's a little expensive. Any questions?
All right, Commissioner Spradley.
Good.
Commissioner Mealy.
No, fine.
Commissioner Valier.
Okay, yeah, just to back you up on AC units, a lot of times too, they keep changing the SEER rating.
Yes, sir.
And it's not always feasible or possible to replace just the outside unit because they won't allow it.
That's correct.
Or they don't make it anymore. They don't want the lower grade unit used.
Yes, sir.
So that shoots cost up. The only thing I really would like to see more of is getting our street corners cleaned up so people can see to pull out safely from our stop signs and traffic. Citywide. I mean, it's everywhere. And it's, you know, I know you were short on people for a long time, and it seems like you're really getting it together a little bit now. I think you almost have to have a crew leader I mean, how do you have a, a crew of 6 or 8? How many you got? 5?
I have 4.
4, okay. Well, a crew of 4 should have somebody taking a lead.
Yes, I
agree with you
appreciate
on that.
I mean, I direct them on what I see needs to be done, but then the guy I have working, like the lead man now, he sees things that I don't see, which need to be taken care of first before my suggestion, which that really.
Well, I know when we decided to start cutting our own grass again and so forth, part of the idea was to get some of these street corners cleaned up so the sight lines were better and safer.
Yeah, even was it, I think it was last week or the week before, my guys were on the south side here doing all the intersections. The only concern I have is a lot of times is how much can I cut back? You know what I mean? I can cut back so much, but, then if you go too far, then it doesn't look good. That's my concern. But
well, however, whatever way it has to be done, I just think there's a lot of it still in town. That's all.
we can work harder on it. Like I say, we do have a lot. We have the FDOT contract, which takes up a lot of our time. All of A1A with all the sand that's on the sidewalks, people complain about. We try to take care of that right away, but it's not a 2-day job. It's more like a week and a half from county line to county line.
And then you have to start over again.
Pretty much, Jane, pretty much. And then with A100.
Under the bridge and so forth, I get it.
With 100, it's over to the mobile station, all the islands, along Palm Drive, down in that area.
Okay. Well, I don't think your asks are outrageous by any means, so that's all I got.
Mr. Sherman.
So just a couple questions. As far as you mentioned the maintenance on State Road 100, are you guys also responsible then for those, I get the drainage, the areas in between those drains, or is that, on the south side of A1A where we have the water that all flows in there?
Drains,
That's not you guys?
No,
okay.
No, sir.
All right. And then, with your crew, are you guys going to budget for, I see, for example, you guys had cut back some areas down where I'm at in town, and I noticed it was like, for example, Brazilian pepper. Are you guys going to start getting some of that spray and spraying the trees and stuff with that stuff?
The Brazilian pepper deal has to be done by a professional.
Okay.
Because my crew is not licensed or allowed to use those chemicals.
Okay.
We worked with, when we did, I can't remember the guy's name.
I know
We did Silver Lake up there. You have to cut it and treat it right away. And then last year, my guys helped out a day here, a day there, up at Silver Lake with the Brazilian peppers. But as for us cutting them, we can cut it, haul it away, but then it's going to come right back unless it's treated.
Yeah, that's what happened down by where I'm at. This one tree just came back with vengeance. And
Yeah, it says, thank you for cutting it back. I'm very happy.
I can grow better.
It's now it's kind of having some implications on the traffic flow, and as I think what Commissioner Belhumeur was talking about with the sight lines and things. So,
And he went up
that was just one of the questions I had.
Well, we used to have people standing in line to volunteer to help do that. And,
Yeah, I won't.
Our previous city manager discouraged any volunteer help. So maybe that's something we can.
Commissioner, there's a lot of area outside the CRA that technically we're not responsible for, my crew.
Right.
I'm not trying to lay work on somebody else, but Public Works usually does the right-of-ways outside of the CRA, any of the alleys that need cutting. They have the machinery, and it's a skid steer with a great big saw blade on it or something, I think. So that's how they cut them. I mean, they cut them down right, half hour compared to maybe a couple hours for 2 guys or 3 guys. So.
And then my last question, what kind of mowers are you guys looking at getting to? You're looking maybe get some a little bit better that'll last you. I know, the mowers have shelf dates on them and such, but are you guys looking at maybe a better model or something to maybe go a little bit longer?
Just maybe a newer model. We got one last year to help the CRA. We used some of their money to buy a new mower because at one time the two mowers I had both went down at the same time. Unbelievable.
And they're Dixie choppers, right?
Dixie
so
chop.
They paid up on them.
Yeah.
And they're having more trouble with them than you might with a lesser
That's as for getting parts and stuff for the Dixie choppers, it takes,
Right.
they're sitting in the shop for 2 or 3 weeks sometimes. So we did get a new mower. Dixie choppers are 48-inch cut. This one's a 52-inch cut. And we got a reasonable price. So, but like I say, if the Dixie choppers, when it turns out we're going to pay more, to get it fixed.
Right.
It'd be easier to buy a newer one. But that's just, it's not a necessity, but
Sure.
it's a possibility.
No, absolutely. All right, that's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Mayor? Comments I have, well, I guess the first one just kind of got brought up. So if Dixie Chopper, if those have extended repair issues, why would we buy another one? Like, why would
No, we didn't buy a Dixie chopper. We had two
Okay.
Dixie choppers. We got through Public Works. They had those mowers back in 2017. When they broke down, we went out to Flagler Power Equipment, and we got what they call Gravely. And the guy out there, he treats us pretty good. He gives us a discount on, whatever we buy. And he suggested this one. We wanted a larger cut. But by the time I got all the paperwork through, it was gone. So we got one that's just a little bit smaller, but it's still bigger than the Dixie. So we didn't buy a new Dixie chopper. We bought a different brand, which is supposedly a better brand.
Okay, so questions I have about the grounds maintenance employee. This would be the person who's in charge of the grounds team that we recently started?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So over the last year, I've heard, that the job couldn't get done because of staffing, because y'all have been short-staffed for pretty much the whole year.
Yes, sir.
Are you fully staffed now?
I have 4 on the crew. Yes, sir.
It's 4 of 4? That's how many are budgeted?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So in the maintenance, this lead maintenance person would be an additional position, so it would then become a crew of 5?
No, it would be one of my 4.
Okay, so it'd just be a promotion kind of thing?
Pretty much, yes, sir.
Okay. Is 4 enough to get the job done?
Yes, I think we're okay. Like I say, the guys are still in a learning position. Like a couple guys have only been here a few months. But as for getting certain areas done, if I don't see it, the other guy sees it. And the other thing is, if we see an area in the morning, hey, we need to take care of that today. Well, we put that on our schedule to take care of that day. So.
And the other question is this grounds crew the ones who are in charge of the city parks, or is that under the other department?
As for the playgrounds and the parks?
Yeah, all around the city. Okay, so that's that crew.
Technically, that's in recreation, but we check them every week, make sure that all the equipment is safe, not rusting out. Silver Lake we take care of, as in landscaping, Pal Parker, Rickline area, Custer Park. We take care of all the parks for the landscaping. And like I say, if the equipment is in need of taking out the rust and repainting it, we do all that. So.
Okay. There was a comment made, and I guess this is for you, city manager, come budget time, about the AC units. I think the best thing to do with that would be to make a line under capital improvements where you set aside X amount of dollars every year for AC units rather than handle it on a repair basis. say 10,000, 20,000 for every, that just becomes part of the budget where you put that in just like you would say the fire trucks. You're putting money aside every year for that. Would that be the most appropriate way to handle that?
Based upon the total cost of meeting the capital requirements, yes.
Got your mic.
Based upon the total cost meeting capital requirements, yes, it would be. That'd be and then do it on a rotation of if the air conditioning units throughout the city were identified, then you just rotate them every X amount of years.
And then that way money's going in it every single year, and that we can adjust that, as we see fit, and that'll keep the money available for those units.
Yeah, like I say, I didn't even, really, we've done good over the years. There's always been money there, but sometimes, like I say now with the PD needing, they're the biggest two units we have, and they're the most expensive. So that's why I'm like, because it's not repairs and maintenance, it's a improvement, I guess, or capitalized.
And the other question I have is kind of a question for the body up here. So since this crew is in charge of our parks, everybody's very familiar with the condition of our parks and where the current standard is versus commissions, what I've understood it to be our expectations. There's a gap. Something to possibly consider come budget time would be to maybe go to a fifth person on this crew to help that workload, because there's a gap between the park condition and our expectations, I believe. And if I'm wrong, just correct me. And that might help this crew get that done this coming year.
Well, Bill just said that his crew is not fully trained yet or not fully experienced yet. Do you feel that at some point, as they stay a little bit longer?
Yeah, they're like the two new guys, which are 6 months, I think, they're getting the hang of it, whereas they can work by themselves. And the other thing is, we could always split them up, go 2 and 2, but then you're talking about a new vehicle. You're going to have a vehicle for 2 guys, and then a vehicle for the other 2 guys. If they're working up Silver Lake and the other guys are working at Powell Parker, and I don't really want to go there with another vehicle. That's...
Neither do we.
I figured that, so...
Okay, well, that was all.
Most of the year, you were short at least one guy, a lot of the year, right? So, they weren't able to keep up because they didn't have a full crew.
That's where I was going.
Now that they have a full crew, and he feels pretty confident.
I do. I feel confident.
They have time to go to the park and sand and repaint benches that are
we've just done all the we've just done all the benches in the Rick line.
In the recent past. And you got
But on your point there, I got a full crew. I got a guy going out on Friday for a knee operation.
Oh, great.
Hopefully it'll only be a couple weeks, but we'll be okay. And we're not in the deep season right now anyway, so we should be all right.
So do you feel
I did have a question. Oh,
Commissioner Mealy? Well, I just wanted to ask him, so you feel comfortable with 4 people, plus with one of them being the lead, you'd be able to keep parks up to standard and have the workload be balanced?
I believe we can. I believe we can.
Commissioner Mealy?
Yeah, the ACs and the lawnmowers, do we maintain, all the equipment, do we maintain that ourselves, or do we have contracts with outside companies?
As for the mowers and things like that, we just take them over and get them fixed, or we buy what we need.
Wherever you buy it?
Yeah, we deal with Flagler equipment, and I say he gives us a cut rate deal. And as for ACs...
So every so often you bring them over there for maintenance? Or?
Yeah, not all the time, but, when they need maintenance, he gave me a schedule when I should bring them in for oil changes and blades and hydraulics and all that.
So he gave you a schedule. It's not like, oh, I think it's going now, so I better.
No, he gave us a schedule. He said if you stick to the schedule with a oil change, he says you should be all right. But he
Okay.
said it's nothing.
And what
urgent.
about the AC?
AC, we have a contract with AccuTemp here. We've had them for probably 5 years, and they've always done us. When AC goes down in this building, I can't wait a week. And you people.
Oh, no, you'll have a rebellion of it.
Yeah, you know, I hear about it right away. And with that, and with AccuTemp, they're here within the day to find out what the problem is, and if they usually fix it. If not, they do it in the
Yeah, I use them for my house. So
my house
I'm
too.
happy with them.
But
Okay.
yeah, I found we have a contract with them for maintenance. They come twice a year, service the units, and they let me know if anything's looking shady or is possible we're going to need it. But usually with my repairs and maintenance, that covers repairs and most of them. But it's not enough to cover replacement.
No.
So that's where I'm going with that deal.
And we're in our break time, so Commissioner Spradley.
I'll be quick. Follow-up, there is a significant gap in expectation of maintenance of the parks. But from what I'm hearing, it sounds like the expectation is that once you get fully staffed and these guys have more time under their belts, that they'll do what they need to do. All I was going to say is the beauty is budget time is not for a few months off. So by then we should be able to have a sense of whether new staffing is needed or not. Thanks.
Okay, any other comments before we go to break? Bill, you good?
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All right, and everybody turn your mics off. We are on break until 10:45.
Where's my glasses? Okay, so right now, current programs and services, we provide sanitation pickup for the whole city, trash pickup twice a week for residential pickup, recycle pickup once a week for residential, yard waste once a week for citywide, and trash pickup for commercial. The frequency depends on their contractual accounts or their load. We also provide real recycling on site in the city limits of glass, cardboard, tin, aluminum, and now starting with plastics. Changes to programs over the last 5 years. The last 3.5 years I've been here, we added a true recycling department where we process everything on site and then take some of it now to market, which we'll be adding more as time goes on. We also hired a full-time mechanic a couple years ago that services our fleet, repairs our trucks as much as he is possibly able to, does welding and that sort of thing. And also he maintains our recycling equipment. Okay, 2023, 2024 proposed changes to programs. By the end of this year, we will be actively baling cardboard, which we actually will be starting yet this week, hopefully. We will be baling aluminum, we'll be baling plastics, and we as a department will take those directly to the market. They will not be dealt with by a third party anymore. They will go right to the end user. This will help raise money for our department and also the recycling department, which is one entity, I guess. But also I want to get more community involvement in education about recycling and other programs that we'll look at in the coming years. Personnel changes, where are we at here? Personnel changes, operating capital changes in 23-24 budget. I'd like to add a labor to the recycling department because it's probably more like a 3-man job, but right now we have one guy, our recycling manager, handling it all, and he uses a labor from Labor Force. So the way I looked at that is I'm paying right around $19 an hour for a Labor Force guy that is deemed it's a what's the word I'm looking for? He's a unskilled labor. So really he can't run any machinery that the city owns. All he can do is handwork. So by adding him at our starting wage, where I think we're at $16 an hour now for starting wage for the city, with my uptick next year in Labor Force because of the minimum wage raise, I'm probably gonna be somewhere around $22 an hour for him. So by adding him as a city employee at say $16 an hour plus his benefits, I'm still underneath of what I'm paying for him as a temp worker. And he can put his hands on equipment then. He can be trained to do everything and be part of the whole department. The only other thing that I really need is a purchase. I either need a loader or like a loader / forklift, like Caterpillar makes them. It's called an IT, so you can put different tools on it, kind of what Jen has, only a bigger version. She has a bigger version to handle the bales of cardboard, plastic, metals, to move the glass around. Last month we did about 60,000 pounds of glass. So right now I'm using Jen's backhoe about once a month to move it to a stockpile. But that machine is too big to go into my garage bays to move bales of cardboard and aluminum. So that's really the only two things. I just want to remind you guys, I ordered a garbage truck a little over 2 years ago. And I ordered another one for next fiscal year, 23-24, that's in my budget. So hopefully the town doesn't go crazy when they see 2 garbage trucks show up this fall. The one that I ordered 2 years ago is in Michigan, currently getting a box put on it. I'm supposed to have it by August, September. We're trying to push that up forward a little bit. But the other one will be here after my fiscal year starts. I ordered it on a handshake so that we can get in line to get a truck. So I just want to remind you, those are coming. Those are already in the budget. One was in the budget 2 years ago. So I guess that's it. Any questions?
All right, Mayor Johnston.
Thank you, Rob. Just a couple questions. One to start, how much stockpile of glass and sand do we have over there?
I probably have around 140 to 150 tons of sand and probably about 100 tons of glass, north of 100 tons of glass.
Is that something that we're going to start running out of space on, that we need to start moving, or you out?
I'm actually working on, I got to go up yet this week and see the city of Beverly Beach. They want to buy a very large amount of glass, probably maybe a fourth of what we have on the ground for their A1A project, for their turn lanes. So I guess they're putting a median in up there. And I know Karen from CRA wanted some too. I don't think she's ready for it yet, but yeah, I've actually been selling them by the ton. I've sold a couple, 3 or 4 ton in the last couple weeks. And we're going to showcase the folks on Lambert that did the landscaping and try to push a little bit more, large quantities. So we came out with a bulk rate on it at $250 per yard. It's a little bit more than a yard, so that's about right at about a ton, 1.2 tons or so, like 2,400 pounds. And then we break that down to a half a yard or a quarter yard. If they want to buy it in bulk, that makes it a little bit easier for someone to digest as far as finance goes, instead of selling it by the bag.
Okay.
So we still are selling bags, but yeah, I need to work on moving more of it.
All right, and then my other question was in reference to Big Blue as well. Is there a part 2 that we could have added to Big Blue to filter out some of those smaller plastics that are on the bottle, like it was just brought to my attention from a resident this week that on the labels, there's the microplastics on the different labels of the bottles that we're processing and grinding up, so then it's going back into the environment. And they said that they had read that there was a part 2 of the machine that we could add to remove those different labels and such.
There's just a blower, but most of the paper comes out on the backside into the waste area.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Commissioner Sherman.
I have no questions at this moment.
Commissioner Valhumer.
So the recycling program's been, an overall success. Your baler's still not online yet, right?
It's
almost there.
Rob dug a ditch Friday. Breakers came out Monday and put in the pipe, and they're coming out either Friday afternoon or Monday morning to finish running. So it will be running by, at the very latest, Monday afternoon or Monday evening.
So once you start baling and you send it out baled as opposed to packed up in a garbage truck, you'll get more revenue from.
Yeah, right now cardboard. We really have to watch the revenue changes almost daily on cardboard. I think right now it's running around $100 a ton, and we easily produce 4 to 6 tons a week in town. If I have one guy that's picking up cardboard almost daily from restaurants, we can probably push that to 7 or 8 tons a week of cardboard.
So you could collect more cardboard. If
Absolutely. Absolutely. Right now I'm taking
it.
Yeah, right now I'm taking it to ELS. We dump it for free, but it's getting recycled. So but once the baler is running, and it will be running over my dead body by the end of this week somehow. I got to get some aluminum foil and do it myself. But yeah, once we start baling it, I'll fill a flatbed up. I'm hoping within 2 to 3 weeks, every 2-3 weeks, fill a flatbed
So
up.
that'll certainly help pay for your
Oh yeah, yeah.
additional staff. Now, the Big Blue creates both, the glass product and the sand product. Is that variable, or is that just, it is what you get?
It is what we get.
So what is that?
It's
percentage-wise, half and half, or what?
No, it's about 2 parts sand and 1 part glass. It's calmed down over the last 6-7 months. It was about 3 to 1, 3 parts sand to 1 part gravel.
Right.
So it's calmed down. We can change the screen. That's an expense that I wouldn't do until it's wore out, which I sent pictures up to Andela about 3 weeks ago. We were doing some maintenance on the machine, and I took pictures of key things and sent them up to Spencer up there, and he said everything looks perfect. So the machine's wearing really good. We've used it quite a bit in the last year, so that's a good sign. But you can change the screen to make smaller material, but like I said, it's probably $8,000 or $10,000, and that's something I wouldn't do until we wear out the first screen.
So if we were to, for instance, put pervious pavers out there on A1A where the parking spaces are, glass could be used in them, couldn't it?
The sand can be, yeah.
The sand?
Yeah.
Sand portion?
Yeah.
So that's accumulating pretty quickly?
Yeah, and Public Works, they'll grab some, or we'll use some at the yard to fill in holes, or, of course, I give it to people that buy the glass in the bags. They get a bag of sand with it, which that doesn't knock the pile down real quick, but yeah, there's so many different uses for it that.
No, that's just a thought. If we get into doing any of these pervious pavers and parking areas, we can use it there. Okay, that's all I got.
Commissioner Mealy,
I don't have anything.
Commissioner Spradley.
No questions.
Call outs I have, so this equipment that you're buying, is there any impact to the fees? When you're adding a laborer, you want a forklift, and so that didn't mention the impact to your budget and the fees.
The labor would either be a wash or a plus for what I'm paying right now for the labor-ready person. I'm paying $19 an hour for him, and that's going to go up probably, I haven't heard yet, it's early in the season, but it's probably going to go up $2 an hour for the labor-ready because of the minimum wage rate. I pay $19 an hour right now for them, 19 and some change, and those guys get $10 from the labor-ready labor hall. So if you just simple math, it's $16 an hour plus 37% for loaded. That puts me at about $21 an hour for a full-time city employee versus, say, $22 an hour for somebody that I can only do so much with. And as far as the forklift goes, I'd like to trim some.
Use one, right?
Yeah, I'd like to trim some fat in my budget to maybe pay for that. I don't want to buy a new forklift or a new machine. I'm not, me, I like used stuff. That's probably a high number. I haven't really looked hard yet, but that's probably a little bit more than what I really need. I'd like to find something for 10 or 15 grand.
What's the utilization of Jen's forklift? Is it a high utilization?
I can't get it in a building. It's too big to maneuver around.
I'm just wondering if, that one gets traded in on a smaller unit that departments can actually use more versus having two separate units.
It's the backhoe, actually, that I use.
Okay.
So I know they use that almost every day, but something to maybe think about. We could talk to Bill and Jen. Maybe we could all use a machine, around the city. I know we talked about buying a high lift. I don't know if that ever came to fruition, the water plant. Maybe we could all split something up like that. That if we can find a good used machine that's been refurbished for 15 grand, we could.
It's kind of what I'm thinking is if we buy a piece of equipment, we would want to have a high utilization on it.
Absolutely.
Versus just using it. Like for you, if you need to shuffle some pallets around or load a truck, it just, it would spend most of the time just sitting.
Yeah, no, we wouldn't be using it that often. So if it sat in our building, then the city, other departments could use it. We could use it for quite a few different things.
So that'd be something to possibly work with the city manager on and think about, okay, what's best for utilization? It can also, if it's getting used in other departments, you can change how it gets billed out. So that 12 grand can get split amongst, the departments that are using it, if that makes sense. Yeah. That'll help with your enterprise fund. If we have other departments that are equally using it, you split it up 33% or something.
I'm trying to build the revenue for the recycling department. I would think by the end of this year it'll be self-sufficient. That's my goal with materials, with selling materials on the open market. So eventually that number will go the other way, and that's the goal. Within you got to take into consideration Big Blue was 200 grand, but you amortize that over 6 or 7 years on a piece of equipment, so it'll continue to pay for itself throughout the years. But as far as the revenue that comes in, I want that number obviously to be lopsided and be on the plus side. That's the whole goal of the deal, and recycle.
The only other call out I have is. And I don't think this will have much impact on the budget, but for a strategic standpoint, since that's what we're covering is, I am of the opinion that we're headed down the wrong road with the glass, and we have been from the start, and I've voiced this numerous times, where we're trying to sell it for way too much over cost. We should only be selling it for a very nominal, minimal markup over true cost, when you add the labor and the actual material for the maintenance of the machine and electric and all that. And we're way over that. And I think that we will move that, and it'll be a much larger benefit for the city and the citizens they'll be buying sand, they'll be filling in, their own driveway washouts and all that stuff. They'll be using the landscape, the gravel size material. That'll get a lot better utilization, and our citizens will actually benefit from it if it's priced better. And you did the tonnage pricing, which is a good first step, but I'm of the opinion that it started way too high to even begin with. There should also be 2 brackets of pricing. You have resident and non-resident, because our residents are the ones that are paying for it. So we can keep that original pricing for non-resident or something like, these are just suggestions since we're talking about strategy. But our citizens, since they pay for that program and their fees, should be the ones benefiting from it. Currently, the way the pricing's set up, they're not. That's why I don't have it in my yard. Because I talked to the previous city manager, said, this is how much I need. He gave me the price, and after I threw up, I said, well, I'm not doing glass. And a lot of people have had that similar experience. So I would just, encourage you and the city manager, y'all, as a suggestion, since we have a lot of it, let's move it. Let's make it, let's do a very minimal markup and make it a benefit to our residents and keep that retail pricing for, non-residents. That's just a suggestion.
We could have a sale.
Well, I wouldn't even make it a sale. I'd make it permanent. Like, our residents shouldn't have to pay a lot over what it costs to make. I don't think, I'm of the opinion that that's not fair.
I do agree. And that's something I could sit down with Mr. Abels the next week or two, and if he's got time, and we can maybe figure out a different plan.
Because I remember back when this first rolled out, you and I discussed what the cost per X was, and we had it all figured out. I don't have it in front of me, but it's very different than what it's being sold for. And so something to take a look at, and then our citizens can benefit from it. And then that is true recycling. We're putting in, and then this municipality is getting back out what we put into it.
The tonnage rate is is priced pretty good because of, I price it against just buying rock, decorated rock. It's about 1/3 of what decorated rock costs. Obviously because they have to truck decorated rock in from Oklahoma and different places.
Right, but y'all are comparing it to market. We need to compare it to what it costs to produce for our residents versus looking at, if you're buying nice landscape rock, that it's not really a fair comparison, No,
and that's, I say, the tonnage, buying it by the ton is pretty lined up with where it should be.
Okay.
The retail, the small bags, I do agree it's pricey.
Got it. And this all looks good. I'm excited to see these new, more maneuverable trucks and everything.
Yeah.
That'll be nice. Single axle.
Especially in the Flagler Beach Commons over there, the apartment complex that's going to have 80 dumpsters to be able to get around. I'm just teasing. No, yeah, the trucks, the new trucks that are coming will be single axles, and you got 4 less tires to wear out. Fuel economy will be twice, if not close to 3 times what we get out of the big trucks. So, I mean, they're smaller trucks, but we're going to the dump every day anyway, so why drag all that extra crap around?
That was a great call out. We got 3 minutes. Any other comments?
Yeah, good job on the fuel depot, but
yeah, we're saving. Holly's not here. I know the first fill-up or second fill-up, we were saving 40 cents a gallon on diesel from what we were paying Lynch. So that's saving my department about $600 a month.
I was going to say that's going to happen quick.
That makes things look. And the card reader should be in. I think it's probably going to show up today or tomorrow. The gentleman will come help me put that in. That should be in hopefully by the first of the week. But they sent one that was all screwed up, and then we sent it back, and it's like anything else. So.
Well, you sure beat the 300,000 price tag or whatever it was thought of. It was
I didn't want to build
for a new fuel.
We didn't want to build a 7-Eleven. So right now I think we're like 8,000 all in, and we got whatever left for the roof. So we're doing good with that. So. All right, thanks you guys for your time.
Anything else for Rob? City Manager, you have anything?
Just one quick comment. Commissioner Belhumeur, you mentioned about the pavers on A1A. Mm-hmm. We had a conversation yesterday with DOT with respect to the area south of the pier.
Right.
They are going to provide us with the actual pavers. We do the maintenance and the installation of the pavers. It'll be phased in over time. We've asked to memorialize that agreement, and so we're going to do that next. That'll be coming back to you for information. But we have had conversation with them on how we would extend the pavers south of the pier into that parking area.
That's kind of, I had a short talk with the chief when I first got here, and he informed me of that.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah,
All right, anything else?
that's a good thing.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Rob Smith.
Thanks, you guys, appreciate it.
All right. Next we have Recreation, Tom.
Look at that, I figured out the remote. I'm a tech wizard. I want to try to make this as short as possible to give you more chances to ask questions, because I think that's a little bit more important side of the presentation here. But starting with recreation, looking at what we do as far as our current programs and services, is we cover the special events, which include First Friday, Holiday at the Beach, and the 4th of July parades, Memorial Day, Veterans Day, 9/11. We have ceremonies either in Veterans Park or out on the pier. July 4th in itself is usually a weekend event, things like that. Our junior lifeguard summer camp, and we had a little bit of discussion about possibly moving that from recreation over to ocean rescue. It's a little bit of a debate on where exactly it belongs, but we'll talk more about that. And then, of course, our favorite Brazilian pepper control. Changes to the programs over the last 5 years. We went through a major reconstruction of First Friday. It started from humble beginnings, and it just kept getting bigger, 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 and bigger, to the point where it was getting a little bit out of control, and we sort of modified it, and now we've kept it more of a smaller hometown family type event, rather than the big radio station with the major sponsors coming in and cars and in the park and everything. We've got Vern handling the DJ services and the entertainment, and it seems to be working out pretty well. Movies in the park, and if you're looking at what we've been doing the last 5 years, COVID kind of put a damper on a lot of the things that we did. The Movies in the Park program was going really, really well, and once we hit the COVID issues, people just didn't want to get out and do it anymore. So in the future, we'd like to try to resurrect the Movies in the Park again. We had a decrease in our junior lifeguard summer program, again with COVID. As we were first coming out of COVID, we modified our procedures with more social distancing, so we actually lowered the cap of the number of people we were taking in the camp. It wasn't that people weren't interested, and we're sort of still recoiling from that somewhat, and in the last couple of years, we've been getting more and more people coming back on camps again, so we expect our numbers to increase again. And of course, we initiated the Brazilian pepper eradication program, which I think when I go to sleep every night, I curse the guy that brought that first Brazilian pepper into this country here, because it's been an issue, and right now, basically, it's three old guys trying to, and whatever volunteers we can rustle up when we do the cuts to try to get the Brazilian pepper eradicated. And out of the three old guys, I'm the youngster of the group, and so we're trying to see where we need to head there. Changes in the 23-24 budget that we'd like to see is we'd like to eventually restart the Movies in the Park program there. It's not going to have a whole lot of impact on the budget. We've got the equipment and stuff. We'd like to maybe build a permanent screen we can put somewhere where we're not constantly taking down, setting up, but everything else is in place. Increasing the junior lifeguard summer camp program. Again, enrollment every year, we're getting a little bit more enrollment. We're kind of getting back to where we were. As enrollment increases, so do the registration fees, so it really doesn't cost more money to operate as we bring more kids into the program. And with the Brazilian pepper control, I know that, and we talked about a lot about how we're going to do this, because the more we do it, the bigger it becomes. After we clear an area, there's a maintenance program where we need to go back and see if there's any new peppers coming up, and we're constantly, as the new stuff comes up, we got to get on top of it, because if we don't, eventually it's all going to come right back again. We did a couple times lean on Bill's maintenance crew, and those guys are just fantastic, but when we're cutting, it's in the middle of their peak season, when it's the growing season for them, and quite honestly, they just don't have the time to put in and help us out. So our suggestion is just hire, even if it's a seasonal group of employees, just to have a Brazilian pepper team that would go around during growing season and do the Brazilian pepper eradication. Personnel, operating, capital changes in the budget there. Our building on South 4th Street, again, it's an older building. It's a great building, ideally because we've got the space to keep all of our equipment. We've got a lot of equipment that's primarily used during the summer lifeguard season, jet skis, rescue boards, ATVs, a lot of big stuff, and trailers, and we can keep it in the building there, but it is showing signs of age. We had a new roof, I think after Hurricane Matthew repair, that's been holding up really well. The doors, every year we talk about the doors, and they're still working, but they've been there since before I've got there, and they're on their last legs. I did talk to Overhead Door and asked about what it's going to cost to replace them, and I asked if we could just put new doors in there and keep the existing tracks, and they said, no, they're so old, we got to put the whole new system in there, so that might be a little bit costly. And that pretty much is where we're heading on recreation, if you have any questions.
Well, let's finish your presentation first.
You want to go
have
beach?
Services, yeah.
Okay.
Let's get to the end. Yeah, let's get through all this stuff and then do it.
Beach services, we're recruiting, testing, supervising the lifeguards, and I know we talk about we're vastly different than some of the other departments, and I know the other departments, they're very concerned about retention, keeping good employees and not having them go elsewhere. It's becomes to a certain extent a non-issue with me, because my average lifespan or career span for a lifeguard is 6 years. Being it's a seasonal position, what I'm attracting are high school and college students who have summers off and the available to work during the summer. We can hire them at 16, so we get them usually when they're a junior in high school. They'll work their junior, senior year of high school, then work 4 years through college, and then go on to bigger and better things in the real world. So, except once in a while you get an old guy that just kind of hangs on, or we've been fortunate in past years to have, in some cases, teachers that have summers off, and then they come and they work on the beach there. Maintaining United States Life Saving Association certification standards, and part of that includes our training. So we're training these people, and especially our officers and our upper level people in the lifeguard crew, that they work a couple years before they're ready to get the training to operate the jet ski, the ATVs, be a lieutenant or a captain, and then 2 years are gone. So we're constantly retraining as we go here. Purchasing, operating supplies, vehicles, maintenance, that's a nightmare. I always thought, why are we so hard on our equipment? Why are things breaking down? And the answer I got was salt. The salt and humidity, and I spoke to all the other agency chiefs, and they said we have the same problem there, and no one seems to have a solution. The metal, salt, and humidity just doesn't mix in that kind of environment. And providing off-season beach protection services. being that we're seasonal, that's always a question is, when do we take the guards off the beach? When do we put them on the beach? Obviously, when it's freezing during January and February, we just can't justify having guards on the beach, but we get to times like spring break, even winter break in December and early January. Sometimes you get nice weather, kids are out of school, and we get crowds on the beach. So, I would love to not have an off-season and have a small crew on year-round, but it just, again, that's something we'd have to decide whether we want to go in that direction. Changes over the last 5 years, of course, we've reduced the lifeguard coverage area just to the boardwalk area. We were 10th to 10th. Now we're South 8th to North 4th Street. And we did that to better define where the swimming area is. We did create some year-round part-time lifeguard positions because a seasonal lifeguard, I can only have them on staff for 6 months. So the first day in May that they are officially hired, 6 months later, they're terminated. And we had no coverage for spring break and winter break and times like that. So we were able to create a position of year-round part-time employees that were on the payroll year-round that we could draw in during those times that we needed the extra lifeguard protection on the off-season. Changes. I can't even see what I wrote there. Extended lifeguard protection beyond the summer season. Again, we're noticing more of a crowd coming in before and after the season. There have been rescues made. Our fire department does a great job at covering when we're not there. But again, they're always at the liberty of having to be dispatched. So someone's got a call, and sometimes you don't have that, you're not afforded that time on an ocean rescue. Increase the potential swimming area. I know one thing that we're going to have to deal with this summer is, of course, we're going to have the hotel going up, the pier being demolished, the beach renourishment, and then we got a call from Mother Nature saying she's going to ship about 2,000 tons of seaweed on the beach this summer. And so it seems like, and we're not even going to mention the H word, but there's going to be a lot happening this summer. So I think it's going to be, we're anticipating a busy summer. And I think that about wraps it up.
All right, we have 5 minutes for questions. Commissioner Spradley.
We did have another slide.
You got one more slide?
Do I have one?
Salary adjustment for the
All right.
minimum wage.
What you got, Tom? We're running out of time.
Oh, it wasn't on the...
It's in our...
All right, but with the salary adjustments, yeah, that's going to be one major challenge to the budget, is that as the minimum wage goes up, it's not a matter of do we want to, we're going to have to raise the salaries of the lifeguards. And when we bring them on, that's a staff of 25 lifeguards. Eventually, it's going to have to go up about $3 per hour. So that's a little bit of a chunk of change. The question is, do we want to try to gradually do it in steps and get there, or do we want to wait till it goes up to $15 an hour and then do it all at once?
It applies to seasonal workers.
You're like,
It applies to seasonal workers.
As far as I know, yes. Yeah, seasonal also.
and you had something in there about beach emergency response station.
Yeah, one thing we do want to build on the beach here is, we're calling it a beach emergency response station, is we want to be able to house the rescue jet ski on the beach year-round. And we notice we've got the jet ski, which is a real important piece of equipment, because you can get to places quicker, but if it's going to take you 25 minutes to deploy it, it defeats the purpose of having that type of equipment. And what we were looking at is building, we're not going to call it a shed, because then there's permitting issues to get it on the beach there, but some kind of a container on the beach where we could keep the jet ski in there 24/7. And this way, even during the off-season, when lifeguards aren't on the beach and the fire department needs to come and respond, it's there and it's ready to go. And the front door can drop down, that becomes a ramp. It's already on the dolly. We can just push it right in and deploy it within a minute of when we access the container. And it's not going to be a big expense, it's just the logistics of setting something like that up.
Okay, we have 3 minutes for questions. Commissioner Spradley.
But was that all one presentation?
That was all.
It's actually 2. It's recreation and beach services.
Yeah, I know, but it was in the first thing, 25 minutes.
We're going to spend 3 minutes talking about his presentation. Commissioner Spradley.
Thanks, Tom. The container, if that were to come to be, where do you envision it? Underneath the restaurant?
I wanted to put it right beside here on the south side where the shower is there, and we thought that'd be the best place for it.
Okay. My only other question is, you had mentioned extending the protected swimming area during summer season. With growth that's expected around here, do you envision asking that it be, the swimming area be extended year-round at some point?
Yeah, and with extending the physical coverage, it's not just, we are getting more people every year, and it's tough to count the numbers of people on the beach. Our best guess is an estimate, and we do try to estimate every day. But as we lose beach, and there's physically only so much area between the water's edge and the dunes, people are forced to spread out when we get the crowd, so they're covering a wider area. And now there's a lot more people up by Golden Lion and even down to the winery, and where we don't have a tower at current time.
Got it. Thanks, Tom.
Commissioner Muley.
Yeah. Going back to recreation, movies in the park, I know we had licensing that we had to get for the movie, to get the movies. Are those licenses?
We got around that. Yeah, apparently the license we had was not applicable to show the movies in an outdoor setting, had to be indoors. We tried moving it in the Wickline Center, and our crowd went from 300 to 30. But we partnered with Vern, because Vern said, I have that license under the radio station. I never use it. I pay for it. Let's partner. So.
Okay, thank you. And, well, this Brazilian pepper, do we have somebody licensed for that chemical?
Chris Nelson is the one person licensed out of the group. Okay. And there's 2 different herbicides that we need to spray. One if we're spraying close to water, one if we're up on land there, but.
This thing you want to build on the beach, I understand the rationale. Is DEP going to approve such a thing?
I tried to get an answer for that question, and I went complete circle. I asked Rick, who do I contact? He gave me the number to Trey Hatch in Tallahassee. Trey said, that's not me. Gave me a contact of someone in Jacksonville in the regional. She said, that's not me. Sent me back up to Tallahassee and back to Trey. And then he said, let me give you another name. And the next person said, no, that's not me. Let me give you a name of who it is. He got me a name. He said, it's Rick McFadden in Flagler Beach. So. And actually, the one guy in Tallahassee suggested.
The answer is we don't know. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. We got to move this along.
All right. I still have one more question.
All right. Come on. We got to go.
Eric.
We're gonna be here till 9 if we keep this up. Please ask your question.
Thank you. The turtles, if you put that up against the pier, against the boardwalk, where you described, if you ever find somebody at DEP.
We would have to elevate it on feet, so it's off the sand somewhat. And at Tallahassee, one guy said, duct tape a chair to the top of it, call it a lifeguard tower. And he said, okay. And that's from Tallahassee.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Valier.
Yeah, you're talking about restarting the movies in the park. You talking about Wickline?
Yeah,
It'd be easier to do it there, wouldn't it? You could create a screen on the side of that building again.
I thought even on the tennis court fence and show it that way, but either way would be, yeah, when we did it there, it was a really good venue to do the movies. We tried doing it at Veterans Park, it's just a little bit too noisy.
And hopefully if we get the Brazilian pepper program going, we can get more volunteers. Like I said, our last city manager kind of frowned on us using volunteers for that, but I know the county does it all the time. They have to sign a waiver, but...
it's a high risk because you got chainsaws going and it's...
So, and as far as... I cut all those peppers down at Wickline, down there around the parking lot, and none of them have come back. And you know what I used to kill them? I used, what do they call it? The weed killer.
Roundup?
Roundup.
Some people told me they tried Roundup.
At full strength. You mix it to turn it into a spray. But I just pour a little bit in a cup and I take a paintbrush and paint on there, and not one of them came back. So I don't think you need a license for that.
I know the garland we use is very expensive.
You're not spraying it or anything like that. You
Guys,
just brush
this
it on.
isn't strategic planning. We can cover this offline. Commissioner Sherman?
No questions.
Mayor?
One is a First Friday table with the Brazilian peppers to get volunteers and education is a good idea. And then second, what is, and someone on the dais might know, what is the county share of our lifeguard program? I can't remember that amount.
85,000.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's a push I think we need to make, because the original intent with the county was that they would cover 50% of our lifeguard costs, but they put a ceiling in there for there. So as our costs escalated, they capped it, so they're covering a lot less than 50%. But I think that was a high five and a handshake agreement between a city manager and a county administrator who are both long gone. So.
All right, I think that's something that we definitely need to bring up with, again, being the beach for the county and having an influx of 120,000 people coming to our beach. The county needs to step up. That's it.
Done?
Yep.
The only comments I have is we realistically cannot propose salary increases for the lifeguards, an increase in geographic coverage, extended coverage in the off season, and not expect to have a gigantic increase to our budget, and then expect the county to contribute next to nothing, which is what they've been contributing. That's not realistic. That's not a strategic plan. I'm of the opinion, unless you plan on completely blowing the budget up. You can't do that. That's going to have to, that thought, in my opinion, before budgeting would have to get reeled in some. I would not be okay with putting anything on the beach for equipment on a permanent or semi-permanent basis. That goes against our previous strategic plan of resiliency and stuff like that, to put anything on the beach. That's my opinion of that. But I think that the overall vision of coverage is going to need all of those things combined is a monstrous increase in finance for the city that I don't think we have the room for, unless we get huge, gigantic change of mentality from the county. That was the only comments I had.
Not just the county. I think we need to be asking. I think we need to be asking Palm Coast to contribute as well.
Right.
Can we write a letter to them requesting that, or is there something we can put on the record?
We've done that.
I think we should do it again, especially now with their Western Frontier.
I would say even more than a letter, just in-person conversations.
Well, I'm going to have an in-person conversation with the mayor relatively soon, and that's going to be one of my asks, just so everybody knows.
I kind of like the getting more money, getting any money from Palm Coast more than asking the county. Don't forget, we pay county taxes.
Right.
So if we keep asking the county for police and for lifeguards and for this and that, our county taxes will go up. But if Palm Coast would pay their share, and I believe we get more people from Palm Coast than unincorporated county, I think that would be more fair.
Any other
So-
comments?
Discussion with the city manager would be appropriate too, not just the mayor.
We are way, way over on time. So thank you, Tom, unless there's anything else. Also, a request of all staff who's going to be presenting, we don't need y'all to read us every page of the slides. Just, you know, if we could skip to the forward-looking stuff, unless anything else is relevant. All right, thank you, Tom.
Thanks.
Hello,
How you doing?
I'm Melissa, your librarian. That was a good note. I like that, not having to read all the slides because, well, when I started putting this whole thing together and I started naming out services and everything, it was probably pretty much everything that you would expect the library to do. But during that process, I had a visit from Mr. Abels, and it was really interesting what a different set of eyes can do to change your perspective a little bit. So I've got one short statement I want to read, then we'll get into it. When is a library not just a library? When it's a doorway to a different time and a different way of doing things. Honoring its roots in the history of the city, the Flagler Beach Library is providing a different framework for how to look at the world. With highly personalized service, your library is a place where we probably know you by name. We also know what you like to read and when something might be wrong because we haven't seen you for a while. We want to know where you've been, and if you need us, we deliver. Our library might be the place you come when they're working on the house next door and you can't hear yourself think. Or the place you call when you're in a jam and can't figure out who can help you. We might not know the answer, but we're pretty good at giving people the agency to continue. It's also the kind of place where an 8-year-old can make a suggestion about how we organize things. And she hears, you know, that's a great idea. And we make a change. Our library isn't just a library. It's a sanctuary. It's a support system. It represents our community, and it's part of the fabric of what makes this city so unique, especially now. With so many changes happening all around us, growth and progress are inevitable. Our library represents a direct link to this city's past. Having a place to go where things are the way you remember them, where there are friends who are happy to see you and take care of you, is a testament to the character of this city. And that's what your library, that's what we strive to be all about. So you can see current programs and services, much of what you would expect. The community room, the reading room, we have made much more specifically community room. We started a writers group. That's within the last 5 years. We have 3 different book clubs that meet at different times. One of those is courtesy of another 8-year-old who asked me if she could start a book club, and we said, yeah. So that's a really neat thing. She calls it the Book Dragons. We have a knitting group, we have story time. We have a lot of sale items all the time. So when people come from different places, we have a lot of people who come for vacation, and they come every year because they know this place. They know they can grab something to read while they're in town. It's a regular stop on their tour. So over those last 5 years, a lot has happened within the last 5 years, both inside the library and obviously in the world. I started with Christine. Part of the focus that we had was to make it a more welcoming place, that the library should, you know, we're very responsible to the community, and we feel that we are sort of the caretakers for the community's library. We have when we were talking about communication within the city, we started this message board. So there's a chalkboard right inside the front door, and people are really enjoying that. They come in, they see what's happening, the surf contests, when there's a commission meeting, we have bullet points on the back, and they can grab a paper copy of the agenda if they want to. We're trying to keep people informed and be a place where they can find out what's going on around them. We've been updating the kids section to reflect more current content, because I overheard a parent one time talking to her daughter, and the daughter said, "Oh, Mom, everything here is from last century." And she wasn't wrong. So we're trying to be in the current century. We've got community seminars in cooperation. Casey Ryan, you probably all know, has the Alzheimer's Association doing a number of presentations within Flagler County. Ours is going to be the session on May, I think it's the 18th. It's a Thursday afternoon, and they're going to do a presentation there that everybody can come to. Proposed changes, we are going to work to increase the availability of ebooks and audio selections. Audio particularly, CDs are kind of on the way out. So we're trying to make more available we have a small platform. The county has a tremendous collection and a lot of resources that way, which we can also get in Flagler Beach because they're part of the county. But we like to make things available to them too. And I watch who's checking out what, so I can cater specifically to our residents and by seeing what they are actually checking out. We have a couple homeschooling families that come in regularly that we talk to about, not necessarily textbooks. Textbooks are a difficult thing and they're very expensive, but sometimes supporting material. I'd like to beef up the nonfiction support material for them a little better so that they have resources at their fingertips too. As far as the potential changes in the coming budget, no anticipated changes on personnel or operations. Possible changes to the 5-year capital plan, which I wanted to bring up because something new kind of just came up recently. We'd like to keep the shelving allotment, which we use to continue getting the old plywood shelves out and getting in these beautiful matching shelves that we've got in a lot of the library. We did a lighting project this year and had an allotment in the 5-year plan to do the north side of the building to replace the old fluorescent lighting with LED lighting, which needs less service. It's updating the fixtures altogether. So they did that in the south side of the building. And at some point, I would love to do the north side also, because when we do have problems having to change bulbs, often they're changing ballasts, and we're throwing money at something that's an old technology is what I feel when we have to repair those things. But if you read this on I didn't even use my little button here and get the page going. There we go. Water infiltration along the north and east side of the library has been a problem. It's a chronic problem. It's something that I've seen a number of times since I've been here, but I was curious how long it has been going on. When we have a north storm, a northeaster, or a hurricane or anything, we often have water on the floors of the library, particularly in the northeast corner. No books have been damaged any of the times that I have experienced this, but it appears to be coming up from underneath. Bill and the guys sealed and filled in cracks a couple years back. You might remember that. It definitely helped, but it has not alleviated the problem. So one of the things that I started talking about with coworkers is whether there is anything that can help this. And Lee Richards believes that it can be addressed. He gave me some preliminary numbers. Of course, we'd need to do our diligence in finding out what it would actually cost, but the initial project cost would be just about $14,000. It's slightly under that. When you consider that after Ian, we had a remediation company come in and that cost about $2,800, it makes sense to fix the problem, or at least attempt to, rather than continuing to have to do that. Most of the time, if it's not a very, very large amount of water, we've done it in-house. I've used the shop vac. Those guys have come in and fixed us up. But it sometimes is days before it dries out with the fans and everything else. So that's the one thing that we might like to look into. Other than that, questions or thoughts?
Mayor Johnson? No. Commissioner Sherman? No. Commissioner Valier?
Yeah, question on addressing the water infiltration. What was his thought of a fix? Is it like epoxy in the floor? Or?
No, this is, it's trenching outside, on the outside of the building. Where we think the problem is where the slab meets the walls. So it's beneath ground, it's under the grade, which, as you know, the land there goes downhill, so we're getting water that just can't get out of the way fast enough. He says a 3 to 5 foot wide trench should be dug along the entire north and east perimeter walls down to the top of the footings. The primary waterproofing layer for a foundation wall is usually a liquid applied membrane. It's recommended to apply 2 layers of an external waterproofing product. It can be applied up to about 10 feet under the ground using a brush trowel, or airless spray method. And there's a picture on here. Do you want to look at that?
No, it's okay. I just was curious because water will get underneath that slab and come up through a crack that's in the slab. So sealing the walls doesn't always work. So if you were to seal the top of the slab and not have a crack anymore for it to have a way in, but that would take some investigation to figure out exactly where it's getting in.
Sure.
Okay, I was just curious what his fix was. That's all.
Commissioner Mealy?
No.
Commissioner Spradley?
No.
The only comments I have is, let's just get that situation you have with the walls looked at by either a GC or, whoever's qualified to come up with a fix for that. And then have the budget put aside for it. We can't have a building that leaks and is defective. If there's water intrusion happening at a wall, that's a matter of somebody qualified to go in, look, figure out what it is, estimate costs, and fix it. That's what I would say to do with that. That shouldn't linger. We're going to continue to be replacing carpet, books, shelving, and everything else. Mold. Right. And but it's just like all these other things. If we have something that says Flagler Beach on it that we own, we need to fix it, make sure it works correctly. And this building would fall under that. And which might, that might hold back some of the other initiatives potentially when it comes budget time. If there's, like, for instance, certain books or nonfiction sections, hopefully we can get all that fixed, but it sounds like we don't know what's wrong with it yet. And hopefully by budget, we can at least figure out what's wrong with it so we can get that budgeted. That's the only comment I had.
Makes sense to me.
We have 2 minutes to the good, so we have time.
We got 15 minutes for public comment.
Well, I might have a lot to say.
Oh, yeah. City manager, do you have any thoughts on that or anything?
That's the approach we thought we would take. We've contacted FEMA and asked FEMA if, since they did remediation, would it also be eligible for repair, and they said no. It would not be. We would have to wait till another storm hit, then fix it, then bill FEMA. So we've already gone down that route.
It'll have to have 15 people killed at a traffic light at a corner before you put a traffic light up.
Yeah, it'll have to be part of the budgetary process.
Okay, well, as long as we have, we know what we're getting into ahead of time, I think that would be the main call out as far as repairs. That helps build the budget. But that's going to require us to get somebody in there that can really give us, this is what has to be done. Commissioner Spradley?
Yeah, I agree. It sounds to me like, you have a situation where the director of the library is spending a lot of time trying to figure out what's wrong, and it should just be one call to the city.
We're kind of speculating on issues.
Right.
We just need to know.
Right, correct.
Anything else? Penny? No? Okay. You almost, I saw your hand kind of.
No, I was scratching my leg.
All right. All right, well, thank you. Are you presenting on the library? You got about 30 seconds.
30 seconds is all I need. I looked at the situation.
Got your mic on?
I looked at the situation. I'm an expert. That's what needs to be done. And I costed it out. So I'm pretty sure of, what that thing is going to cost and what the scope is. 30 seconds.
Okay, so we can use that for our budget.
I would feel pretty confident, yes.
Okay, that's good info.
Thank you. I came in just in time.
You did. All right, we're a little bit into public comment time. Public comment.
Bob Cunningham, North 10th Street. One of the things that I've heard people talk about, and tell me if this is the wrong place in time to bring it up, please let me know, is the improvement of Veterans Park. I know I've had numerous conversations with numerous people about the degradation of the turf over there and the grass, chinch bugs and everything else. Since this is your strategic meeting, it might be a good time to start looking at putting artificial turf down there through the whole park. I've done a little research. Basically, the whole park can be ripped out, turfed, keeping the sidewalks and the hardscapes there and turfed around it. It's about 38,000 square feet, and having turf installed isn't that much to have it done to cover that area where you'd never have to do any real maintenance on it again. That's all.
Or we just take care of the grass in our sprinkler system. And actually,
so you actually wind up saving money by not having grass, because then you don't have grass, you don't have fertilizer, you don't have water, you don't have mowing, and you don't have the constant resodding that you would have to do. So you also wouldn't have to have all the labor and manpower in there. To maintain turf, they go through every once in a while to go through, spray any weeds that are growing. You spray them with Roundup. Weeds grow everywhere just based on the fact that they get blown in. They'll still grow in artificial turf. Spray them with a little Roundup. The only requirement you'd have to have from anybody using it is not to put any stakes into the ground.
Okay.
Well, you can still have events, but you can't put a stake. Most of the canopies that I've seen used out there, people are using weights to hold them down, not driving stakes into the ground.
Okay. All right. Appreciate it, Bob. Sure. That was the only question you had after all of them?
Yeah, that was all.
Okay. All right, so we'll close public comments. So, Commission, feedback or thoughts on Veterans Park topic since that was brought up?
I would definitely, with all due respect to Bob, not be a fan of artificial turfing our park. I mean, right across the street from the beach, you can maintain what we got.
I have a comment.
We do have, that is what to do with Veterans Park is, I believe, on the upcoming CRA meeting too, is part of the where do we want to go type questions. Mayor?
When I was at the League of Cities this past year in the fall, one of the issues of South Florida was too much artificial turf being used in cities. And it's plastic that's going on the ground, killing everything that's underneath it. It's making it difficult for the pollinators, the snails, your lovers, all of your organisms, they're just dead. And South Florida is actually creating ordinances to now you have to have grass in your yard or rock or xeriscape so you have the pollinators and the bugs because everything's dying down there. That was just my only comment.
And I think it's ugly. Besides, it doesn't look like grass.
Because it's not
Commissioner Sherm? Okay. All right.
Grass needs help, that's for sure. We need to replace it.
Okay, so we had short public comments, so we're a little bit ahead. Question for the dais. Do we want to come back early from lunch so that'll give us a little bit more time for discussion so I'm not having to rush everybody? So we are at 11:52. We could come back potentially at 12:30, and then that'll, if the presentations stay on track, we'll have a little bit of time buffer to actually talk more.
I'd like to make a suggestion. At the end of the day, we have 15 minutes for commission discussion. Maybe we can already decide if we have any commission discussion from now in the beginning of the day and go ahead and knock that out.
Well, yeah, we don't go to lunch till 12. We can have commission discussion on this part so far.
I'd rather have a full overview before.
At the end?
Yeah.
All right. How do y'all feel about that? Let's get a consensus one or the other. Talk now or later.
I was thinking just...
Both? All right, so I got two for now. I need
Later.
one later. Sherm, you're the swing vote.
I guess we'll go later then.
So I'll talk later. Break for lunch now. Did you have anything?
We're just using up time here. The only thing I want to make sure I get asked sometime today is insurance on what's left of our pier and whether we really need it or not, or anywhere near to the degree that we have it.
Under risk management, please.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking when those comes up.
Okay.
But just give them, just let them
I'd
staff know that that's a question I'm going to be asking.
I'd also like to, at the end of the day, have a game plan of going to the different municipalities and county for direction.
Tourism.
And tourism for ask a Palm Coast for lifeguards, sheriff coverage and all of that. I'm trying to make notes. So just an action plan on that by the time we get to the end of the day. Thank you.
All right, and do
Sense.
we have a consensus? Come back from lunch at 12:30, gain a little bit of
Well, now
time?
you just wasted another 3 minutes. Can we
I know.
make it 35?
What do you all want to do?
Let's eat.
Yep.
All right, we'll do 12:35, Jane. The schedule's too tight. Let everybody know the mayor's going to be out for a little while, and there was a suggestion made by the mayor that, she was wanting direction on asks, things we want to ask Palm Coast, things we want to ask county, ask tourism, and there was a very good suggestion made by city manager that we put that on agenda for a upcoming meeting, and I believe that was next meeting, city manager?
Yes,
Okay.
it is.
And then that way it's not done in a workshop, it's done on agenda, it's formal, and it'll also give us more time to kind of get our thoughts together on that as well. So I thought that was a good suggestion. Are y'all okay with that?
Yep.
Yeah, all right. Excellent. All right, so we have HR.
Hello.
How
Good
you
afternoon,
doing?
everyone. Doing okay.
And you got 3.5 minutes. No, I'm kidding.
All right. Okay, I'm going to summarize and not read all my information. So today we're talking a lot about the city services we provide to the community, goals, objectives. I think our city employees are really our most important asset in accomplishing all of these various goals and determining the quality of service that we deliver to the public. I'm just going to kind of summarize the HR Risk Management Department. Me, handle recruitment and hiring, training and development. Just to give you an idea, I'm not going to go through each and every aspect of hiring and recruitment. Last fiscal year, we hired 22 regular employees and 19 seasonal guards. So we brought on 41 people last year. This year so far, we've hired 15 new employees, and we're starting lifeguard season next week. So we've been quite busy. This department also handles employee relations, personnel policy and procedures, compensation and benefits, doing all the coordinating healthcare benefits, researching that, working with the brokers on that, coordinating with Mission Square, which is our retirement program, and basically complying with all of the different requirements. Risk management, we handle all the claims from workers' comp, liability, property, flood, all of those fall under risk management in this department. Last fiscal year, because they break down claims, we had claims from the storm. They break it down by the actual unit, vehicle and unit. So we had 66 claims last year, 58 of them storm related. So each one is kind of handled like a separate claim, just to give you an idea on that. And as far as last fiscal year, we had 4 workers' comp claims, which is great. We're bringing our numbers down in that area. So that kind of gives you just an overall of what the department does. Kind of changes that we've seen over the last 5 years. Definitely a change in the job market. It is definitely more employee-driven market. After COVID, we did see a large change in the job market. We are also reacting to Florida minimum wage changes. The city is on track to meet all law requirements with that. Something that we're also looking at is an aging workforce. We really need to focus on really strategically planning. Our median age is 52 for city employees, with department heads being at 60. I think we really need to focus on this really kind of going forward in the future, coming up with a plan and focusing on that. Talent shortage, government jobs, we've seen certain shortages, definitely law enforcement, government finance, water, wastewater operations, building department, a lot of your skilled trades. So we are actively looking at that. Another thing that's affecting us is tenure. Tenure is decreasing. Kind of have to really look at the job market. We are above the national numbers for tenure, which is good, but with an aging workforce, we have to kind of look towards the future and address this. The other thing too, just to give you, in the last 5 years, we've added 14 new positions to the city. Various positions are added on, an additional inspector, or in our finance department, we brought back groundskeeping. So there's quite a few different positions that were added in the last 5 years. Proposed changes in program. Well, we're still going to do all of our mandatory compliance, everything with that. I'm looking to talk to you about, in the budget, adding a position to human resources. I did have, for a brief time, an assistant, which was split between the city manager's office and HR. Adding an assistant, I think, with what we're looking at, between risk management and HR, we need to, more time, we have to be strategic. We have to look at succession plans. We really need to expand our training. If we're talking about hiring from within and promoting, we have to make sure those employees are trained in order to move up. Definitely also more proactive external recruiting. I can't be in two places very well. I think added support in the department would able to us to be more proactive recruiting, and also kind of taking a look at future, planning ahead. That, and we need to, we're in the middle of this salary study, but we really haven't done a salary study since 2007 was the prior one. We've done updates here and there, but we need to focus on making that, really focusing and getting on a regular schedule to examine compensation and equity. And then insurance costs, health insurance is rising. Adding a person would really give us more time to research, do additional research into health benefits, making changes, really focusing on a wellness program. All of those things really need more focus. And then our employee assistance program, working on that, would really, right now, I think we're stretched, we're covering everything, we're keeping in compliance, we're doing all the mandatory training, but I think we really need to enhance some of our programs. As far as, I'm not keeping up here, sorry. Personnel operating and capital changes for the 23-24 budget. As I said, I'd like to consider adding a position to the department. The other thing is looking into human resources software. Have some ideas and prices right now. We're kind of haven't updated any technology in quite some time. And that would save time, money. Right now, it's a lot of paperwork, and then that has to be scanned and shredded. And so I would really like to focus on that, and even an online application, really automate applying for the city and make it easier to apply for the city positions. The other thing on my list was citywide life scan assessments. I know that was brought up a few months ago at your commission meeting, doing life scans for all city employees. So that would also be part of a decision module going forward if we wanted to do the life scans and assessments for all employees. And that's all I have. Just my summary there. I can answer any questions.
Good job.
All right, Commissioner Sharon.
Just the one question I had, what kind of, so you're looking to, you don't use any software right now, like HR software for your staff or anything at the moment?
We use BSNA, a module in BSNA, which is the city software that we use throughout different departments. That's basic HR. Their HR module does have, it has an online application. It is not user-friendly. We did try to roll it out. It doesn't have, we can't tailor it to really work the way we want to. It doesn't have, it only has like 2 mandatory fields. Yeah. So we were getting applications that they put their name and address on, what position, and everything else was blank. It's very cumbersome. So we were looking at something to automate that. The other thing is onboarding. Currently, we don't use any type of onboarding software, technology, anything like that. Right now, we're sitting down with someone, printing out policies and procedures, reviewing them, having them sign it, then adding it to their personnel file, then having to scan it in. I mean,
Okay.
we really need to kind of look
move
at.
forward, absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Commissioner Bellinger.
Well, Liz, I know you had a part-time helper, at least at one point. It was kind of taken away from you.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm kind of on board with you having some help, especially with all the turnover that you've had to deal with, and then all the other tasks at hand. So are you proposing a full-time 100% assistant, or something similar to what it was?
Well, the last one was part-time, but it was a full-time position split between the city manager's office and HR. I would like to propose a full-time. Only one of the reasons also, it's also very difficult to find a part-time HR assistant. But I mean, I would be willing to see if we could make it work, even on a part-time basis, and see if we could fill that position.
Okay. And then one thing I wanted to ask you was, now that the pier is pretty much dead in the water, at what rate are we insuring that now?
Well, last year,
back down on it, right?
we did back down. We insured what was remaining of the pier because we knew it was going to be taken down. Demolished and the new project starting. So we had insured it for $485,000, give or take a few dollars. And that was really insuring the first 100 feet, which includes the lifeguard tower.
Okay.
And just beyond that, and any additional money would be used for debris removal or anything like that. We did get paid out the total $485,000 a few months ago.
Okay.
The pier insurance renews in May. Last year we renewed it for the $485,000, and it cost us approximately $55,000 in premium. This year we're having an issue because we are maintaining that first 100 feet. Even with the new pier being built, we are going to keep that first 100 feet. We're really required to keep insurance on it with the FEMA project. We are running into some issues because it is a wooden pier, that first 100 feet, and there's very few companies left in the state of Florida that will insure a wooden pier. I think we're down to 3. Well, there's 4, but one had dropped us. So we are currently going out. I'm working with Brown & Brown. We're trying to get some ideas on premiums and see where we are.
But you've already throttled it back about as far as you can, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, that was my real question.
Yes.
And do we foresee that a new pier will cost us significantly less, or not?
From what I'm being told, it should be less expensive to insure it because of the concrete structure. As of right now,
it's going to be for a lot more than $385,000 or whatever you said it was.
right, but the structure itself being made out of concrete and not wood does change all of the premiums on that. But since it's not done, I can't really I'm being told that it would be less, but I don't know.
Yeah, it'd be nice to have an idea of what that's going to end up being as we move forward with this pier project. So that's what I wanted to bring up. Thank you.
Commissioner Mealy?
No, I don't have any.
Commissioner Spreadley?
I got a couple questions. Thanks, Liz.
Okay.
How many employees do you have right now?
Currently, we have 91 full-time employees, 22 part-time, and then we bring in approximately 20 seasonal lifeguards.
All right, so that's like 130 altogether.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it just strikes me that, that you're woefully understaffed that it just, that number of people, just in my experience in dealing with businesses, it just seems that that's something that needs to be done, and you've given other reasons why. And the other thing, I'm glad to see that you're wanting to implement or improve the wellness program and employee assistance program. I think it's really important, especially a business of this size. I've been active myself personally in the recovery community for nearly 14 years, so I've come across a lot of people in meetings and in other places that have had difficulties with sobriety, whether it's alcohol or drugs. And I know that the success rate is generally low, no matter what efforts people make, but it tends to be higher for those whose employers have an assistance program. It just gives a little edge of encouragement and gives them another tool. So I think that's a great idea. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
You mentioned human resource software, and what's the cost of that?
Well, depending on what type of software we look at and what type of modules, I've gotten a couple of estimates, probably initial cost of like $10,000 to $15,000. But also it could be scaled back, or if we wanted to add something in the future, go with a very basic and then add to it. I'm looking at something that we can definitely work with our current system where we keep personnel records in Laserfish, that it would work hand in hand with that. So kind of working with our existing system and bringing something in, but those are the estimates that I've gotten so far.
And then you made mention of doing additional salary studies, but you're not talking about this coming year or anything?
No, I'm just putting it on everyone. I think
I was going to say, because you haven't finished the one you're done.
No, this one, no. But I think planning in the future, if we could get it on some sort of every 3 years, do a major, take an outside look, a major look every 3 years or 5 years, but then doing, kind of focusing on small changes throughout and re-looking at it, but really focusing. I mean, waiting 16, 17 years to do an outside study is way too long. And really kind of looking at pay grades and changes. There's one thing, giving raises and that, but we also need to look at like changing the ranges and people and classifications as we add more positions.
Okay, that's all the questions I got. Any other comments or questions? City Manager? All right, well, thank you, Liz.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, next we got Public Works. Come on up, Jen. You look so happy. Whichever you like better.
Either way, I'm putting the camera on.
Is your mic on?
Pull it down a little bit, Jen.
We're going to make this as painful as possible.
Apparently. So now you can hear me. 4 departments, transmission distribution, road and streets, sewer connections, repairs and residential backups, which is also a shared budget with Denny's with lift stations, stormwater and drain maintenance. I also share that budget with Lee, so that's also a shared budget. And with the storm drain maintenance, it's been brought to my attention about a lot of the replacement of the trench drains in people's driveways that we're responsible for replacing them as they deteriorate. So.
Is the city responsible for those? Or are those private owners? Any idea? The driveway drains or something?
That's the city's.
I believe it's the city's.
Okay.
Which is not in the budget for replacement of any of that. But I've had a lot of complaints about them, so I just wanted to let you be aware of that.
Is it they need maintenance or
They
they
need to
are
be
not working at all?
replaced. They're just, there's nothing left of them. They're metal, so they're deteriorated to almost just pieces. So there's an address, residential person on Palm Circle, and there's 9 grates that actually go all the way across his driveway, and like 4 are in okay shape. The rest of them are in horrible shape. And they're about, depending on what kind of material you use, they're anywhere from about $60 to $90 a piece from what I've been doing the research on for the size.
But to answer Eric's question, some of it is maintenance, right? You know, once we clear them, we clean out the drains, and then they fill up again. So some of it is maintenance, and some of it's replacement.
Yeah, I mean, the ones that keep debris, you know, residents don't always clean their storm drains out, or the grates, so that helps makes the metal deteriorate a whole lot faster. So,
Well, I guess then that brings up another question. Who's responsible for the maintenance? Is it us or the citizens?
I think it's supposed to be both.
Can't be
We've
both.
never
'Cause if
done
it's
it in
both,
my
it goes like
department.
this.
We've never done it in our department before. We've never went to an address and had a program where we did that. So I'm just learning about it.
So either chief building official, Penny, any idea who is responsible for that? It's got to be documented somewhere.
So I believe the intent was for the homeowner to do the maintenance, keep the leaves cleaned out, you know, any sticks. If it was something they couldn't get to, call the city, and then we would come like force blast it through if something was stuck. But the replacement of the grates, the metal, that's, of course, our area.
Got it. Good info. Sorry, I didn't want to.
Oh, no, it's fine.
We'll let you go first. That was just, no, we weren't sure on that.
Well, it would be a cost item if we went that way. So.
Yeah, well, we paid a contractor to install all of that drain system, so it's just something that's been brought to my attention for the past couple of months, so I just wanted you to be aware of it, especially if we are going to have to budget it to start replacing them, so. Other than that, changes to program services over the last 5 years. Residential growth causing higher demand on installation of water meters and connections to our mains, which we know. I think there's been over 40 water and sewer connections we've been just halfway through the year that we've already done from the amount of houses being built.
So this is not even with the projects on Roberts Road, this is just...
This is, yes.
Houses.
That has to do with us connecting to the water main for laterals and services. So it kind of falls under the price of everything going up. And we are doing a whole lot more building every single year. A lot of the vacant lots are being built on. So our materials are, some of our materials has gone up like 50%. So with doing, say, 25% more than last year, we're already halfway through the budget and half of the budget's already gone. Not just because of more growth in our community and building for using parts to do the connections. It's also the price of the parts. Which is enormous increase to repairs to the galvanized water main lines. It's another reason why it's been taking a good bite of our budget. Just to make repairs to those, the repair sleeves that we use are a couple $100s a piece. And you know the amount of water lines we've been repairing and working on in the past several months. That puts a big damper on our budget. The water lines and shut-off valves are age required replacement over 50%. Deteriorized water lines, increasing the new installation of water service lines to residential meters. So, of course, more people building, you got purchase of more water meters, including parts of installation, things like this. The cost of materials doubled. The demand of new signs and replacements and signs needed due to age or from storms and hurricanes. We usually have $10,000 budgeted in the capital for like last 5 years. It was supposed to be in this year's budget. Somehow it got overlooked and it is not budgeted at all for this year, which it's usually in there every single year. So all the signs that are missing in town from the hurricane and stuff, that is not budgeted to replace all of those, which would be it's a good bit of money. Just to replace 4 signs for the library is going to be a couple $100, like $200 including shipping. So, I mean, that $10,000 was really missed. I don't know what happened, but it's not there, so. Changes to programs, services over the last 5 years. Residential growth causing higher demand and installation. Oh, I gotta change my page. Proposed changes to the programs and services. Contract to provide to private sectors installation shutoff valves so galvanized lines can be abandoned. South 13th and South 15th, for example. Street replacement of aged valves no longer working. So I'm trying to create like a valve replacement program for ones that either need to be repaired or replaced that no longer work. So if we have to shut down sections of town, we need valves that work. And currently we have quite a few that do not. So we have a hydrant maintenance, fire hydrant maintenance, but we also need to have just not maintenance. We also need fire hydrant replacement budgeted. Evaluate cost of installation on gravity sewer main on Oak Street. I don't know if you're aware of that situation.
What is it?
It is, so it's 2 houses over off of Oak Street, off of Pine Tree and Palm Drive. So it's the dirt road section. So there's 2 houses there that are still on septic, and they're not hooked to city sewer. And they would like for a sewer line to be installed down that road so they can be connected to city sewer. So that was something that we started when Whitson was here. So it was discussed, and those people were really pushing to be on city sewer. So we just do new construction homes. So this is actually would be connecting to an existing home. So it's nothing we can do in-house, which we could, but you have to do permits and you got to get FDP involved. It's more of a bigger, you have to contract this out. It's a lot more involved in it than just us going and tapping into our sewer main and installing a new connection. So the fees to that is a whole lot more involved in that than, that's another reason why I guess they've never been fully connected and the sewer's never been fully installed, even though they are in between 2 streets that have sewer, they just do not. And they were promised
something about the streets not belonging to the city.
Yeah, and that is not, yes, that's, they're just, It does belong to the city, and we maintain that. We've put millings down there and fixed the road, and we maintain it. We don't forget about them. We may not get over there as often as they would like us to, but they're not forgotten about, I assure you. But Whitson did promise them that we would do something about it, so just letting you be aware of that situation. They're not going to let that go.
Right. And that can also be done through assessment, where it's charged back to just those homeowners, and all the taxpayers aren't paying for that. And it can include the engineering cost, everything.
Because when every house was built that's on sewer, there was a charge for that installation, right?
Yes, I have those assessment records going back to the 30s. Yes, I do. That's why we won the Morningside lawsuit, was those
Right,
records.
I remember that. But I just thought for anybody who's paying attention that we're not being mean to those people. It's
Correct.
something everybody has already paid generations ago.
Yes.
I know Commissioner Mealy and Commissioner Belham are probably aware, when we did Pine Island about 8 years ago, it was all done with outside contractors. We just don't have the equipment or the manpower to be putting sewer in for those. They, at that time, they were all on septic.
Yes.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you. And next, we're the purchase of a VACON truck to repairs on our water main and lift stations. It'll make significant reductions to our contractual cost for Vinny and I both, for storm water maintenance, water repairs.
Right.
It's be a huge cost, but could get a lot of use out of it. The fiscal year of 22 to 23, due to Hurricane Ian and Nicole, significant amount of signs. I already told you about that. I'm looking into the stop bars and the paving of roads. I also did talk to FDOT about Moody Lane. It's not in their 5-year budget plan to do anything with that street. They don't think it needs to be repaved or anything, but if we would like to repaint any lines or anything on it, that we can do so, but they don't plan on doing anything with that street.
Take them for a ride on it, it's like a washboard.
So just to get you up to date on that conversation I had
know.
this week.
Appreciate you quizzing them on it.
Yes. And
Maybe the county can get on them a little too, because it accesses their park.
it absolutely
Parks.
does. And yep, and their boat ramp. And personal operating capital changes, I really don't have a whole lot. Currently have 2 positions to be filled, which we did last week, and then today we had 2 new laborers start, so.
So you don't have 2 positions to fill?
Well, we just have one of our staff members, who is our light equipment operator, just got his distribution license. So he will be taking over Lyndon's position, was utility mechanic. That position was never filled. So Rob got his license and he's going to fill that position. So then I'll need a light equipment operator to replace his position. And we currently have 2 utility mechanics. The second one, he is fixing to retire in 2 months. So then we'll have to fill that position.
Okay, so we have 2 positions to fill.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And it's pretty much it.
All right, Commissioner Spradley. Commissioner Mealy.
Getting back to Oak Street.
Yes.
You wrote, evaluate the cost of installation. Can we move past that and just decide we're going to do it?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, I know we need to know the cost of it, but it's something we need to do. So I think we shouldn't say evaluate the cost, but
Penny?
I don't know how else to work, how to work.
I don't know how to work.
If you do direct staff to move forward with that, when you create the assessment resolutions to put the payment plan on those residents, you have to have all those costs. So you need to have your engineering done, you need to have it bid out, all of that.
I get that, but
Cost.
to me, the way I read this is like, well, we might not do it, so let's just figure out how much it costs. I think we need something more definitive.
All right, let's do something more definitive. Do we have a consensus to put sewer on Oak Street?
Yes.
Yeah, if they're asking for it.
Jane?
Yeah.
Okay, that's unanimous.
Can I make, because I want to
City manager.
piggyback on the assessment issue, that's going to be an important part of this, that the residents have to pay an assessment for
Right.
recouping the cost. So whatever goes into it, we need to bring Drew in and get the legal format for what we're going to do on the assessment.
Right.
Bring the residents in, make sure they're aware of it and get their agreement. That's not in my experience, that's not a short-term process. That's going to take a while.
Right. Well, you just got the first part done.
Takes a little bit, and it's usually broken down into annual payments due to usually the size of the cost, and it's only 2 residents. So, it's going to be a higher price just for that. And also, you have already codified plans for impact fee payments annually instead of paying it all up front and everything. So it's something you'll recoup your cost, and you can add an interest in that. It just won't be right away, that same fiscal year.
Okay, and I get all that. I think I'm not being clear. I get that we have to go through all those steps, and I get the reasons why. But again, when I read this, it's like, maybe we'll.
So it just says evaluate. It doesn't say move forward with
Right.
preparing.
Right.
We can move forward.
Okay.
Okay, so, yeah, okay, and that's the only comment.
And you know what's involved with it.
Okay, Commissioner Bellhumeur.
Yeah, I got a couple of them here. In your proposed changes to service, you talk about installation of shut-off valves on 13th and South 13th and 15th. Didn't Klein just do that?
They did, but they were not cut and capped, so they're not abandoned. Because we were not able to shut down Central. There's a valve on 13th that doesn't work, so it's broken. So we were not able to shut down those 2 streets to cut and cap them.
Is Klein done?
They're done.
So we're responsible for the mess they left behind.
Because on our part of it, we weren't able to shut those 2 lines down so they could finish their job. We tried to shut down Central from 11th Street to 18th Street, from A1A all the way to South Flagler, and we still had enough water pressure. They couldn't get the job done. I mean, you opened up a hydrant on any of those blocks and it was full pressure.
I understand.
So
well, we just got to make sure that any future projects get done.
I agree.
Something had to be done. You talking about the additional costs and how much it costs to make new connections and so forth for new builds. Is it time to increase the connection fee? Sounds like it to me.
Well, that's a pass-through cost, correct? We shouldn't be losing money on that.
Right.
So we shouldn't have to change the budget to match that.
No, it's not. It's
That whole
not
chart
necessary.
that we get.
Now, the back-on truck.
Yes.
What were you talking about in dollars there, and what's the breakdown between your department and wastewater?
Want to join me or Rick or Vinny?
Sorry, man, we didn't go over on this one.
Yeah.
We, for the new vac truck, we're looking at $380,000.
At the high end.
Yes. Right now, we have the back trailer, which is just barely limping along. Yes, Eric, like me.
It needs to be some repairs done to it. But we still
it's
need
tiny,
it.
too.
But we
It
still
doesn't
need
really service you well.
Well, and it does, but this vac This truck is only 100 gallons more. But the difference is that it will pump with a 6-inch hose.
Right.
Where ours is the suction, yes. So we only use a 2-inch. So ours gets clogged up all the time. You constantly have to disconnect hoses, unclog all the sand. You have to use a pressure washer to clean the lines out because it can't handle what we're using it for on some of these jobs. Where this is a 6-inch hose, you don't have to worry about all that. It also takes us about 15 minutes to dump it and empty it to be able to come back to the job site, where this truck uses 2 minutes to empty the water. And we also could use it for lift stations, but water breaks, storm drains, I can do 10 a day instead of 2.
380.
Oh, because of the size of the line.
And for a forced main break, for instance, you would have to still contract that out because this truck isn't big enough, right?
Correct.
How much is a larger truck?
You have to have a CDL.
Okay.
So anybody that's, another reason why it's a smaller tank is because it doesn't require a CDL.
It's under the weight limit.
Yes.
And how many gallons is it?
600.
And your trailer one's 500? Well, not much of a difference, is it?
The turnaround time is the big difference.
And the multiple uses of it.
Yes. The
Yeah, I get it. You could use it for your sewer main breaks to some degree.
sewer main breaks, water line breaks,
water
storm
table
water.
repairs, and okay.
Now, they have also, this particular company has also proposed that they would lease us a truck so that we could get the feel of what they have for 30 days. In that 30 days, they would do some repairs on our trailer.
Because they specialize in that?
That's what they specialize in.
Okay.
I usually think it's a
that kind of answers my questions. One last thing. I was talking to Bill earlier about trimming back these right-of-ways, and he said that his coverage ends with the CRA. So is that something that you'll be able to gear up on now that you have some more people?
I have my guys, when they're driving to a location or doing locates in the morning or a job site, to make sure that they're being aware of anything that needs to be trimmed on the line of sight of any of these stop signs, four-way stops, all that kind of stuff. Now that we have 2 more employees instead of just 3, we can hopefully get caught up on some of this.
Overgrowth in the right-of-ways is an issue, for sure.
It is, I agree.
Okay. All right, thank you, Joe. That's all I got.
What was going to be the split that never got answered between departments for the?
Correct.
Is it divided by 3 or 2?
It's going to be 3 of us, right?
It's divided by 3. Okay, that's all I need.
Stormwater.
And then what's the low end of the truck? You said high end's 380.
It is, right? It depends on, so,
How we bill it.
right,
But
it's
what
how
would
we
be the
build
low
it. It depends on how we build it, and that,
So what's the range? It would be as low as or as high as?
no, I had that piece of paper.
I mean, it doesn't have to be exact. You're talking like 300, 3.
It was about 10,000 different.
Oh, okay, so we're at 380.
Like a range, depending on what you do and do not need.
Okay, the other comment I have is, so we lost a bunch of signs during the hurricanes. I would think that that should be able to get filed under FEMA, right?
I don't know that it was.
Like,
I don't know that it was claimed.
is that
I'd
window
have to check.
closed?
I'd have to check.
Okay, and so I guess those are things to check. The other thing would be if we are missing signs from the hurricanes, that would be something that we could and probably responsibly should pull from reserves to fix, and then we can put money set aside each year. But I don't think waiting for a new budget year to replace a bunch of signs that got damaged in a hurricane is a wise idea.
I agree with that.
Just, that's my thoughts. So as far as moving forward in this year, so this is another thing where if we have trenches that are for drainage that don't work, that are the responsibility of the city, I am of the opinion that they should get fixed. Sooner than later. This would apply to any of the other drainage and stormwater problems that we have, even if that means pulling from reserves. However, if there's maintenance to trenches, that is not our responsibility. So if we're going to do our part and fix them, then we need to ask property owners that if they have maintenance issues, that we need to, send folks out there and knock on doors and say, look, we need this fixed. Because it is critical that if there is homeowner maintenance that needs done to them, that we need to encourage those homeowners to get that done, because this project won't work correctly if they don't do it. And then the flip side of that is if we have stuff that doesn't work correctly, we need to fix it. That's just my thoughts on that. The other thing is, I don't know if I am of the belief that we need to consider looking at, since we're talking about budgeting and strategic plan, if we have roads that are not paved, like Oak, like there's another one on South Side, by where Barbara Revels lives.
Yes.
Yeah, if we
Off
have
of
roads in the
22nd.
city, if we have roads in the city that aren't paved, this isn't some 1900s mountain town. We should probably get up to the 2020s and pave roads. I'm of that belief. I think that needs work.
Some of them are deed restricted, we can't.
Right.
Well, they're
Well, the
private
ones that-
roads.
yeah.
The Powell Street, you mentioned, Sarah, John Bull. So even like when debris pickup after a storm, we don't go down there and pick it up.
Okay.
But
So it'd be the
roads
ones
we
that
do
are ours,
own,
though.
like Marlin, we ended up doing millings there because I don't remember how much it was, but it was almost $200,000 just to pave that, like 200 feet.
And that was another where, once the homeowner was educated on the process and the cost and the split of the front footage, he himself backed off of the paving and said, millings will be fine.
Right. But if it is a street that is a Flagler Beach street, it's not deed restricted or anything like that, I'm just of the belief that we really need to set aside money and get those paved. I just think we're there. It's time. That's the only comments I had. City Manager, you look like you have some.
I was going to just comment that those type of capital improvements need to be put in your plan, because that's going to take you a multi-year process to do that, and it may involve assessments. So, and anytime you go into an assessment process, it's going to be drug out for a long period of time. So we can put it in the plan, but I just want to make sure you're aware that that's not a 12-month cycle on doing streets.
Yeah,
we got.
And we have to make sure we know which streets we're talking about.
Correct.
First of all, most people that live on dirt roads are very happy about it. They don't want us paving them. And I went to the planning board meeting yesterday with, I think it's called Legacy now, John Horan's old project behind CVS. So we got into a thing about trucks not being able, garbage trucks and fire trucks not being able to get down Joyce Street, and they're going to pave Joyce Street, and I know the current residents of Joyce Street will not be happy about that. So, got to be careful with that.
Yep, so that's something that we probably need to talk about when we get into capital and stuff.
As part of the budget process, we can start formulating that as part of the capital plan, but I just want to make sure that the commission's aware that it's not a 12-month cycle, and it may not go on at all because people will object to going through the assessment. And
Or having their streets paved. They don't.
Or
just don't
having
want
their
it.
streets paved,
There's a
especially
couple that definitely want their
potential
streets
assessment
paved.
associated with it.
Yep, and as far as these trenches go, before we get to budgeting, we're gonna have to have a number to work with. Like somebody needs to go around and find out what this is gonna cost us, just like these other issues. Just put eyes on it and say, here's the trenches that are Flagler Beach trenches that we're responsible for, and here's what's gonna cost us.
And you also need to consider stormwater too, because like Oak, I guess it's Lane over on by Pine Tree, or is that street, Oak Street? I mean, that was one of the areas that flooded so bad, and you said you couldn't even get your vehicle down there after the hurricane. So now if you're taking away the dirt where the water filters through and you're adding concrete, asphalt, whatever, where's that water going to go to? Now it's going to make it even worse. So you need to put stormwater in, which also increases charges. Just, it snowballs. It's, you know, it's a vicious cycle.
Which is, yeah, and it's a cycle we need to start working on. All right, we were way over on this. Any other comments? Any other time we gained, we lost.
Yes.
All right. All right, well, thank you, Jen.
You're welcome for the 4 budget.
You survived.
Thank you.
All right. Wastewater, Vinny.
He looks about as anxious as she was.
About the same. On for the camera. Vince, wastewater utilities mechanic. We operate and repair and maintain the lift station, pump station, wastewater plant, lift station, repair equipment, and provide assistance to any utility department and stormwater. Changes the program in the last 5 years, inspected all the sewer manholes in the city, coordinated with contractors to repair manholes due to infrastructure, and replaced 50 ring and covers. We got 6 manhole line due to infrastructure failure and 3 wet wells, which is pump stations. Help repair water breaks, 3 force main breaks, and the major one was at the wastewater plant where we had ECS repaired at it. Wastewater program changes. I'm looking to get a vac truck to help clean stations out. An additional 50 new ring and covers, 6 manhole rehabs, and a new utility mechanic. And after the 4 inches of rain we had a couple of weeks ago, Johnny could back me up on this, we saw a change on the flow after the 50 ring and covers we did. Yes.
Oh, so there was
That's a good thing.
Yeah.
And those 50 next ones you're talking about, those are all targeted? You went through and prioritized them all?
Not yet, but I will get there.
Same with the rehab of the 6 manholes?
The rehab of the 6 manholes, the structure over in Ocean Marina, it's terrible. They got holes on the floor. Yeah.
Is that all you got?
Yep.
Wow. Commissioner Sherman.
Yes, just 2 quick questions. So I know Mike and I spoke about this, about the lift station over by Snack Jacks, and I see it's listed here.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. I do have a question about, can we put that in the budget to get that moved? Is that a long-term plan to get that moved to the other side of the street, or is that is that a capital budget plan?
That's the first time I'm hearing about it.
It's done.
It's done? Oh, no, it's on A1A.
It's on by the dumpster area.
Yeah, it got moved to the other side.
It did get moved to the other side.
Yes,
Okay.
it did.
District. Okay, never mind that question. And then the wastewater utility mechanic that you're proposing, would be a new position then with on this? Okay.
Because right now my guy's out and I'm the only one here.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner
So you're 1 person or 2?
2.
So you want it
he's
to be
1
3?
person.
Well, I get that. So you're wanting it to be, you're,
The department.
your department, you're a huge department.
It's me and one other guy.
So you're proposing it be 3?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. What are you going to do with $4.5 million?
Don't know yet.
Well, I think it's a fair question.
Well, no, it splits between me and Johnny at the wastewater plant.
Right.
And yeah. I'm thinking about moving all the station, or a couple of the stations that's in the flood zone, like 12th Street, move it up to like the alleyway right there. Actually, can't really move 3rd Street because where would I put it? So it's probably going to actually built up higher than it is, actually relocated.
At some point, you're gonna have to move that anyway, right, with that reconfiguration of South Flagler? And that's gonna be right in the middle of the sidewalk.
Actually, we're gonna actually move it closer to, actually further back in, so right.
Move it west?
Yes.
Okay. And elevate it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. Y'all got me sweating.
All right, there are my questions. Just, I hope we can use that money towards getting our water intrusion cured.
So
That's all I got.
that 4.5 million you're referencing, that is money that when it comes budgeting time, I'm assuming we're going to be looking at capital projects lined up with that?
It was
Either with the budget or separate from the budget because of the plant construction process.
Correct.
You'll see it, yes.
Okay.
So it's going to be spread in different spots, right? Right.
The 4.5 million is already tied to projects that are.
Ben, if you're going to talk, you got to come up. You
Let's add some energy to this.
Name and company.
Ben Free, CPA. So the 4.5 million is split about 50-50. Lee's got half of it to raise 4 lift stations.
Okay.
They're already identified.
Okay.
On the wastewater plant side, there's 2 projects. Those are identified. So that money's committed to those
This is already
6 items
spoken
already.
for.
Yes.
Okay.
That was quick and
Already in
easy.
capital projects, got it. All right, Commissioner Mealy.
Nope, I don't have anything.
Commissioner Spradley.
No.
All right, and I don't have anything.
When you get your truck?
We're working on it. It's a work in progress.
All right.
We have contacted the dealership. We're just waiting for a call back. Apparently, they're buried. I called 2 months ago for my truck. No response yet.
Okay, next we have, thank you, Vinnie. Next we have water treatment. Jim.
And you gained 10 minutes there, didn't
Yes,
you?
you did.
Mr. Hammer.
All right. Our current program is service, my name is Jim Raymer, Water Plant Superintendent. Sorry about that. Hope you understand what I'm saying. I'm going to start slowly because I got a hole in my mouth from cancer treatment. But anyways, we provide drinking water that meets both DEP and EPA standards. We're currently doing repairs from Hurricane Nicole, or we have with some locations. We're expanding our well field to reduce damage to the aquifer by adding wells. We now got 15 up and running, 16's in the process right now. We got a grant for 16. Moving our raw water lines in the north and south ends with the subdivisions being built on Palm Coast. We're going to remove some of those. We have one already been moved, excuse me. Replace flow meters on treatment trains. They're original from 2008, so they need to be replaced. We replaced all of them. We're upgrading our telemetry system out in the plant. Building a road to well 13. Upgrading our high service pumps out in the plant. Inspecting and cleaning our south tank. Okay. Water treatment plant changes to program and services over the last 5 years. Increase our raw water production to cover the city's growth. To prevent chloride contamination, which would lead us to go to full-blown RO, reverse osmosis. Replaced our high service pumps with more power efficient pumps and motors. Replacing our flow meters on the first stage of all of our treatment trains. Installing new flow meters on the second stage of all our treatment trains, which were never in in first place, they were never in there, so we put them in so we can understand the flow in our second stage, in our train, so we know if there's any blockage for cleaning purposes. We installed new LED lights throughout the plant, inside and outside, for more power efficiency. We made electrical building to house our electrical components in a climate-controlled environment. We had our motors refurbished for more power efficiency. We expanded our well field by adding wells 12R, 14, and 15. Water treatment plant, fiscal year 23-20 proposed changes to program and services. Replace our 2 3,000-gallon acid tanks. Manufacturer recommends replace them every 12 years, and in 24 will actually be 12 years. Expand our well field to cover city growth. Well 16, which will be another 500,000 gallons per day. Design a 1 million gallon tank, storage tank on plant grounds to cover additional city growth. Proposed, purchase adjacent land to the plant parcel, I gave the number on there, and repaint the south tank exterior. And personnel operating capital changes for 23-24 budget. Well, I was 3 operators, now we're down to hiring 1. We had 1 come back and another one just left, so we already got his position filled. Alan's coming back. Make our part-time operator position a full-time position. And like I said, hopefully purchase adjacent land to the water plant that I've got pictured there. Not the whole thing, just the side where the plant is located at, like the southwest corner. I don't have his road. Oh, it doesn't show it. Shoot.
Yeah, the laser's not working. So the plant's right here. So you're talking about this?
Yes, yes. So the guy has a listed for $700,000. We don't need that much. He's not going to be able to use it anyways. So that's what we're asking if we can maybe purchase to put the main or the tank there on the northeast corner of the property.
So what's the cost?
Of what?
The land.
The whole land is $700,000. So I'm saying we don't need the whole thing. That part where we want, he's not going to be able to use that for nothing. It's just dead land. So he might be willing to sell it for $10,000, $20,000. I don't know. I think we'd have to ask the landowner that.
It's a private owner, not a city. Okay.
All right. You're done your part?
Yes, sir.
Commissioner, let's start with Jane. Jane, you go first.
Egad. First of all, it's great to see you in person.
Thank you.
Expanding our well field, I know we started with well 16.
We're in the process right now of trying to get that started. I'm negotiating with the city attorney and their attorney, Michael Chumento. Sorry, I didn't mean to pronounce his name wrong. But now I've got guidance, a little bit of guidance, waiting for the landowner to turn his paperwork in to Palm Coast, see if it gets approved. If it does get approved, then he'll know what kind of piping I'll need to buy for him. He'll put it in the ground, but we need to buy it because we get it cheaper with the tax rate. We don't pay taxes on it, so we get it cheaper for him. That's in the agreement with the landowner.
Okay.
And
the 500,000 gallons per day.
Yeah.
That's in addition to what we already.
Yeah.
Does that take us beyond the 1 million gallons a day that we're allowed?
Oh yeah. That'll give us 7 wells.
Yeah. So do we have permission to increase our cup, or?
Right now, that's what we have for our cup, is up to 16 well, up to 16.
Oh, we do.
After that, we have to go back to St. John's Egg, which we like to do, because we got 2 or 3 other spots that the landowner's given us to drop wells in. And that'll really spread out our field a lot better, so we're not tearing it up.
Right, you can rotate.
Exactly.
Yeah,
That's what we're doing now. We're doing odd one week, even the next week, and going back and forth with the 6 wells we got now.
And what is our cup good for?
Up to what?
Up to?
It's up to 900,000 gallons a day.
Okay.
So that means we'd have to get new permitting to get more water, correct?
Yes, we have to renew our permit, go back to St. John's to increase it when we want to go to 17 and 18 and 19 wells. Number 17, 18, 19. Not actually 18 wells. We only got 7 right now. We 7, we got 16 in the ground.
So is that significant cost that we need to budget when we do this?
It'll be just something with our engineering firm to go to them and get an expansion of the wells. I mean, when we want to say, I'll have to put it in the budget and go in 17. But I go out and go to each one of my contributors, like the well driller, the design and engineering costs and all that, and put it together in a package and bring it to y'all and say, hey, this is what well 17 is going to cost. I'm not going to take what 16's cost and say, here's what. No, it ain't going to work that way, because price and everything's going to go up, no matter what you say. Everything's going up.
Okay, a lot of this has to do with the increased growth. Does some of this come out of impact fees? I know water is something we can charge impact fees for, correct?
Yes, you can,
Okay, and we will?
if that's what the commission chooses to do.
Okay.
That's for new facilities, though, correct?
Correct.
So this well 16 is new, and it's
fees to maintain stuff? Or only create new stuff?
I think to create new stuff.
Right.
And designing the 1 million gallon tank to cover additional growth, that would be, I think, something that could come out of impact fees. Am I correct?
Say that again, please.
The third bullet that Jim has is design a 1 million gallon tank storage plant on plant ground, due to the increased growth. That could be charged to impact fees, correct? Because it's new. It's something that's created because of new growth.
Yes, but again, understanding you're not going to recoup all the costs through impact.
Oh, I know that,
Yeah.
but
Yes.
some of it will be paid for out of impact fees.
Could be, yes.
Okay.
The land as well? Purchasing land to expand it?
I don't know. I don't know if the land itself could be or the facilities itself. I'm not sure of that question. I just don't know.
Okay.
I'd have to check.
Is that all your questions?
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Bellhumeur?
Well, we already asked that question. Well, I guess I don't have a whole lot more than what I just repaint the south tank exterior. You're talking about on site at the water plant, right?
Yeah.
Are you
I'm talking about
the tower?
Tower, yeah. It's new for,
How often does that get painted?
We try to get at least 10 years out of it. But this year with all the hurricane and stuff and the damage we got from that, it's really rusting and it needs to be done.
That was only painted like 3 years ago or something?
No.
It was, Stan Drescher was the last one to, he was the one who got the design up on the top.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a while back.
That's a long time ago.
They do a lot of touch-up work on it to get it by, but there's so much paint on it right now, they can't put another coat of paint on there, it's going to just peel right off.
Okay.
So you got to sand, I mean, this is going to be a full-blown project. I mean, they're going to sandblast down the metal, primer it with a special primer now they've got, zinc primer, so it doesn't, the salt air doesn't adhere to it, and then paint it. And it's gonna be, I just gave, the finance department the two ways we can pay it, either a 5-year plan or an 8-year plan.
Okay. All right.
Commissioner Sherman.
Yes, I just had a question about this purchasing of this land. When we were going over that, we were looking to potentially, if we were to approve it in the budget, we were to, purchase that little sliver. Would there be any, I guess maybe it's a question I could ask Commissioner Stradley too, is it, what would there be legal, parts of that? Because if we're going to have to subplot that lot, and then also, is the zoning of that lot going to be any issue for us? I just want to make sure that if we did approve it in the budget, that we maybe address some of those questions now to make sure that, that money would be allocated and we could actually follow through with the purchase of that land.
Well, we don't even know if the owner's willing to subdivide it. There's a long way to go to have that thing budget ready.
It's commercial zone land. It was the same owner who owns the Dodge dealership, Mr. Miller, which he's pretty old. When my husband worked there, I think his daughter rented it.
Is your mic off when you step out?
Brutally honest.
So,
Right in on.
I guess to piggyback off what Commissioner Sherman was saying is come budget time, we would have to have a lot of that legwork figured out to even consider it. We'd have to know, it basically comes down to cost. The property owner's got subdivided, and there's a lot, and all that has costs, and then we would, as a city, have to find out if we can build what we want on that piece of land as well, just to make sure. But that's all things we got to have wrapped up before budgeting.
Before or during, during the process. We'd first have to find out if there's any willingness on the owner to sell the land and whether or not that land can potentially be moved into the plant, and us be able to construct the facilities on that land that we so desire. So we could start that process.
Was that old concrete structure demolished and removed?
Not yet. We got quotes on that, have that removed. I'm sorry I didn't put it on my PowerPoint. I missed that.
Now, if you weren't able to get that land, you could put a smaller tank there. Right?
Well, the problem is the mapping of the water, how it's going to flow. It's going to have to come back to the plant, and you're going to lose co-efficiency flowing it back out to the main to go out the city. Because you want to make sure that water's turning over too at the same time, not sitting there. So that's the main factor why we wanted to put it in that corner, because right there is our main going out to the city.
Understood.
So it's all logistical right there.
Right.
It really worked better there. And the problem is,
a lot less plumbing.
Well, the problem is, all the water running from the plant out to that electric building comes across there.
Okay.
So they have to, if we want to move it back toward it, we have to rip all that, rewire it, and I don't know what. I'm just asking if we get a little private, little sliver, and make our life a lot easier designing and putting it in the ground.
Doesn't hurt to ask.
Yeah.
First they can say is no.
We're still under.
That's all I got. Oh, no, you're good.
Since Fanny knows him, she can go and talk to him. Come on.
Commissioner Spradley?
No questions.
Okay, I didn't have anything. Well, I did have one question here written down. So you have hire 3 operators to fill open positions. There's no impact to budget. This is just hire 3 and request 3.
They're in the budget. That's funny. Out of the 3, one found the grass is green on the other side of the fence, found out it wasn't. He's coming back, so that gives me 2. Well, I might as well say it. We have Alan coming back, so he's going to take one of them, so I got 1 opening.
All right.
Alan's coming back.
Alan, yeah.
That's
Alan.
interesting.
All right. Any other comments for Jim? All right. Thank you, Jim.
All right, thank you.
All right, next Johnny's up.
Got me set up, man. Got you set up. Knock down the clock.
He brought his guard with him.
Hi, I'm Johnny Lynn, wastewater superintendent. It's Ben Freeze. I know him, CPH. He's an engineer. And let's see, how does this work? Do you click? How does that click over?
Yeah, you gotta push that.
The right arrow.
Okay, let me get on this. Is this the right page here? Okay, basically we treat all the raw wastewater from the city of Flagler Beach. It's disposed to the intercoastal waterway. We're going to need to get out of the intercoastal waterway by January 1st, 2032, which leaves us 8.5 years to plan, design, fund, and construct the improvements. And we have Jane on here. We do the Citizen Academy every year. So,
And a fine job you do.
thank you. Now, if you click over to page 2, we didn't have nothing under here, but we did do some work on our south clarifier because that's our main clarifier in our aerators. We did some mechanical work to keep it going until the new plant's up and running. So we're doing a lot more maintenance than what we used to do. So that's basically what we did in the last 5 years out there. Okay, now we got the, I'll click over. Now we got the proposed changes to programs and services, development of a reclaimed water system, reclaimed water utility, revisions to our utility rate study to accommodate the proposed reclaimed water, modifications to the current FDEP SRF loan to include the operations building and a berm around our fence for flooding. And we received a hurricane stormwater and wastewater assistance grant, which, like I said earlier, we're splitting that with Vinny on his stuff. Okay, of course, that's our master lift station, flow equalization, 4 lift stations for Vinny, and 20 manhole rings and covers. Okay. Okay, the construction of the new Flagler Beach wastewater facility, we will be carrying over some funding from this year to next year. The new screw press will be going in, so we'll be carrying over some funding again for that because we got grants for that. The new operations building, we're going to be carrying over funding for that because that'll be the SRF loan, I believe, or is that a separate? Okay. And we have CPH. I like to put them under professional services because the previous finance director always had labor force under there. I'm like, well, labor force, what? They're not professional services. So I like to put CPH there and move labor force under rentals and leasing since we do rent them. So I'd like to.
I don't know, how professional are you?
I asked Kathleen.
I have to shovel sludge out of sand right now.
Yeah, right.
He got that clicker to work left-handed.
Oh.
Yeah, that's right.
He's talented. I don't have a clicker.
And CPH, they're going to be providing a scope of services proposal for the commission's approval later on down the road. Okay, then we need the next page. Okay. CPH will provide a scope of services for the lift station rebuilds, the master lift station design, and now the chemical costs and operating costs will be going up, unfortunately, due to mostly fuel. So sludge hauling costs will be going up. Labs, that's going to be going up. And I got 2 positions here. Believe it or not, I like to delete the 2 trainee positions and get my other operator on here. So we're going to have 3 operators.
He's got the license for it?
Yes, ma'am. He has a B. For some reason, he wasn't on the sheet here, so I just want to make sure. So I'd like to delete the 2 trainees, and we're going to stick with 3 operators. Because in '87, when I got here, we had 3 operators, and nothing's changed. I'm basically doing the same thing I was doing in '87, except more maintenance. But and the special and incentive pay, that's a question mark. We don't get call pay, so I'm not worried about that. If something happens, yes, I will call them in, but we don't get any special call pay, so that's not a big deal. And I would like to say that Liz stole my thunder. I was going to say the same thing about the salary study. The city should do this every 3 to 5 years to keep the salaries competitive. So unless Ben's got anything, that was quick. Any questions? Or?
I'll answer questions.
Okay.
All right, we'll start with Commissioner Bellinger this time.
I'm first, huh? All right. Well, we've been gonna put the screw press in for years now. You think we'll get it done soon?
We're going to be ordering the thing. I got it all laid out and designed. They got to approve the contractor that we have, and I think we can be starting within the next 30 to 45 days.
So how soon after that will the sludge process end? As far as the drying beds?
6 to 8 months, and most of that time is waiting on the manufacturer of the screw press.
So they haven't even ordered a screw press yet?
Haven't got it approved through
Ben,
DEP.
you gotta talk on the mic.
Oh, sorry. We haven't got it approved through DEP yet.
Okay.
So it is going to carry into the following budget?
Yes.
then?
So the reason I was asking those questions was because he was talking about sludge hauling going up in cost.
Mostly fuel. That's mostly from fuel. We're under a contract right now for the next 2 years. So it's just the fuel. That's,
okay.
The fuel wasn't budgeted.
Well, there will be some hauling after the screw press as well.
For a little while, right.
So what, will you keep one of those drying beds for storage or something?
Well, eventually the big ones, we'll keep those for future stuff until, once we're done with the whole plant.
There's 4 small drying beds. They'll be decommissioned, and in the decommissioning process, we have to dig them out down to a depth of almost 15 feet and put new sand back in there, and then they're decommissioned from the facility.
And that will also eliminate labor force. That's what I use them for. And once they're gone, so I'm going to keep them in the budget this year. So next year, hopefully, we'll be done with labor force.
So what are you thinking as a proposal for incentive pay for?
Oh, I looked it up. That was just call pay. We're not on call per se like Public Works and Vinny. So that's not a big deal. Just leave that alone. We don't get call pay. Now, if something breaks and I need somebody to come in, yes, they would come in. But that was like what they used to call beeper pay. We don't get beeper pay out there.
So we might actually get some dirt moved out there this year, as far as getting started with something?
I want to see dirt moving in about 45 days.
Sweet. Okay. I'll end on that.
Commissioner Sherman,
Commissioner Belheimer asked the question I was going to ask, and I'm all set.
Commissioner Mealy,
Nope.
Commissioner Spradley.
No questions.
I don't have any questions either. City Manager?
Damn, good job, Johnny.
We got off easy. I love it.
All right. Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you.
You got a break already?
Yep.
We're running ahead. Do y'all want to get another one? Do another module? We have our building official here.
Sure.
All right.
Yeah, I'll wait.
Mr. McFadden.
Well, I honestly didn't have time to get a presentation together. I've been scribbling notes. I was out for 3 weeks. When I came back, my inspector was out for almost a week. We kind of fell apart. But I do have a few notes if the commission would like to entertain them. We
have slides.
Oh, we do?
Yeah.
Huh. I guess Marlene tricked me.
Were you past the clicker? There you go.
Which one, the green button?
The right, the arrow on the right.
That's the one.
Okay.
That's not you?
That's me. I just can't read it. The eyes are starting to go.
She's bringing a copy.
When I get to be your age, Commissioner, I'll go get me some glasses. And over the past 5 years, we've had the relocation of the building department from City Hall to Wickline. We pretty much, city staff did a renovation over there and built us into that building. We had an addition of a new building inspector. That was 3 years ago. We just hired a new one a week ago Monday. So we now have 2 aside from myself. With the amount of work that's increased, and I'm sure you all are well aware, in the last 5 years, we're way ahead of what we did at what they classified as the boom. We've gone from a part-time code enforcement officer to a full-time code enforcement. We're, with Larry going into semi-retirement, Marlene has been doing the majority of the zoning outside of the CRA district. We have increased permit fees. Believe it was 3 years back. We do keep current with a national average on cost of homes. When Woodson came aboard, I took over 5 other departments. Mr. Abels has done a reorganizational chart, and I get a breath of fresh air. Thank you. We've implemented parking citations to the magistrate now. It's come full circle, and we're taking care of everything in-house now through our magistrate system. The tree removal per the state has been taken away from us. All you have to do now is go out and hire a tree expert, arborist, and you're good to go, as long as you have a letter from them. We've implemented gopher tortoise surveys. Now, any new home, you have to have a gopher tortoise survey to show us if there are any there and where they are. They do have to be removed prior to any site work.
Or cordoned off, right?
Pardon?
Or cordoned off.
Or cordoned off, yes. You cannot work within 25 feet of that tortoise burrow. Proposed changes, updating, renovating of the Wick Line restrooms. I've been crying for that for the past few years. Those restrooms are deplorable. I don't know if any of y'all have been in them, but they're not good. We have been outsourcing the large project plan review. There's just not enough time in a day for us to keep up with it. In-house, like I say, I have 2 inspectors now. Both of them are approved for residential inspections, but not plan reviews. So I've been doing all the plan reviews, the large projects, the hotel, the dentist office, the tire store we took care of in-house, the car wash we took care of in-house. But the bigger projects, I have to outsource, and we're doing a pass-through on them, so it's no additional cost to the city. Personnel and operating capital changes. We hired a second inspector, which means we need another vehicle. We had space, fortunately, in-house, but we have IT. We need to get the computer set up, phone set up, cell phone set up. So we are going to have an increase there. We do need to establish some kind of a pay compensation for licensing. I'm not talking about certifications. I'm talking about licensing, mandatory state licensing for my inspectors. I carry state license, 9 state licenses. When these guys go out, it's mandated by the state of Florida. If you don't have the license to do what you're doing, you're not going to be doing it. The new inspector we hired him, and well, he's here from California. He has, I believe, 4 licenses that the state will recognize after he does his PNP, Principles and Practices, which is law, insurance, and until he passes that test, he can work under my license. But he does have to pass Principles and Practices. The inspector that I've had now for the past year passed his PNP. Now he's going for his 1 and 2 family licensing. Again, he's working under my license. As long as he's under my direct supervision, we have no problems.
So there is no reciprocity?
No, ma'am. There is reciprocity once he passes the PNP.
Yeah, okay.
Then Florida will accept his licenses. All the licenses are tested through ICC, International Code Congress.
And it makes sense because the laws are different in different states, so it makes sense. But what they're looking at is the same no matter where you are.
Yes.
I thought that was what you said, that once he passes the practices and whatever, that there will be reciprocity from California.
Correct.
But then you said that he has to still go for a license. You said that he has another step that he has to go, and that's
just the PNP. Once he passes where I was going with that is until he passes that PNP, he'll be working under my licenses.
The other guy, that's where I got lost. The second guy.
Yeah, the John, who's been with me for just over a year now, he was a building contractor. And again, the state will let him work under my licensing, my direct supervision, until he gets licensed. Well, he passed his PNP, so now he has 2 more years. They give him 1 year. He passed that exam. He has 2 years now to get his 1 and 2 family. He just tested for that just a couple of weeks ago.
Okay.
Somehow, some way, they gave him the wrong test. A test he had not studied for and still scored over 50 on it. So, pretty good. As I said, we're still going to need another vehicle. And we are going to need an increase in our travel and training.
Okay.
That's pretty much it.
Okay, Commissioner Sherman.
So I know last year we talked about going away from the full-size trucks. Are you still looking at going mid-size trucks or to maybe cut back on fuel expenses and other costs that are associated with buying a full-size truck versus a mid-size truck?
We can downsize on our truck sizes, yes.
Okay, that's the only question I have.
I still, for our my primary vehicle, I would still like to stay with the 250 crew cab. And Larry brought up a good point. At that particular time, we had 1 crew cab vehicle, and it belonged to sanitation. If the governor or someone were to come in, I think the last thing we would want to do is load them in a sanitation truck and drive around the city.
Well, the governor has his own fleet.
He comes with his black SUVs. Especially lately.
Yeah, I think it makes sense to have 1 large vehicle. The initial rationale was having winch and stuff like that to help out with hurricanes, but
yes,
they definitely all don't need to be that big. You can have 1 and then the other folks can have smaller trucks.
No, I think the Colorados or a Ranger. Actually, the Colorado is a good-sized vehicle.
Or do they even need trucks?
Pardon?
do they even need trucks? Can they get by with cars?
Well, it's pretty hard to haul a ladder in a car, even with the fold downs. So, like I say, a small pickup. And we do carry some additional equipment.
Okay. Is that all you had? That's all I have. Commissioner Valier?
So you hired another building inspector, is that in perpetuity?
Well,
I mean, we got big projects going on, I get that with the housing development and the apartments and maybe some other apartments, but then we're out of ground. So, I mean, we're gonna need three people in that department in perpetuity?
Well, probably not, but I don't know if you've noticed, I'm getting a little older.
Well, I included you, I said three of you,
Yeah,
right?
well, down the road, if things start to slow down, I'd like nothing better to be able to do a little fishing, a little riding a motorcycle.
Okay.
Any other questions?
When's your truck coming? Is that you got one coming already?
Yes. I have no idea. Like I said earlier, I have called Duval Ford. Haven't heard back from the salesperson, so.
So what's the guy, what you already hired the new inspector, so what's he driving now?
He's riding with John. Well, I'm not going to put him out in the field. He's from California, and their codes are, they build for shaking, not wind. And the codes out there are quite a bit different. So I want him to ride with John 3 to 4 weeks before we put him out on his own. And I've already talked to Tom, Parks and Rec.
Right.
That blue Jeep just sits over there. He can use that until we can get him a vehicle. Or he'll drive mine.
I was going to say, where's yours going?
Yeah, he'll drive. Well, I do all the commercial. So I do have to get out on the road.
Oh, I mean, when you get your new one, what's your old?
Oh, yeah. No, well, I intended on trading that. We're probably going to get more on trade than what we paid for it, the way these prices have been going.
Okay, that's all I got.
Commissioner Mealy?
No, I haven't.
Commissioner Spradley? No questions. Wick-line bathrooms. If I remember right, there was pushback previous years because it had an abnormally high cost. Do you know what the cost is to do those bathrooms?
I'm thinking it'll be probably between $20,000 and $25,000 per bathroom.
Those are big bathrooms, huh?
Yes.
Okay. That was the only question that I had. Is it severe enough that you wouldn't do one bathroom one year and another bathroom another year?
That wouldn't be an issue. I would have no issue with that at all.
Okay. Good info. Anything else for building? All right. Thank you, Rick.
Yes, sir. Y'all have a good day.
All right. We are at 2:15. We originally scheduled a 10-minute break. Did y'all want to extend that by like 5 minutes? James?
I won't argue.
All right, so we're going to take a 15-minute break. Be back at 2:30. We'll probably make up for it at the end.
Some more.
There's only 15 minutes out.
My office serves as the de facto city engineer, because we don't have a city engineer. Stormwater management and floodplain management. We run the MS4 program and the CRS programs, and I know I'm not supposed to use acronyms, Mike, but we all know what that means. And Joyce Rebar is the manager for those two programs. My office also oversees and manages consulting engineering contracts, and currently we have 15 plus active contracts that we are overseeing, plus pass-throughs. And those are projects that we use an engineer for to do the civil reviews and the site inspections, but they are passed through. They're not a cost to the city, so the developer pays that. We review and approve all site plans for every single building permit that comes through the city, and we do site inspections. We have over 27 different capital projects and at least 4 site inspections or plan reviews per day, typically. We review and approve all rights-of-way permits. Currently in the city, we're dealing with 4 different utilities, which are 2 cable companies, FPL, and Tico Gas. So every time they have a little project, they want to extend a gas line or a fiber optic cable, they do a right-of-way permit, and that comes through our office in engineering. We have the capability of design, drafting, using AutoCAD, bid, and managing in-house construction projects where we save the city money because we don't have to hire a consultant to do it. Good examples are the Wick Line complex and the parking lots up at Wick Line. Those were all prepared, managed, bid, overseen, construction, all without having to hire a consultant to do that. We manage and oversee all stormwater projects. Currently, we have 15 active projects in that category. We interact with residents on stormwater problems and issues. I don't want to tell you how many calls I get every day, especially after it rains, but we try to manage that. And we represent Flagler Beach at the County Local Mitigation Strategy Committee, or the LMS Committee.
What do you do in your spare time?
I'm sorry?
What do you do in your spare time?
Stained glass. And kiss my wife every now and then. You know.
Good.
Engineering changes to programs and services over the last 5 years. The city engineering position was eliminated, and we now kind of take that over. The project coordinator position was changed to program coordinator for engineering, so my title changed. Still do the same thing, but title changed. We also have rewritten the engineering section of the Land Development Code. It hasn't been approved yet, but it's out there. And along with that, and that's Chapter 9, by the way, and that kind of includes the new ordinance that you all just approved just recently. And we implement that ordinance, and it includes the illicit discharge and site management that was required by the MS4 recertification that was just done by Joyce. We added capability of project designing. I already mentioned 2, and the library leakage that Melissa was presenting to you earlier. I'm going to do that for her. So she will not have to hire if you approve it, of course, won't have to hire a consultant to do that. I can put those bid documents together for her. We assist with wastewater collection and distribution issues, working very closely with Vinnie, sometimes with Joni at the wastewater plant. And of course, we have hired Joyce to be the MS4 and the CRS coordinator. And she just successfully prepared the recertification documents for both of those programs, and that's a very big chore in itself. FY 23-24 proposed changes to programs and services. Well, now that we have an MS4 and CRS coordinator on board, or manager, we're going to plan to do many more outreach programs, such as a First Friday table where we hand out stormwater brochures, doing education and public outreach. So Joyce will be doing a lot of that, where in the past I haven't had a chance to do it at all. We are becoming more proactive with site work for stormwater issues. Joyce became certified stormwater inspector just recently, and I'm taking that same course tomorrow and Friday. And hopefully, if I don't pass, shame on me, but I'll get my certification for that as well. In addition, we hope to do additional stormwater grant proposals as they become available over the next year. Personnel, operating, capital changes in FY 23-24 budget. So we've planned some capital projects, which hopefully you'll see in our upcoming budget requests. They can consist of the grant that we got for the South Flagler mitigation, stormwater mitigation from Moody Boulevard up to South 7th Street. That hopefully will go into the construction phase. Currently, it's only in phase 1, which is design bid. So hopefully we can successfully move on to the second phase of that. These are all stormwater projects, by the way. And it was mentioned earlier about the Hurricane DEP grant. There was maybe a misunderstanding that the whole $4.5 million was going to the wastewater plant. I think Ben cleared that up. And in our projects, about half of that consist of, we are going to rebuild 4 new lift stations. And these are lift stations that are perpetually underwater during even everyday rainfalls. And we're going to be rebuilding those and putting those into higher elevations areas close by. We're going to replace the rings and covers on 20 manholes in that same grant. We are still working on the ARPA-funded rebuild of pump stations. We are doing, or we're going to plan on doing rather, a continuation of what we were doing down on South Flagler Avenue. And I think I went into that in my stormwater presentation to you the other day. So I won't go into that in any detail unless you want me to. Citywide stormwater master plan, that's another thing we're going to present to you in this year's budget. Something else I would recommend is a new sidewalk traversing the length of South Flagler Avenue from Route 100 to 7th Street, connecting to the Wickline sidewalk complex. And that would be a 6-foot wide concrete sidewalk that hopefully will parallel the project that we're doing for mitigation, because we're going to be putting in curbs and gutters. So that is an opportune time to do that. Oh, hi, Mayor. I didn't see you. So that's an opportune time to do that. I think it's desperately needed because South Flagler in that stretch, there's an awful lot of foot traffic. There's a lot of golf cart traffic. Not that they would be on the sidewalk, but bicyclists, walkers, and so forth. Let's see. The road to the fuel depot. that road needs to be repaired, especially where the apron ends and the gravel starts. It's a pit and it's always full of water. We're going to propose 50 new manhole covers and rings, in addition to what we're going to be doing. I mean, we have a lot of manholes in the city, and many of them have the old cast iron, poorly fitted covers, and the rings deteriorating. So
Are these the same 50 that Vinny?
No. These will be a different 50.
From the ones that Vinny said?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So we're going to plan to do that as well. Additional backflow preventers, as you have requested, will be another thing that we're going to be looking for. Planned operating and capital purchases. I hope to introduce you to a new software program called Forerunner that offers some amazing capabilities with respect to stormwater, elevation certificates, keeping track of all sorts of different things. And when I present this to you at a future meeting, I'll show you what those capabilities are. And I'm going to be asking for a new vehicle. However, we're asking for a small car as opposed to a truck. We currently have a very old truck. It's got 40-some thousand miles on it, rusted wheels. It's seen its better days. So, and plus the fact that Joyce can't reach the pedals. So, I mean, that's a good reason right there to get one. Actually, what we would like to have is an EV, a small EV, but there's no place to really plug it in over there. There's the problem. So maybe a hybrid, perhaps. But in any case, just a small car is all we need. We do not need a truck. Capital purchase. And I had this in the budget last year. It was not approved, but it's something that we could really use. And this is the HP T830. It's actually a 36-inch multi-function printer scanner. We, at the building department and also in engineering as well, get these large sets of D-size drawings, which are 24 by 36. We have no way of scanning those currently into our BSNA database. So this would allow for that. It's wireless. It can be used by anybody that's on our network. Penny, you could use it. We can use it for big banners and things. So it can service all of us. And it's a state-of-the-art piece of equipment. It's really great. And as was mentioned earlier, a portion of the vac truck will be used for stormwater, so that whatever portion we figure out is the right ratio, that is what we'll be asking for in my budget anyway. And that concludes my presentation, and I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Lee. Mayor Johnston?
None at this time.
Commissioner Sherman?
None at this time.
Commissioner Bellhumeur?
Okay. You got two projects on here on South Flagler between Route 100 and the park at 7th Street. With the new hotel and reconfiguration of streets, making Central one way. But to make a long story short, it's going to divert a lot of traffic to South Flagler Avenue, and there's going to be a lot of backup at that intersection at Moody, at the red light. There should be, it's almost going to, in my view, it's going to require a reconfiguration of that intersection, especially on the South Flagler side. So I would hope that others see it that way and would include that in these projects, knowing that that's going to have to be done.
Oh, I agree with you.
And another portion of that is that lift station that's right there at the corner of 3rd Street. That's going to have to be moved back out of the way if you're going to put a sidewalk through there. So there are two things I wanted to bring up. Stormwater upgrades at Palm Island, Palma Vista, and Venice Park. I thought we had a consensus to abandon those.
Are you looking at the one I gave
Where are
you?
you looking? It's not in the new one.
Yeah, I took it off of there.
Okay, so that's all.
I didn't know that was
Yeah,
his presentation, so I was going by the...
I beg your pardon. I put that up there when I came in. So I did take those off of there, Commissioner.
I have a real problem with the new mentality of replacing things because they have rusty wheels and have 40,000 miles on them. That truck's not old or worn out. It's got 40,000 miles on it, and have the wheels painted. If you don't like rusty wheels, be a heck of a lot cheaper than a new truck. So there are my comments.
Commissioner Mealy,
And I don't have anything.
Commissioner Spradley.
No, I think between last Thursday's presentation and this, you answered my questions. Thank you.
Comments I have is, what I'm gathering now is that the city, between all departments, now next year is wanting to replace 120 manhole covers. Between 50 plus the 70 that you just tabled. Because you have 20 under the grant, 50 under this project, is what I'm seeing on the slide. I would just caution the city manager and staff, I think that's overly aggressive to be replacing 120, especially at the cost that they are. That's a monstrous amount of money to tackle in 1 year. What were those things a piece installed with the rings and all that?
Rings and covers.
Wait, how much was that whole thing? Those were like $5,000 a piece or something, weren't they?
More than that.
No, they were more than that.
Yeah, you're talking $750,000 or more in manhole covers in 1 year. So that's my thought on that. I think it needs to be a phased approach. I think that's too much for 1 year.
That's why I asked about were these the same
That's what I
as-
thought too. Yeah. Because that's 120 covers, and that's a big bill for. While I do think they are needed, I think when we go through that priority list of at-risk locations, I think we might be getting out of the severe need areas and getting into other places. That's just off the cuff, my thoughts on that. So we're talking about vehicles, and something that never got brought up is we still have 2 full-time meter readers on staff for a job now that is 6 hours a month. So the question is, what are they doing? Where's the money going? And there's multiple vehicles that this is how this memory got jogged, is there's multiple vehicles with those meter readers. They have a golf cart, they have a truck, and they might have something else. I don't remember. But I know they have a golf cart and a truck. So if we need a vehicle, we can use those vehicles because they only use those vehicles for 0 reads and 6 hours of reading a month. But then that brings us to a larger question, which probably isn't under this and probably doesn't need answered at this moment, but what are we going to do with that? We can't keep slotted 2 full-time meter readers on staff for a job that takes 6 hours a month. This predates you, so you have nothing to do with it, but it's something that we need to figure out. I think it's hard to justify that. So, but for vehicles, which is how this got brought up, you have potential vehicles there for utilization and a golf cart. So that takes care of the EV part. And I guess a request would be, we probably need to have an upcoming conversation about what are we going to do with that? Where's that money going? How's it being absorbed? What are they doing now in the departments for next year? Would be my question when it comes budgeting time. And that was all the comments I had for engineering. Any other comments or questions for Lee? All right, well, thank you, Lee.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, look at that. We got it perfect.
I think Liz may have had something. She got up and then she said that.
Liz, did you have something?
Just wanted to
Oh, come up.
talk a little about the meter reader position. We have one full-time meter reader. Our other meter reader has resigned, and we're looking at re-looking at that whole position, possibly making it a part-time as a backup, and that's where we're at right now. So we are currently looking at that position.
Okay, so that'll be a discussion around budget time or something then. Okay, good info. All right, thank you. And next, we have the city clerk.
I'm only doing this one time.
Dun, dun, dun.
So, my first presentation is on the city commission budget. My presentation will only highlight the 4 programs and services that are managed by this department that are projected to require a budget increase or a proposal for equipment that serves the department.
You know you don't have to be up there, right?
Huh?
You don't have to be up there.
But I want to be.
Okay.
Is the camera on you?
Of course it is. Why wouldn't it be about me, Rick? My first bulleted item is the department develops, compiles, reproduces, and distributes agenda packets. My second is the audio video management and live stream of the commission, the CRA, and the PAR board meetings. The third is legislative committees and league training, and the fourth is elections. So the changes to the programs and services over the last 5 years, and for the agenda packets, we've seen increased page volume. You know this. The volume to the items and the number of items on the agendas have increased. Capital projects and new development that include plans and large documents are forthcoming. And also now there is an active CRA board. The second item, geez, I should have been better notes for myself. The audio and video management. The public has become dependent to receive the information and the technology and equipment age and security concerns with our current equipment manufacturer, and I'm speaking about the cameras. The live stream of public meetings through the YouTube channel provides transparency to those not able to attend our meetings. These are numbers that I took before I went on vacation, so they might have changed a little bit. The YouTube channel has 332 subscribers. It's posted 108 live videos, and at the drafting of this presentation, those videos produced 18,638 views with an average of 172 views per video. In regards to legislative committees and league training, the commission has seen an increase in participation in legislative committees, delegation, and meetings with state leaders, increased participation in regional and annual League of Cities training and meetings. The commission is increasing its activity, appointments, and participation in committees, legislative meetings, and conferences that provide training. These activities keep your voice in the local and legislative government and provide opportunities to create or increase funding sources. And in regards to elections, there's been a huge increase in the number of requests for absentee and mail-in ballots. The 2023 election produced 1,402 votes. 567 were vote by mail, 834 precinct votes, and 1 provisional vote. The increased vote by mail is raising production and postage fees, along with the cost of sample ballots and required notices that are mailed. Statutorily required notices increase production and postage cost as well. So the changes I'm proposing for your agenda packets are integration into an iPad, again, in place of the paper packets. The integration to iPads versus a paper agenda packet will provide you the opportunity to receive and review your agendas and packets the moment they are sent to you via a Wi-Fi connection. Dependent upon the size of the packets, they would come via email or a document transfer site. The additional cost of a monthly service is not needed. The iPad Pro 2022 with a 12.96-inch screen and the addition of the use of the iPad Pencil provides you the ability to insert notes or highlight the individual documents for later reference. You could also check your email and respond with a Wi-Fi connection from your 365 email account after multi-factor authentication. In regards to the live stream of the meetings, I'm proposing 2 new high definition cameras. I've been advised by the video cameras used to stream the meetings are approaching their life and support expectancy. Can't read today. The effects of COVID-19 increased the demand for video cameras. The cost of this equipment increased as well. We've seen this with all electronic equipment. Another concern that has been raised is the manufacture of the current cameras. They're a product of China, and a security brief was released requiring governments to discontinue use. Just for peace of mind, you may want to know our cameras and the laptop I use to push the feed are not connected to our network. In regard to your travel and training, an increase to the travel and training line for the current trend of attendance to continue, an increase to the travel training line will be needed. And in regards to elections, the current year's budget was $16,686 and change, and is projected to be $175 over budget in that line item. The number of candidates in each cycle are increasing, and the possibility of other local governments not having candidates or ballot items places the entire share of the election cost on my budget. So usually I share for legal notices and staff that's there for canvassing boards and et cetera, but if it's just us, then I have to foot the whole bill. So the personal operating and capital changes are an increase to the operating equipment line in the amount of about $13,850 for the iPads. And this would include the cost of nine iPads, cases for each of them, 12 Apple Pencils, extra tips, chargers and cords, and that's 1 iPad for each official, the city attorney, the city manager, and 1 spare in case someone's goes kaput. For the cameras, the increase in the equipment line of $5K, oh, that's 50. What did I write here? Oh, equipment over 5,000. I can't read my own abbreviations. I'm asking for about $15,000 for that for 2 new cameras. This amount is based upon discussion with Flagler County IT, and I also included a 5% projection increase between now and October 1, which is when I'd be able to purchase them. To the travel and training line, I'm suggesting an additional $7,775. And this projection included costs for registration, hotel, per diem, and mileage. The projection attendance were to the following: the Florida League of Cities Legislative Committee Conference in November. That's with 4 members attending. The Northeast Florida League of Cities monthly meetings, that's with 1 attending. Each meeting, there's 12 per year. Legislative Action Conference, including meetings with state agency directors and representatives. 3 members attending in Tallahassee, and the League of Cities annual conference with 5 members attending. I think next year is in Orlando. And I'm asking for a $2,000 increase to the election line budget. and that's due to vote by mail, required notices, labor cost, and we won't have a presidential preference until the 24-25 budget will be the year after, because that's until November. So that's it for commission.
Penny, the travel line increase, how much did you say that was?
I'm asking for another $7,775, I think it was.
7,500?
A little over, yeah.
Okay, because you wrote 5 here in this. So when we have elections, like this year, Bunnell and Beverly Beach didn't have anybody, so we
Beverly
have to
Beach
pay the
had
whole thing.
charter questions, but they did it all in vote by mail. So all the precinct charges were paid by me, and Bunnell didn't have any.
I never thought about that then. So Bunnell had at least one candidate run against somebody, then we would have shared it.
Beverly Beach for the precinct, it's more of noticing and mail outs is where I split the cost for Bunnell, but Beverly Beach is where I share the most cost for precinct.
Thank you.
Advertisement.
Okay, so we'll do comments on the city commission side of things. Commissioner Mealy.
I still don't want an iPad.
I'll second that. Commissioner Spradley.
Well, I'll probably go the other direction. I think that, the idea of going from paper to electronic makes a lot of sense. This is 2023, and I know, heck, even with my office being right next door, there are times I've left for a commission meeting, and between the time I leave and download everything by email, I come over here and there's something else, And so, obviously things have to be prioritized, but that certainly sounds like something worthwhile.
I think, I know, Jane, that you enjoy the paper to write your notes and to go back to them, but with this pencil, the iPencil.
I have one at home. I know what it does.
And you're still not a fan?
I still prefer.
Wow.
I'm sorry.
It's your choice.
Commissioner Bellinger.
I just need 3, that's all I'm going to say.
Commissioner Bellinger.
Well, I'm kind of old school too. I like the paper stuff. I'm on the fence on that.
6 iPads.
You're the one who asked me to request it again, right?
Really?
No, I asked her if she was going to. I didn't ask her. I didn't think I gave the impression that was something that I absolutely wanted, but yeah, I guess times are changing. Times are changing, so.
Changing quick, sounds like.
Yeah. All right, I'll take an iPad.
Is that it?
That's it.
Commissioner Sherman.
Yeah, I'm kind of, that's the only other thing I had too, was I think it's just going to be an easier way I know for myself, working and stuff, and things change, and the distance I'm coming from, sometimes it's hard to come in and pick up stuff, agenda packet items, and it'd be easy to just look at it on the iPad and stay organized up here on the dais a little bit more for myself. I'm sitting here flipping through paper, so I do kind of like the idea of maybe moving forward with the times, and we're making a conscious effort to be an environmentally forward city, and I think this would be another step in that process and cutting back in maybe some of the paper production costs as well.
I'd just like to give an example. We talked about manhole covers, and somebody earlier talked about manhole covers. If I had an iPad, I'd have to leave the page that Lee was talking about and scroll to get to whoever did the other presentation. I could have Lee's presentation here, flip pages, and find the one from before. And you can't do that with electronics.
You can always send the document I send you electronically to your printer and print out the pages that you'd like.
Yeah, that's great. Hundreds of pages that on my dime, no.
It's an option.
Is that
Not
all
at the
you
cost
had,
of ink.
Is that all you had? That's all I have. All right, Mayor Johnston.
I have a couple things. One, I was always against iPads until I started paying the Xerox bill at work. And I can guarantee you, just by quick glance, we're spending $1,000 in print and documents each meeting. It's a lot of money. I never knew it was so much money to photocopy documents as we're doing. I am for it because I know it's going to be a cost savings to the city after the first year. I like the idea of the pencil, being able to jot notes, and if need be, I could always print something at home for a specific thing. That was going to be a solution. Agree 100% on the high definition cameras, but I wanted to ask, would that also include microphones? Because I noticed we have sound issues a lot.
I did peek at the PAR board meeting the other night, and the issue with that was, I think one of the laptop audio settings was set to the laptop microphone, and there's a delay. So I think you were hearing that repeat feed.
It was very low sound. I had to turn the TV and the computer up to the volume of max.
Which meeting?
That was one of the meetings that I emailed you about.
I think what happened is that was the other, actually, because I have an audio and a video laptop there, and I'm still figuring out the video, I'll be honest with you. I mean, I encounter something new at least every other meeting.
Does our training cover IT or videos?
For you, no. No, that's your guys' training budget. I'm getting better. I'm more confident with myself is to get in there and try and figure it out. I mean, at this point, I look at it like it's already screwed up. How much more can I screw it up?
You do a good job.
So I do what I can with it. There's a few things. I'm tweaking them out as I approach them.
I'm a fan of transparency, and I think having new high-def cameras is important. And the last thing I wanted to bring up was increasing the existing travel and training line. I brought this up last year as a cost savings. Last year's League of Cities was very expensive. I had made the suggestion that maybe we send just voting members and new commissioners to the League of Cities, because we had everyone on the dais -1 at the last league, and it's expensive, and I don't know if the value is 100% there, and so that would be my suggestion.
Do the legislative committees also meet at the annual conference? I know they do in November. So, and there are 4 of those committees, and there are 4 commissioners. So, I mean,
I was just trying to trim it as wherever we can on those things.
You guys really don't go to a lot. I mean, that one is the most expensive, and it's once per year. And the second most expensive is the Tallahassee trip. And what's so expensive about that is the hotels, because they know that all those officials are coming up there and they jack the rates. They literally jack. You can call for reservations a week before and it's $200 a night cheaper.
Okay, that's all I had.
Okay, comments I have. How much were these iPads? All of them? Well, that's equipment. I think that includes cameras.
No, that was...
No?
That
So
was
it's $13,850 an iPad?
Right, and that was for, like I said, 9 of them, extra tips for the pencils, cases, and the chargers and cords, and 1 spare. And these are with a larger memory in them, because sometimes the size of your packets are larger, so. And especially if they have plans in them, anything with tables or drawings seems to eat up the memory.
So not only do you all want iPads, you all want expensive iPads. You can get Chrome tablets for next to nothing that also do the job. Probably not as fancy, but I'm a huge tablet person. I have one in my pocket, and I use it every single day. And I can tell you that I would not use a tablet for the meeting. It just doesn't work. I've tried doing that on my tablet that I carry every day. And I can tell you that plans and all those like hotel renderings and all that stuff and all the really expensive print jobs, because this is not expensive, y'all are still going to want in hard copy. because you're not going to see it on the tablet the way you would like to see it. You're going to want the big
Even
color
this-
thing.
I couldn't read this on my phone last night because
Right.
it was too small. So I went to my tablet before we got the printed copy.
So the
I
tablet,
printed my own.
the tablet I'm proposing, and another reason it's more is because it's a larger screen.
I have one.
It
that's
is
a
the
large-
size of that paper almost. And also for projects like the hotel or new developments, they provide us those large format plans at their cost. We ask them for them ahead of time. We don't reproduce those.
Yeah. So, I'll be honest with you, I don't see them being utilized. I don't see it in real life. Mayor, you bring a binder with tabbed things. At any point, you could be using your own iPad, but you haven't. You have a 3-ring binder. You could be using an iPad. You haven't. I think if you were to follow behavior, we will find that they potentially will be underutilized, or it could be clunky. I am a huge technology person, but I don't think it's practical. And even if we were to spend it, I would recommend that we find much more economical solution to that than spending $14,000 on tablets for the commission. There's a lot of things we could do with that money that I think the citizens would appreciate more. That's only my opinion. I'm sure some of you have differing opinions. I can tell you that I wouldn't want it. It doesn't work for me. Being able to see this, look at that on an iPad. I can barely see it on this.
You could zoom in on the iPad.
I don't want to make this into a debate. These are my thoughts. And so that's my opinion. We can kind of come to a consensus so they at least know what to budget. I'm okay with that. But I know it just doesn't work for me. And I would greatly dispute, Mayor, what you're talking about with cost to copy. If you're doing extended large copies that Penny just indicated or pass-through costs, then I could see that, but not for black and white copies. Black and white copies on average are 2 to 3 cents at best.
Years ago.
No, not years ago. You can call up Staples. And not only that, we have a printer there in the office that's already paid for, that the only cost is paper and toner. So we're not paying an outside company to do that. And that printer, you're going to have to pay to maintain and put toner in that regardless. You're just going to add a little bit more for usage. So it sounds like we need to give staff direction or consensus on these iPads. So thoughts we have?
I don't want it.
I guess you kind of talked me off, kind of debated me off of it a little bit there with maybe your thoughts, because and I don't want to go too far off the subject here, but what's being proposed to us right now, I'm already in the mindset. I don't want to go. I won't go down that road just yet, but I think this might be maybe a cut. I know I've kind of pushed for this, but this might be not the time to push for this again. If you're saying it's okay to bring your own personal iPad or laptop up on the dais, I can use my personal property if that's permitted, if I choose to. But I guess I'll bow out to the iPads, because I have some other areas in the budget, some of these things that have been proposed, but I'll touch on that later this evening.
Other thoughts?
If we did not do the iPads at this juncture, and following up on Commissioner Sherman's comment, would it be within decorum to use our laptops if we wanted to?
Of course.
See why not?
You can use anything you want to view a public document. It's not like it's private.
You can,
a laptop here.
Sorry, you can use your laptop. Just any notes or anything you're taking on a WordPad, Notepad, or whatever, that becomes public document. So you would just need to save it, print it out, and send it to me, and I'd put it in the folder with the agenda packet.
Okay.
So we're going to have to do the same thing with the iPad?
No, what I do now is I go through the garbage can and collect your notes off your garbage.
No, I'm saying with the iPads.
It's a public record. I have to.
With the iPads, we're going to be able
My trash
to.
can's interesting.
I have every legal pad since I first thought it, because I know they're public record, not that anybody's ever asked to see them.
So you can make notes on your iPads, these iPads you're proposing too, right?
Right, and you would
So
just
we
save
need-
it.
We need to save that and send it to you?
You could save it and send it back to me.
So a lot of times we get agenda packets that we can't email because they're too large.
There's file transfer sites for large size documents.
Is that something we should be doing anyway? Even if we don't do this, can we do that?
What do you, I don't.
Do what?
So that we can actually get an email portion. You know, I don't necessarily need to print out a whole packet. You know, there may be a certain few agenda items that I would want to have printed copies on.
Well, I'm not quite understanding what you're saying, but right now
Okay.
I send you electronically via Laserfish, which you can download as a PDF.
Okay, so we can do it through Laserfish then.
Right.
No, we get all the materials now by email.
But a lot of times those PDF, those,
The link, yes.
a lot of those are scanned paper copies, am I correct?
Correct. So it's, I
So
take the agenda
sometimes they don't turn
packet.
out so good.
Again, it depends on what it is. A lot of tables, if it's a drawing, they don't always turn out well now.
So is that something, are we going to see the same thing on the iPads, or are we going to see a crisper
Well,
original?
when you're creating the PDF versus scanning and copying it, the quality is different. So I would be creating the PDFs by just dropping the Word documents into arrange the pages. So in the PDF editor, I'm dropping documents, I'm making one large document. I can move them around.
Because the
split
reason
them.
I'm asking is because when we get paper copies, most of the time they're better quality than what I can download off Laserfish.
You know, if you guys don't want the iPads, it won't break my heart. Just say no and we can move on.
Well, one advantage to the iPad would be that you can zoom in on a site plan or something of that sort.
Right.
But if it's a poor quality, it doesn't turn out, it doesn't work out.
On something like a drawing,
Right.
an engineered drawing like you're talking about.
Right.
I get what you're saying now.
Okay.
If I don't have that original, if it's a scan, it doesn't always come out. You are correct. So it needs to be the original creation, not a scan from a paper.
All right, sounds like you got a 3-2 anyway, so.
This is dragging out, so let's just, Mr. Bradley, yes or no to iPads?
No.
No?
No? Well, I should go last. All right.
Yes.
Just to be,
I don't want to be,
Mayor, did you have thoughts?
I don't want Penny ain't mad at me.
Hey, I get over things quick.
Okay.
Couple hours. I'm good again.
Any other comments on city commission?
No.
All right, let's move on to city clerk.
All right, and this is the same thing. I only hit upon the 4 programs or services that I think will require a budget increase or a proposal for equipment. And the first one in city clerk is purchasing and management of endpoint protection software for our networks. Electronic permanent record storage, with search features and public accessibility. First response contact to residents regarding concerns submitted through various forms and communication, including in-person, telephone, and website, and the city website. So the changes are regarding the endpoint security software is increased attacks to government networks, including ransom attacks. Cybersecurity risks have increased attacks. The attacker gains unauthorized access to the computer system, network, or device for stealing, modifying, or destroying data. The attacker may use a variety of tactics, including malware, social engineering, or exploiting vulnerabilities in software or systems. In regards to electronic records management, technology and terms approaching sunset of our current platform and integrating into a new tiered subscription model. The city purchased the Laserfish document retention management program in 2005. Over the years, the licenses have been increased to the maximum allowance offered by our platform. The city also has a Laserfish web client that allows the public access to public records via our website. The vendor has announced its intention to sunset our current product line and move to a new tiered subscription model. With increased usage by the public, the 10 public user licenses are becoming inadequate to serve the needs of the public. Citizen Complaint Tracker. Commission's interest in a public access program to intake and track citizen requests. The current city website has the ability to accept public concerns via the website. The reported concerns are trackable, residents can attach images if they choose, and the module service can be upgraded to add a work order module and GIS mapping. And in regards to the website again, the Commission's interest in improving delivery of communications with the public. The city won the website design and 1 year of maintenance and support from an application submitted to Civic Plus by our former Deputy Clerk, Kate Settle, in 2013. Since the launch, the city upgraded the site to be mobile friendly in 2018. The public has voiced the desire for a website that is easier to find information and better responsiveness on mobile devices and an updated design. In regards to the endpoint protection, an enterprise endpoint protection license subscription. I'm proposing to upgrade the standard endpoint protection to an enterprise grade to increase protection by preventing, detecting, responding to, and recover from compromises. And for the Laserfish, integration to a new cloud-based Laserfish legacy platform with a tiered subscription. Move to the cloud-based service with a tiered subscription and maintenance agreement that has significantly more user and public licenses. And in regards to the complaint tracker, I'm suggesting you abandon the app and invest in features that are available on the Report a Concern module of the website, including GIS and work orders. The clerk's office will utilize the tracking features. The commission can decide whether if the two modules are an investment they would like to make in the website. So currently we have that tracking, the Report a Concern, and it is trackable. I haven't used it because it was easier for me just to respond to them, forward it on to staff, and then ask that staff person to respond back to me or the person submitting the concern. And the next thing is upgrade to the city website, including appearance, ease of finding information, and responsive design. Renew the maintenance and hosting agreement with Civic Plus with the redesign of the existing site to an ultimate design to improve overall user experience and relay information to the residents. So regarding the security for our network, I'm recommending you upgrade the existing subscription from a standard to the enterprise with detection and response, and it's an additional cost of $2,930 to the current $4,100 I already pay for the service we have, which is a standard. For the Laserfish, I'm recommending you purchase a new tiered license platform. The exact amounts I'm still being determined. An early estimation would be approximately $12,000 to $14,000. And then the annual support subscription would increase from $4,700 to about $5,500. On the complaint tracker, subscribe to the work order module or the GIS module, and the cost of the modules I don't have yet. In regards to the upgrades to the website, we have, what we pay for now, we pay an annual fee, and we also pay, what do they call it here? a redesign annual increase. So we pay about $1,300 to, it's gone up to $1,400 per year. And every 4 years, we are entitled to a website redesign when we pay that instead of paying one lump sum. So we have initiated that already. It should start in June. And I am asking that one of you, because we don't want too many hands in the pot, but one of you elected officials become part of this website redesign committee, which would be myself, another individual, and one of the elected officials. And so we've got a couple of websites we've looked at. I know you spoke about your interest in the city of Palm Coast. I reached out to them, and the Palm Coast website is designed in-house, and it's maintained by 2 employees in their IT department, and their salary range is $62,000 to $107,000, and there's 2 of them. So Civic Plus is our website host and designer, and excuse me, Deerfield Beach and the city of Daytona Beach are similar to the Palm Coast design, and they're 2 that you can look at just to see if you like it. But that's about all I have on that right now, if you have any questions.
Well, first thing, there was a question raised by Penny about somebody sitting on this website design thing. Mayor, you've been super involved in website design. I had some thoughts on that.
Jane would be.
Did anybody want to be on that?
I wouldn't mind if the mayor has more knowledge than she can.
I was going to suggest, I do a lot of web design at work, so I have a little background on it. I would be happy to serve on that committee unless someone else.
Would 2 people being on it be a problem?
It wouldn't be, I just don't want more than 4 or 5 people on the whole group.
Yeah, no, just let Susie.
Too many.
You don't want it?
It's not that I don't want it, but if she has more knowledge than I do.
This is also, we do with them something through like a Zoom or a Teams thing, so you don't even have to come in.
I would think it would be beneficial to even have Jane, because you have 2 different ends of the spectrum. You have someone that has a lot of knowledge and someone that doesn't have as much knowledge.
Yeah, and I'm good at using websites, but I never designed one.
Yeah, you do a lot of shopping out there.
And to be honest, you kind of look at these, they give you these other cities that they host, look at, and you go view them and say, well, I like that one. Can we integrate part of that? So, I mean, they have, there's certain templates set up, and they can modify it a bit. But the newer design that we're looked at seems to be more in line with current designs. Look at Deerfield Beach or Daytona Beach, their city websites.
Okay, is everybody okay with the mayor and Commissioner
Do
Mealy?
we end up with a sunshine problem
that.
if there are 2 of us?
Well, what I can do is I can set up these instead of Civic Plus doing it, and if I do it through Zoom, then I can record it.
Okay.
And I can just post notice, and then, I can make it public, and I can just let people in if they want to, but. And actually, the mayor doesn't vote, so I might not have to. Let me double check with Drew on that.
Okay.
I know we had some conflicting opinions
I've been
before.
told at the league that that's not a problem. Drew thinks it is. I remember, I was talking to Linda once about something, and he got hysterical.
Yeah.
All right, questions?
I'll talk to Drew. We'll see what he says.
All right, questions and comments for city clerk presentation. Mayor Johnston.
None.
Commissioner Sherman.
No.
Commissioner Bellimer.
The laserfish thing's been a problem for ages, so it's about time we expanded those licenses. But you say they're
I'm maxed. I can't.
They're sunsetting the program they have now, so you got to buy something You got to buy the initial.
They are. They started mentioning that to me back in 2014, that they were going to get away from that
So
particular
you got to
platform.
pay the first chunk, and then you're talking going from 4,400 to 5,500. So I don't think that's excessive.
No, and there's an average increase. I looked at my bills, my annual maintenance bill, and there's about a 4.999% increase each year anyways.
Yeah, and get rid of the app. Now there's still some leftover app money that could be go
And
towards
that
the website.
you already
also.
reached a consensus to use that on the website improvement, which I really don't think I'm going to have to, unless I find out the prices on this, the work order module for the report of concern. I'm thinking maybe that, but I got to find out how much it is, and I'll report that back to you later, and you can tell me if you want me to move forward.
Well, and that would be appropriate, because that's kind of what it was for. That money was around that whole thing about the work order stuff, the tracking and all that. So that would make sense.
I already have the tracking. I don't have the GIS or the work order part of it.
Okay, that was it. Commissioner Mealy.
No, I'm good.
Commissioner Spradley.
Penny, about the integration to the cloud-based Laserfish, that's the part that carries the $12,000 to $14,000.
No, it's a different, it's still Laserfish, but they bought in with another company, so it's a little different. And I do have, pardon me, well, I did have, I don't know if I still do, I did have in this year's budget, 13 or 15,000 for a new server for Laserfish, and I ended up not purchasing it because the other equipment I needed, our backup device, the price increased like $18,000 from the time it was requested in the budget to the October 1 when I could order it. So, and I had to have that. So I haven't purchased the Laserfish server.
So it's money that can be carried on?
If I initiate the program before October 1, I can carry it over as an already started project, but I would have to have your blessing to do that.
I mean, my question, I was just wondering what, I'm not challenging it getting done. I just wasn't understanding what it is. So is it going from non-cloud-based to cloud-based is one question.
It would go to cloud-based. That's number one.
And then would there be any improvement in the way of speed of delivery or quality of the documents?
I would hope there would be a lot of the document quality goes back to what Rick and I were talking about earlier. It depends on how I'm provided it.
Yeah, it's only as good as the source. It can't be made better, right?
Right.
But
it's like microfiche. It's just permanent retention I have permanent retention documents that we have to keep forever and long term. And that's what I try to keep in there. The agenda packets are only in there because for public access. But I delete those every 2 years. Every 2 years I can delete those out, so I try to.
Okay, that's all I had, thanks.
I don't have anything, so thank you, Penny. City Manager, do you have anything?
Thank you, Penny.
All right. We are going to move on to Finance. Rhonda. You can sit. Absolutely.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. We're getting there. running ahead of schedule a little bit, so that's always good.
Don't jinx it.
We still have to cover some additional stuff.
Yeah, I know. And I just want to say I appreciate, the commission taking the day and sitting with all of our department heads and kind of getting a feel for our.
Oh my goodness.
I know.
Boy, somebody's got some big ass in their presentation.
Come on, give me a break. No, because it's really important, so that you truly understand. It's like what everybody does in their day-to-day job. So I'm going to kind of talk about my departments and what goes on in respect to that. So utility billing, that's a big piece with Maria and Michelle back there. And of course, we got now just Michelle as a meter reader. So, I mean, they do a lot back there. I mean, just the creation of the monthly bills is a process in and of itself. They accept payments in person, over the phone, customer service for over 3,300 accounts. I mean, that's a lot of phone calls, a lot of people stopping in, questioning their bills, answering questions, setting up service. So there's a lot that goes on back there. And we actually still process a lot of payments just by check. A lot of people don't pay online. So I'm going to be talking about a little bit of that later on in my presentation. So, and, you know, Commissioner Cooley, you know, mentioned the meter readers. Yes, the reading process is a lot faster, but they do a whole lot more than just reading the meters. We still have, I think it is about 100 accounts that are on manual reads. We've had supply chain issues with getting actual meters in, so we're still doing about 100, if I'm correct, about manual reads. They do meter repairs, they do final reads, they do water shut off, turn on. We get, you know, work orders every day, so that may be going out and doing data logs, customers coming in. I think my bill is super high. Can you come on out, maybe see what's going on? That's when they do, you know, a data log to kind of help diagnose things and whatnot. So, we are definitely looking at, since Juan has resigned, we're definitely taking a look at that other position and see where we can utilize those funds a little bit better. So we are definitely looking at that. We got payroll. Brenda handles all the payroll. She does all the tax reporting. She does bank reconciliations. She does insurance reconciliations, and anything associated with payroll, she basically handles nuts to bolts.
And she showed me one day what she has to do because of FEMA. Mm-hmm. What the paperwork involved to issue one check. I know. Was ridiculous. I mean, all these different charts that she had.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. So there's a lot that goes on there. And then accounts receivable, you know, we got to make sure we pay all our bills in a timely manner. So we got to make sure that happens. So Holly basically does take care of all that, but she also checks as far as compliance, making sure we've got all the documents necessary in order to pay it, and following up if we have any discrepancies there. Project coordination and compliance. There's a lot that goes on there that Chris basically handles all of that. She kind of handles like all the finance side of that, making sure that all the pieces are into play. Do we have the budget for it? Do we have commissioner approval for it? Do we have, you know, all these different aspects to make sure that the project goes forward fairly smoothly? So she's a big piece of that, and monitors and tracking all the projects in regard to that. And then as far as right now, a big part of her piece is, you know, with FEMA, gathering all that data, making sure we have all the data, submitting to FEMA, and just hopeful, and, you know, getting the expenditures that we have spent back from FEMA. So between that and the project, basically compliance, I mean, she's got her plate full as well. And, you know, our department basically reviews, approves, and creates any kind of financial record. I mean, that all stops in our department. A lot of routine reporting, whether it be departmental reporting to the city commission as well. We've got local, state, and federal reporting, and that needs to be done as well. Budget preparation, including the trim process, which will be coming up way too soon in my respect. But anyway, it's a very manual process. I mean, we look at each line of the budget, we meet with department heads, you know, put a packet together for the commission and the budget workshops, and then, you know, making sure that we're all compliant with trim, which is required, and not too bad of a process, but it's time consuming, and making sure that we're meeting the deadlines for compliance with trim. And then audit. which we're still in the process, should be wrapping up here in the next few weeks, so that'll be good. You know, it's preparation, getting ready for audit, providing the auditors with the needed documentation and getting daily emails. Oh, I need one more piece. Oh, can you run me that report? Can you? So that's been a lot lately as well. So we do a lot over in finance. We do a lot just to make sure we're doing the right thing. So the changes that we see for programs and services over the last 5 years, Mike asked me to put in kind of a little bit of snippet in regards to revenue as well as overall budget. I mean, you can kind of see as far as the revenue increase for general fund has increased approximately 36% over the last 5 years. You can see CRA's 40%, building code 34%, you know, that's increase in permits. The pier actually had showed revenue increase, but unfortunately just not enough to cover the expenses that were going on there. Utility 29, sanitation, I was kind of surprised. It's only 12% increase in revenue. So we may need to kind of take a look at rates for next year in our plan, and then stormwater at 29%. And as far as budget, I just kind of took 5 years ago versus now. Our overall budget has increased 50% over the last 5 years. Of that, though, general fund has only increased 14%. So utility fund, quite a bit of increase at 70%, and stormwater, I didn't put it here, but that was another 50%. So, you know, and that's where all those capital projects are coming into play, and the money that we've been spending on that there. Another thing I think we need to consider, and we have experiencing, is just a substantial increase in costs and goods and services overall. I mean, we see it on a day-to-day. I mean, I talked to Jen, I talked to Rob. I mean, for Rob to replace brakes a few years ago was like $250. Now it's $800. So we are seeing that year over year. And then the supply chain issues, I know that's, you know, that's always top of mind, and we've been hearing that as well. Increase in potential grants. I wish we had the capacity to go after a lot more money, but I mean, the city staff, I know Lee does a lot of grants. I know Karen has done some grants, and we've had to contract out for grants as well with CPH as well as Mead and Hunt to get grants written. And then we've kind of already referred to increase in engineering costs and project management, construction administration. Just to kind of give you an idea of the last few years, we've spent well over $200,000 with Mead and Hunt, just Mead and Hunt, for their services as far as reviewing civil plans and construction administration and that kind of stuff. You know, that all adds up. I mean, you know, if we, and I'll kind of talk to a little bit later on, but is that something we need to look at, you know, bringing in-house as well? And then something to kind of keep in mind as well is the increased number of, you know, utility billing customers. I had said earlier we service around 3,300 accounts on an average. It hasn't really increased over the years, only about 5%, but it doesn't. But that number doesn't really reflect the change in ownership and the renters that we have coming and going year after year. And approximately 52% of our property is not homesteaded. 52. It's like 52% is not homesteaded. So that means, renters, snowbirds, you know, that kind of thing. So when you have that change specifically in renters, it's closing one account, getting that final read, getting the new customer in, and setting up an account, you know, then. So, and then we've got, of course, the new developments that are coming in. You know, we've got the Preserve, we got Beach Park Village, a couple hundred homes there, Veranda Bay, we got the Compass Hotel. That's potentially just roughly about 260 new customers, just for those, you know, for those projects there. So I'm not asking for any head count, by the way, just so you know. I just wanted to give you a little bit of information. So for proposed changes to programs and services, As far as revenue for next year, you know, we actually increased our utility revenue by 8.5% last year. And based on that study that was done, they recommended another 8% for 23-24. I did look at what the Public Service Commission is recommending, and they're actually recommending 7.07% increase for 23-24. And I think it was last year they recommended 4.53. So even their increase is almost in line with what we're going to need to do as well. I think we need to kind of look at sanitation rates. Overall, I mean, we're kind of on the lower side of it. When I looked it up, Bunnell was like around 25. Ours is a little over 24. You know, Ormond is about $24. Palm Coast is like almost $30, and anticipating to go up to a little over, I think 35 if I'm remembering correctly. So I think we'll need to kind of take a look at the sanitation rates going forward. And as far as pricings of goods and services, you kind of heard that across the board. It's like we do have the increase in the prices, and I think we need to keep in mind as we go into the budgeting cycle that we kind of keep that in mind, that we are seeing the increase in goods and services, so we'll need to address that. As far as like a software solution, I had presented this last year, but I wanted to kind of revisit with it again in regards to a software solution that will make the whole budget process easier. Creating the budgets on this software tool, it'll create budget books. We can budget personnel, we can do operational budgeting, we can do capital budgeting. We can actually budget by strategy as well as project tracking, all in one big tool. And that is ClearGov. Or if not the ClearGov, I definitely think we need to address some type of a project tracking software. And I know Mayor had mentioned it a few months ago. So if not that, we definitely need, I think, a better software for all the projects and project tracking that we need. And as far as like a software solution or an upgrade of our current system for like online payments, we currently have Point and Pay. We did have an issue a couple of months ago in regards to some information sent to old customers, and we thought it was a scam, and they just had some technical issues. But we do, with this particular either upgrade with Point and Pay or this other software, it's called Invoice Cloud. It's basically just a monthly service that's provided. It's more interactive, so if you call and make a payment, you can actually do it over the phone rather than actually have to talk to somebody. Where now, if you want to pay over the phone, you have to get somebody back in utility billing. They can just do it over the phone. You'll be able to make a payment over text. I don't know if anybody lives in Palm Coast, but I get a text every month. You can hit pay, and your utility bill is paid. And then, you know, the other thing is it will just definitely say we can upgrade it. It will be a little bit more electronic. We have customers like, oh, really? You're still doing this? And I'm like, well, yeah, we're trying. We're trying to get up in the, the 21st century anyway, to just improve that whole process, because we have to touch so much. So I think that is. Oh, the other thing that I don't necessarily have on this slide that I want to just kind of briefly mention is as we're working through all this hurricane and FEMA reimbursement, and I believe Mike is on board with this, is like some type of a hurricane task force or preparedness, because it just seems like we're moving so fast when stuff like this happens, just to better prepare ourselves in case of a storm. God forbid it should happen, but we did have some things that kind of fell through the lines, and I think we just need to get better about that and kind of plan how we're going to handle that, and whatever solutions that we may need for that as well. Okay, this last page, as far as personnel, operating, capital changes, personally for finance, I mean, I'm fine with the head count that I have. Yes, we're very busy, but, you know, we get the job done, and I'm very, very happy with the team that I have right now. The couple of things that I would propose is a potential grant writer and administrator. With everybody else's existing jobs, I think that this would be a true benefit to the city, to have somebody that's dedicated for looking for grants, writing the grants, and administrating the grants. I'd mentioned about an engineer, maybe getting somebody back on board on that, since we have to outsource a lot of our civil engineering and construction services. I would potentially see that we may see a savings if we could potentially put somebody on board. And then the purchase of that ClearGov software or any kind of other project tracking software, I think it would be, you know, a benefit. All of our budgeting is all Excel-based, and errors do happen where this is a more robust tool, and we can do a lot of things with that. And then as far as like a monthly contract with either Invoice Cloud or upgrading our point-and-pay solution to make the payment system a whole lot more user-friendly for our residents.
So ClearGov would be the third bullet on your previous slide?
Yes.
And Invoice Cloud would be the fourth bullet on your previous slide?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, just make sure I'm...
Yep.
All right. Questions or comments for Rhonda, Commissioner Raley?
Nothing that you've addressed here, I don't think, but I know that there were people who were still getting hung up with their bank not getting the money to us, and we were supposed to, they were getting charged late fees through no fault of their own.
No, and what happens is, like, anybody that is currently set up on bill pay through their bank, we still get paper checks for.
The banks are issuing.
Yeah, the banks are issuing the checks, and what happens is they go through basically like a clearinghouse. So they package all those bill pay checks and then put them in the mail and send them to us. So after a lot of people were saying, hey, I've got my bill pay set up right, we don't know what's going on, we basically traced it back to the post office. Because, you know, it's, unfortunately, that's the case. So we want to make sure that, you know, in that case, when it's a bill pay, that with, they say that pay the bill on the 15th, we get it on the 15th.
Okay.
So.
Good. Thank you.
Yep.
That was it?
Yeah, she gave us good explanations, so.
Commissioner Belhumeur.
I have no questions. Do a great job.
Thank you.
Commissioner Spradley.
Explaining.
No questions, thank you.
Commissioner Sherman.
No questions, thank you.
Mayor Johnston.
Tons of questions. No, I'm kidding. No questions.
Couple quick ones.
Yep.
I thought we already had a conversation about a grant writer, administrator person where it was going to be no cost to the city, but they were going to get reimbursed through the grants or something like that. Didn't we already have this discussion somewhere along the way?
Not since I've been a commissioner.
That was for the homes to be raised. That was for the mitigation for that.
Okay. So there is a lot of grant writing companies out there that, you know, this would just be in contrast to maybe as a, you know, staff person that they get paid off of grants that they get, and there's like a percentage, and it's usually pretty equitable.
I would guess that's on Mike's list.
Mike has a grant writer he mentioned last meeting.
It is on his list. He's interested.
So that takes care of that. Engineering would be kind of along the lines of the same. Yeah, there was the concerns previous 2 city managers ago about city engineers, you know, affordability and specializations and versus outsourcing and stuff like that. And so the other question I had was, how much is ClearGov? Because I think, if I remember right, ClearGov is super expensive, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not cheap. And It's around $20,000. But we can't, like I said, nuts to bolt budgeting. It'll produce a budget book. We'll have access, all the department heads would have access to actually input their budgets and notes and the detail involved. We can budget by strategy. As you identify strategies for the city, we can tag it as a strategy. We can put all of our capital in there, as well as project tracking. So it's an all-in-one tool.
Would it potentially save us money on any other software program that we're currently paying licensing for, by chance? Is there any savings anywhere?
No, sir.
I did have a question about it.
What you got, Rick?
When will we see our fourth quarter budget report?
Once the auditors
From
are
last year.
yeah, we should be wrapping up the audit within the next few weeks, and at that point in time.
We'll see that before we get into budget, right?
Absolutely, sir. Yes.
Okay. And in the meantime, we'll get our second quarter for this year?
Yes.
Is that coming soon?
That's going to be coming next month.
Okay.
Or no, at the end of this month, I'm sorry.
Okay. All right, that's it.
Any other questions or comments for Rhonda?
Just one.
Mayor Johnson.
You had mentioned the tracker system.
The project tracking?
Yes. Did you get anywhere on any of those? Have you had even a chance to look at it?
I really haven't had a chance to look, but when we go to do budgeting, I'll have that in the decision modules, and then at that point.
And you think that type of program, something of that caliber, would be helpful for you?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
That was it?
Which ClearGov has tracker.
Yeah, that'll all be included with the ClearGov.
Yeah.
Right, if you don't want to go the ClearGov way, which is all encompassing from, budget to capital to everything, then we could also explore
Oh, no,
other
ClearGov has it, and you're already paying for it. Use it.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Rhonda. And we will move on to city manager. I refuse to call him interim city manager. We're just going to call you city manager.
This is your interim, so you're. And Penny said she was coming up here. The reason she stated it's probably different than mine, because there's a cold breeze that comes down on that seat. And honestly, I can hardly talk after a while. You probably noticed.
You should switch sides. Go over there.
So I'm gonna come up here, if you don't mind. Thaw out. That's all right with you.
Because it's hot up here, at least for me.
Really?
There is a piece on that seat you would not believe. I'm serious. It's made how cold.
Even Penny has stood in front of me
You
and
borrowed Jane's
recognized how
sweater.
the breeze is blowing right in.
Well, it's my pleasure to talk to you for a few minutes. I want to give you some observations.
Is your mic on?
I'm sorry. It's my pleasure to talk to you for a few minutes. I want to give you my observations, and I'm not going to follow strictly the PowerPoint slides that you have, but I'm going to talk about them. And I want, first of all, to thank you for spending this day with us, with the staff, and allowing us to present to you programs and what our hopes for the next year as well as the future are, and how that fits into our program plan. So thank you very much for the opportunity. A lot of what you've heard today, and I just wrote down two notes. Was information technology software and administrative staffing compensation. Three major areas. And one of the observations I've made when I came in as your interim was that we have an extremely dedicated professional staff, very dedicated professional staff, but they lack somewhat of an adequate administrative support system. And I'm going to give you an example. One of the things I noticed when I first came in is how much dedication staff was making to the many hurricanes that we have had and the erosion of the beach that has occurred because of the hurricanes and the damage to the pier as well as damage to other city facilities. And the grants that people were administering, trying to coordinate all those grants into one consolidated program that was directed towards the problems that the city faces. And I also observed that in my role as a city manager, I was being torn in a number of different areas, and I did not have the capacity to deal with all the various areas that I was asked or tasked to go into. And I looked at the job description of the city manager, and I found out that the job description that is currently written for the city manager and the way the organizational structure was put together did not allow the city manager to really dedicate the time that should be into what I consider the highest priority programs. And I want to give you an example out of the job description. It currently reads that the city manager is the city public information officer, and it currently reads that the city manager is the grants program administrator. Well, the PIO has really been delegated to the police chief as well as to Katie, and so that has been somewhat delegated out. But the grants program manager has not. It's really everywhere in the city. It's not concentrated in any one place. It's you see your directors, your program managers taking the grants and administering and bringing the money in, doing an excellent job with them. But we, according to what I have seen, we're not coordinating the way the grants work together as far as compliance. And I'm really worried about the compliance issue, how you tie all the grants together to ensure that we are meeting all the rules and regulations of the grantee agencies. The second thing that I'm worried about is that we do not have the administrative capacity to go after new grants. In a little bit, you're going to be talking about the TPO. I can tell you that my belief is that unless we increase our administrative capacity, we don't have the capability of going after TPO grant funds this year. And there's some very, very good grants to go after that fit Flagler Beach to a T, but we don't have the capacity to do it. I want to give you an example on the sand fencing to show you how. You charged, you set a goal of installing the sand fencing from the DOT limits north. We were able to piggyback on the DOT contract as far as administrative cost. DOT has given us the capital that we need. They will pay for the fencing. But now how do we get the other $200,000? So we found that Fish and Wildlife had a grant that we can go after, and we really had nowhere to assign that grant to be able to apply for the operational funds that we need to be able to install that fencing. So the best that we could do is I asked Katie, do you have the time to do it? She, in typical volunteer and the enthusiasm that she shows towards all the projects that she undertakes, she said, certainly, I'll do it. And she did. She wrote the grant to Fish and Wildlife to cover the deficit costs that we have for the sand fencing. Now, I don't know what the end result of that will be, but that is one example of where I had to look around to find another person that could find the time to dedicate to try to go after the money. Last week, I was sent an opportunity to find that there's a grant available for police protective vest. I sent a note to the chief. He said, yes, we have our administrative assistant is doing an excellent job. She's with enthusiasm. She's going after the grant. But that's the kind of fragmentation that I think we have that we have to correct, because there's compliance issues with all these grants that we, in my opinion, do not have the assurity that we are following all the rules and regulations and tying them all together to be able to protect the city's interest. So that's one of the areas I've identified, certain positions that I think we have to really consider for the FY 23-24 budget. Grants management is one of those. I have contacted Chair Cooley. You mentioned about a possible contract of a grants management expert. I know of a firm, a grants writer that was formerly one of my grants writers when I was city manager, who formed her own company. I've had her meet with staff. I'm going to meet with staff again next week to go over whether or not, exactly what we would put in to a tentative preliminary contract. And if we have agreement with that, I will be bringing that back to the commission next month. I'm not going to wait until the budget. I'll meet with Rhonda to see if we can think of a way of bringing money out of the other grants to start the process. But initially, what we need to do is work on a grants management policy. To design a policy for exactly how we administer, apply for, and show accountability for all the grants that we have. So that's the first thing that I believe needs to be done. And I hope if at staff level we have concurrence with that as a process, I'll bring that to you next month. So that is a goal there. Second, is when and you heard this from, Rick talked to you about that he had all the departments that were basically put under his authority before you brought me in as the interim. I have looked at the departments and I've drawn a new organizational chart, which you have a version of it. I was going to meet with staff today when we had a staff meeting and present it to them. And since we didn't have a staff meeting, I'll send the organizational chart out to the staff this week. But what I have done is taken the departments and I have tried to make a more systematic way of having them report based upon the functions that each staff section has. What that does, it puts 13, I'm sorry. It puts 13 departments under the city manager. That's way, way too many. 13 direct reports come to the city manager, and that is just far too many. And I believe that when you select a permanent city manager, he or she has certain responsibilities that they're going to want to complete. And I'm going to give you one. It's under HR. When Liz talked to you about needing an assistant HR person, I agree 100%, but I do not think it should be part-time. I think it should be full-time. And the reason for it is there's so many responsibilities that HR should be doing that Liz has no resource to be able to handle. I'll give you an example. Currently, we don't have a personnel evaluation system in the city. Must have one. That's going to require designing the system and administering the system. When I first came in and we were looking at the compensation schedule, and I mentioned to you that we really had to address the compensation pay plan, and I gave you the internal and the external process for administering that. I met with Liz and I said, Liz, we'll form an employee team, but I need you as the lead to be able to tackle and make recommendations on the compensation plan. And she's doing that. But because she is the only person and she has to recruit, she has to administer the pay plan. She's working with Katie. Katie's helping her out with that. And she's meeting with all the departments where we have some internal equity problems, and she's also working with me on the overall compensation plan. But it's way too much for one person in your HR department. She desperately needs, in my opinion, a second person to help her with the duties that the HR department has. So I'm recommending that you bring on an HR assistant, not part-time, but full-time. So that's a second second position. It's also been mentioned about an engineer that you would to bring on an engineer, and I totally agree. The city needs to bring in a PE. It's absolutely essential. With all the money we have going into grants, we need to sit down and look at is there a way of bringing most of the support costs for a second city engineer, a PE engineer, in to work with Lee and to assist Lee in all the myriad of responsibilities that we have on projects throughout the city. So that's the third position that I recommend. So the next position, and I mentioned that right now under the organizational chart that I put together, you have 13 direct reports to the city manager. It's too many. So I propose that an assistant city manager be brought in next year that would pick up about 5 to 6 of the departments, of the direct reports, and would leave the city manager then with another 6 to 7, depending upon how the city manager, he or she, at that point would decide to divvy up the responsibilities. May keep the organizational chart that I designed, or may not, may manipulate a little bit. But that's the recommendation that I have. And I think I'd like to close on this. I'm going to go backwards to a slide that I put together. Flagler Beach is a city of 5,000, but you have a responsibility. The city has a responsibility of a city that's closer, in my opinion, to 50,000. It's a full-service city with responsibilities way beyond a small city. And to give you an example, what is occurring with the reaction and the recovery operations from the multiple hurricanes and sea level rise, which is a major issue that's occurring. And I'll wrap up real quick. But I think that we are going through a new era we have to react to new ways to problems that we've never faced before on a citywide or countywide level. And those are a lot related to the environmental impacts of sea level rise and the stormwater problems that are a direct result of that, requiring brand new solutions. And a lot of we're just not ready. We have not faced those kind of problems. Citizens have not faced those kind of problems because of the old way of solving them are no longer, in a lot of cases, applicable. They're not relevant. We have to think of new ways of addressing those and educating citizens about those new ways. I'll stop again, and what I have concluded, we need to increase the administrative staffing levels of the city to be able to meet what the needs of the future are. I'd be happy to answer any questions. And the compensation plan, it's the only area I didn't mention. We have to solve the compensation problems that have been pointed out. You've heard it today. You've got internal problems and external problems with our pay plan. We're addressing both of those through the compensation plan that we have, as well as we have internal problems with staffing levels that are not being paid equitably according to the job function of which they have. And that's the second. That's the internal, and we're also addressing the external. Those are big, major issues that we hope to solve, not solve necessarily, but to address and get resolution for this month and the month of June. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Jane.
I think I may have misunderstood something you said, so I want some clarification. When you were talking about Liz's job, you said something about we don't have any evaluation of employees.
Yes.
We don't evaluate our employees? We used to.
No.
Oh.
We currently are not evaluating. And we need a new evaluation system, and we need to be able to implement that system.
What happened to the old one? Do we know?
Went away with Mr. Newsom.
I'm sorry?
Went away with Mr. Newsom.
Oh, okay.
And Commissioner Mealy, if I could address that, to put together a system now really needs to be tied into your strategic plan. And you know, when the new manager comes in, you'll update that. And the strategies that you come up with the strategic plan need to be incorporated into your human resource evaluation system, where departments set goals and objectives that are targeted into the strategies you set in your plan.
I've written evaluations.
Yes.
So I know what goes into them. I just
Yeah.
didn't know we weren't doing it.
Yeah, we're not.
Okay. I followed what you said about the grants administrator. I know we have way too many grants for any one person to handle. But is it good for one person to write grants and follow them for a police department, for engineering, for so many diverse kinds of groups? Would they, excuse me, would they really know the needs of the department? I see, my idea of a grants administrator would be, okay, so we got Dee to apply for a grant in the police department. Dee lives and breathes the police department, so she knows what this grant is for. Then I see an administrator making sure, okay, here are the rules that go along with this grant. This has to be reported by a certain time. I could see that. But to actually do the applying, does that really work?
Well, let me restate, because that's not what I meant. If I said that, you're right. You're absolutely correct. The departments would write many of their own grants. You know, the police would write their own. But what we need is a centralized grant management policy where everybody's following the same rules, and we have an audit system internally to where we know that all grants are being in compliance with the grantee agency. But the departments are still going to be responsible for writing their own grants, because you're absolutely correct. They know what they need, and they know how to write the grant according to their operations. But you have a centralized overseer, and that person would also would be writing grants in conjunction possibly with other staff for those grants like the TPO, where you have nobody that you can assign a grant to. So they would do some grants, but they would also be an overseer and to ensure compliance citywide.
Gotcha.
Does that make sense?
Yes. So I guess I made a leap there or something.
Well, you'll have to excuse me. Sometimes I do not state as clearly as what I should exactly what my intention is, so I may have not stated it correctly.
So it ended up we were on the same page.
Yes, we are.
That's good. And I've talked to you about this before. I have a couple of concerns about your organizational chart. I understand having so many people directly reporting to you is too much. But if we adopt this one or agree to it, the next city manager can change it again?
Sure.
Meet
Sure.
his or her needs, because there are things on here I don't agree with, but I don't want to spend forever on something that may go away in 6 months.
Certainly. This is just to clear up currently what the organizational design is at this point.
What works for you?
Yeah, what works for me. And you can change it tomorrow. The key is, and you heard Rick talk about it, everything got assigned really under the building division, and that is totally unworkable. And that came up when we received the letter from the building association saying we can't have the building inspector being paid from the building fund for work that supports the general fund.
Okay,
This is just trying to clarify that.
thank you.
Commissioner Spradley.
Thank you, Mike. With the understanding that I'm the newest member here of this
This isn't
board.
going to last long. You can't keep saying that.
Sometimes I'll feel the need to give the disclaimer. But, and also with my thought that, we've got these competing interests of being efficient and meeting the needs and wants of the residents, but also being fiscally responsible. And that sometimes the two clash, if not all the time. I have thought about these 4 positions ever since I've heard them, mostly in conversations with you. And I have personally, just in, from being an observer here in the city, from being a businessman for 40 years, I'm of the firm belief that the greatest asset the city has is its people. It's 120 some odd employees. And what we're looking at here is a way to both manage the employees and help them accomplish working to the highest level that they can, because it just feels like this chart right now prevents that from happening. So I have reasons, I won't go into them all, but I have reasons to support the hiring of all 4 of these positions. The grant writer, a full-time HR assistant, full-time engineer, we talked about that at length last week, and then an assistant city manager. It just seems that, none of us wants to part ways with city dollars, but in order to preserve what we have and to make it better, it just looks like these are excellent ideas. So I appreciate it.
And Commissioner Spradley, I do believe that accountability to the citizenry requires that you have an adequate administrative support system, because currently I think we could be so much more effective if we were able to improve our internal administrative operations and provide additional services. So the citizens will benefit as well as your administrative support system will benefit for accountability purposes.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Commissioner Belhumeur.
Skipping to me. Okay. The engineer is kind of a no-brainer as far as I can see. There have been some huge mistakes made since we lost the last one, and actually, I won't get into that. But I firmly believe that the money saved will easily pay the salary and avoid some mistakes that are potentially out there. The HR assistant, I'm in agreement with that. Liz had a person for a while and then lost it. And she's just got so many things on her plate. I don't know how she manages as it is. Grants administrator. Now, with that, you had tried to explain that to me to some degree, that theoretically that person could pay for their salary by certain grants, including administration in the writing of it. Is that how you vision it?
I think you can support that position through grants, because grants have an administrative line item in them, but I would not approach it from the viewpoint of 100% funding, because that may not be possible. You may have to support that portion of that position out of other, a split between your various funds. So I don't want to mislead you to think that this is a free position, because it's probably not. I think that where that will pay for itself is accountability and also additional resource for grant funding, and again, going back to the TPO grant. But the Commissioner Belhumeur, where I'm really concerned, and one of the advantages of that position that I think is critical, is compliance, to ensure that we And not just on compliance on one grant, because each one of the city staff that's administering a grant is doing absolutely everything they can do to ensure compliance with that grant. But we have to coordinate all those grants into a composite whole to ensure on a citywide basis we have a grants management policy, and each grant is in compliance with that policy.
Okay.
As well as the grant requirements.
Right. My concern is, before we start hiring more people, that we compensate the ones we have. So I know that's one of your top priorities, and I just think that with any additional compensation for those that already work for us, that accountability go all the way from the city manager to the lowest, and everybody. If we're going to pay up, then a job works two ways. They provide a service for the city, and we in turn pay them for it. And if we pay them what they're worth, then we should get what we're paying them for. So I think that accountability is a big deal, and you were talking about reinitiating, making sure that what
evaluation system.
Evaluation, that's what I was looking for. Reestablishing an evaluation system and could keep an eye on and control that accountability. So I think that's a really good point that you made. Assistant city manager, boy, where are we going to get the money for all this stuff?
I
That's
truly
the
don't know.
scary part.
It is scary.
They're talking about well, we got to take care of who we got. That's primary. We don't need to be losing more people. But then this search group's going to be asking us to ask or offer more money for the city manager. So that's going to be, that's going to be in addition to what we're already budgeted for. So.
Well, that's up to us to decide.
Well, I get that, but I'm just thinking out loud. It's going to be a big change in funding we'll need, or revenues we'll need for paying everybody. But I totally understand your reasoning, and I agree with it, but somebody's got to win the lottery. But I really think that we got to take care of our own, people that are here now. We don't need to be losing anymore. So, especially department heads.
Commissioner Belhumeur, I concur with you 100%. The department heads that you have, you absolutely do not want to lose. Right. And you've got a team. And I just emphasize how impressed I was when I came into the city and I saw how your department heads are working as much as they can together and really doing 120% of what they can do to keep all these grants going and to keep all the projects going to try to solve the problems that have occurred over the last couple years environmentally, which Flagler Beach is facing, I think, problems that you won't find in many other cities because of what has happened environmentally.
That's all I got.
Commissioner Sherman. I think Commissioner Belhumeur kind of hit the nail on the head with maybe some of the questions I have, with the staffing and how much that's going to cost us a lot of money. And the money's got to come from somewhere. And I think that's, when we go into budget, we're going to have to look at that pretty deeply to, how are we going to do this? I guess my other major concern is, and I'm glad that you addressed it, about when you were mentioning the evaluation process, and we talked about compensating the staff properly. How do you compensate the staff properly if you don't have a performance evaluation system to then say, well, you exceeded expectations, and we're going to be, this is what I'm going to, pay you based on your performance? I mean, how are you going to quantify that if there's no? I mean, we see things maybe at a bird's eye view. We're not in the trenches day in and day out. That's one of my other major concerns is how you're going to properly compensate the existing staff we have without any sort of performance evaluation system in place. Just trying to wrap my head around that one. And then again, I think the other point was all the staffing, and I do like the grant writer, the engineer, but we just have to find the way to fund these projects. That's all I have.
Mayor Johnston.
Mine's very quick. One, I agree. I love all the positions. Off the top, I don't believe we can afford a good engineer, and we saw what a cheap one got us in the past. And I was hearing about spending $200,000 with Mead and Hunt, and maybe that's where we could have a little bit of savings, but then I wouldn't be comfortable reaching back out to Mead and Hunt to pay them anything if we had a full-time employee on staff. But to concur with Rick, we have to pay the employees that we have to keep them before adding more employees. Otherwise, we're just going to find ourselves in a vicious cycle. And that's all I have.
Can I address that?
Yes.
With the addition, I don't want to just keep adding layers on.
Right.
But I think it's important to understand that if we can find a way through the budget process of bringing on a PE, you will not negate the need for professional engineering consultants that you have, like with Mead and Hunt, working in the wastewater utility system, as well as other programs that we need throughout the city. You will always need to have contract professional engineering companies working with our own PE and with Lee, and I want to make sure that what Lee has done, and this is my recommendation, is not in any way negative on the work that is currently being done. You're getting exemplary work from Lee as trying to coordinate the engineering projects that we already have. It's just that he is in a situation like Liz is. You do not have the staffing to do the projects, the demand that we have throughout the city for engineering services. So, but I think it's important, Mayor, that I tell you that my opinion is that you're still going to need the professional engineering firms that you have, maybe not to the extent that we currently have, that use them. And we'd be able to move some of that money to support a professional engineer on staff. That's a hope.
Yeah, we're in for some sticker shock. Well, so last year we brought on an assistant to the city manager that was also supposed to help with being a PIO and help in HR. And we also brought on, I think her name was Steph, the project management. But nowhere in here is public information officer, which for years now we have been asking for that to be a clear-cut position, because it cannot be our police chief anymore. Like, if we're bringing on all these positions, there needs to be that responsibility, which is a critical responsibility that we owe our citizens to be in here. This has been, we've been listening to it for a year. But I guess I'm confused. So we would bring on an assistant city manager, and then we would also have an assistant to the city manager on top of that? And then we would end up having 2 project managers, which would be Lee and the Stephanie lady. So we're
Chris.
2, Chris, that's it. So we would have Lee and Chris as 2 project managers. But then we would need to hire grant writers. And an engineer. And I worry that we have it's underutilization of certain positions, is my opinion. I do think we need to have what's on this. I do think we need to have someone doing grant stuff, okay? I do think we need a help in our human resource department. And we also need help with engineering. But I'm worried that we keep adding and adding, so now we're gonna end up with another, like an assistant city manager, plus a city manager, plus an assistant to the city managers. Then we have 2 project managers, but then we're also bringing on a grant writer and a grant manager, even though we have 2 project managers now. And we also have somebody who's functioning as an engineer, and we're going to hire an engineer. And these jobs, assistant city manager, close to a 6-figure income, with benefits probably over that, and an engineer, 6-figure income. And let's not forget the hundreds of thousands of dollars in potential suggested pay changes that we have coming up down the line. I am of the opinion that I don't see us being able to afford this, not without a huge, massive increase to a budget that, on top of the already big increases to the budget that we've already had. We have needs, but I think we need to really take a look at duplication of positions, or if we're going to bring on something, we need to make sure the utilization doesn't fall off other places. And I think that's what we might have here that just needs to be tweaked a little bit, That's just my opinion, looking at it for the first time and just kind of seeing where all the money's going. And I also believe that ClearGov does eval forms. It has form makers and that are trackable and all that stuff. I'm not an expert at ClearGov. I've just had a little experience with it, but I thought it did that. Now, obviously, it would take our HR, slots to make it and distribute it and do all that. But if anything, at least that helps. If we were to bring on ClearGov at a cost of $20,000, that's the only thoughts I had on that. Any other thoughts, Commissioner Spradley?
Yeah, I hear everything that you say loud and clear, Commissioner Cooley. I don't look at these proposed hires as like a thumbs up or a thumbs down. I think if there's heartburn with creating all 4 of these positions, then they need to be, prioritized if it winds up there. Having said that, it's hard for me to relegate any of these 4 to number 4, and it's equally hard for me to relegate any of the 4 out of number 1. But that's where I started this a minute ago after the disclaimer that I'm new, which is that there's always that clash between what we need to get done here versus being fiscally responsible. But for me, at least in my opinion, these are all 4 spots that the circumstances just scream for. For example, HR support full-time. 120 some odd employees. It's just, to me, in my experience, it's unheard of for a business to have to have an HR department composed of 1 person for that number of employees. And then that kind of leads to some of the issues that we're talking about. Losing people, not having performance reviews, it's all related to that. A grant writer. I don't have to we don't have to dig deep into our memory thinking about some grants that were lost, a pretty big one last year, which I think a grant writer position would prevent that from ever happening again. Engineer, we were here last Thursday. And I think Commissioner Bellhumor, the first thing he said tonight was, it's a no-brainer. We needed an engineer, you know, and that's consistent with what we talked about the last time. And then assistant city manager organizationally makes sense. So I've just repeated what I said a few minutes ago, but yet I understand all the concerns about the cost to do that, but it's kind of like that's where we are.
Commissioner Spradley, if I could just address one point with that too, and it's, I believe that the stress levels that is building up on staff because of the myriad of responsibilities is getting to a critical point. And I think that that stress level is leading to some negative motivation, and I'm concerned about that. I think that what will happen, even though it sounds like you have a lot of coordinators, you really don't. You've got so many different demands coming into the city. It takes various people to coordinate those activities to ensure that they're completed correctly, and not at the same time lead to such stress levels on staff that they feel, I've got to get out of here. And I think that's one of the things that we need to try to prevent.
Commissioner Mealy.
Yeah, I think we can sit up here and talk all day about this, but I don't think there's a complete understanding of what each of these people do. I remember walking past Chris's office a month ago, and just say hi to Chris. And she said, look at this. And she was piled up. Pile after pile after pile in this tiny little, it's not even an office, cubicle, I guess. And to say that we don't need more than one, I think is unreasonable. All these projects, Lee talks about this grant. I'm confused at this point. I don't remember all the grants. Maybe others of you do, but I know we've had grant after grant after grant after grant, all of them worthwhile, all wonderful. But to have one person overseeing all of that, I think you have to give more thought into what it is each of these people do. I'm worried about grants too. I know years ago, the fact that we just did Pal Parker this year was ridiculous. And person that had Liz's job before her had 4 jobs. I don't know how she got all those jobs done either, but one of the things was Pal Parker. She's long gone. Most people here don't even remember her. And like we just said, it's not done yet because nobody oversaw it. Luckily, we have somewhat of a relationship with FIND and other organizations, and we're able to salvage it. But I think, yes, budget's important. Yes, the tax rate is important. But if we're going to run this city properly, I think, an understanding of what happens all around is important. End of speech.
Any other comments? All right, thank you, City Manager.
Thank you, and again, in conclusion, I really appreciate the time that you're spending today and listening to staff and what we believe our goals should be. So it's very, very important to staff what you've done today. Thank you.
All right, we have a 15-minute slot before public comment that was for City Manager. So did y'all want to cover?
Why don't we do public comment and then take the break?
Well, we have this to cover.
No, that's tomorrow.
Well, did you want to cover that today or only tomorrow?
You can talk about it today.
I left my comments at home.
You can talk about it today, and then we'll have to make final decisions tomorrow. But if you want to just talk about it generally today, that'd be fine.
I have a ton of comments that I scribbled.
Now, the consultant will be here tomorrow. The executive search firm will be here.
Good.
Present tomorrow.
I'm not ready to do it today. I left all that home. And I don't have an office a block away.
It would probably be good for the consultant to be here and hear our comments firsthand, too.
Because they're going to be repeated tomorrow.
Yeah.
All right, so you don't want to wait to have the discussion on this till tomorrow? Is that what we have a consensus on? City manager, are you okay with that?
I'm fine.
Okay, let's open this up, public comment concerning this meeting. Anybody for public comment? We talked about a lot. If you can, please state your name and address.
Donna Schneider, South Daytona Avenue. Over the years, it seems like the city's taken a lot of Band-Aid approaches, reactive approaches, and it's all added up. It's all come to roost now. And I'm glad to see, I'm actually seeing here a commitment to getting things done and realizing what's important and taking the actions. We still have a lot of problems, though. You know, you sit there and you say, we want to take care of this. Somehow it never gets all the way down to the bottom. So I do think we need some more people to manage things and make sure that from A to Z actually happens. And I am so thankful for you because you have, I think, really hit home what this city needs to do. So I think we're going in the right direction. So I heard a couple people talk about the impact, all this money that we're going to need. So I want to offer one more suggestion. Over the years, I've been up here a few times talking about our fire department. I would like you all to reach out to Flagler County, talk to them about the services they can provide, and see if it can work for our city. We spent $4 million in the last 3 years. We may not need to spend that money. So I don't think we're going to lose anything. These are great guys. They can be absorbed by Flagler County, and they can probably still work out at the same location. So I want to ask you, if not today, in your next meeting, to put it on the agenda, to at least take a vote on whether you will reach out and ask for information so you can make a decision how we can save some money so we can spend this money where we need it.
All right, thank you. Anyone else for public comment? Kim, please state your name and address.
Bob Cunningham, North 10th Street. So I really like the fact that the things like ClearGov is going to come in and start having project tracking. I hope it comes and provides project planning along with it. That's something that is able to be printed out and submitted, shown on the website so everybody can see what projects are going on. The cleaning out of the pipes was a big miss that just kind of disappeared. With proper project planning, all that stuff gets documented, all that stuff gets shown, and people can see it, and it'll bring down the temperature and answer a lot of questions for them. But what Penny talked about with updating the website, I think it's great stuff. I'm glad to see that it's going to start being worked on and happen. And that's all I had.
All right, thank you. Anyone else for public comment? All right. Seeing no one close public comment. All right. Any questions or thoughts on public comment? There was a request that, is there a appetite to talk to county about having them take over our fire department? Do we have any thoughts on that?
We did it years ago. It was not going to save us money because they were going to charge us more.
That's because we wanted specifically our...
Donna, please. So, no, I'm not. If Donna wants it on the agenda, Donna has the right to put it on the agenda, and then I'll be forced to talk about it, but I'm not interested in putting it on the agenda.
Not every agenda, it's the manager's agenda.
Yeah.
It's a request.
Yeah, I understand.
Right. Well,
That's what I
and
meant.
the request was made. That's why I was asking if that is something that we wanted to pursue, having a conversation about. Anybody? Go down the line. Commissioner Spradley.
It's not something I know. Going through the election process and getting out and talking to people in the community, I hear a lot about what the problems are and what people want to have about and like about Flagler Beach and want to retain and want to restore and want to preserve. And I overwhelmingly heard in my traveling around town about the fact that we have our own fire department and police department as a plus. I didn't really hear any negative to that from anyone that I spoke with. And I didn't just confine my talk to people I knew. In fact, I mostly talked to people I didn't know. So with that, I personally don't have an interest in changing that dynamic because it doesn't seem representative of at least the people I've gotten to know in the community.
Commissioner Valier.
Well, as some of you know, I brought this up many moons ago before I was a commissioner, when Bruce Campbell sat in that seat and asked if you have any ideas of how we can save money in the budget, let me know. So I did a little research and kind of triggered a process and went through that process, and it was rejected because we were fiercely independent. In the meantime, that budget has gone up way beyond what it would have been if we accepted the offer that we got from the county at the time. But I too have listened to the people in town, and there's arguments both ways. I personally would like to know how that's worked out for Bunnell. I know they didn't have anything near what we have as a fire department, but then too, it's a very expensive endeavor to maintain a 21st century fire department. It's great to have them here, and even if we were to, it would be a huge cost savings. Taxpayers wouldn't be paying for the same thing twice. But then I don't know. I'd have to think about that for a little while.
Well, we're taking consensus, so there's no I don't knows.
No, we're taking consensus on whether there's
If we want to talk about it.
All right, let's talk about it.
Okay. Commissioner Sherman?
I'm in favor of having our own fire department. However, I'm willing to hear what other services there are, what the alternative would be. But, if you were asking me right now, I would want to keep our own fire department, but also we'd have to look at the, numbers and things. And I think there, as Commissioner Spradley mentioned in his thoughts, that's the appetite that I've garnered from probably about 75%, 80% of the residents that they want. That's one of the things they find unique about Flagler Beach is that we do have our own first responders. But I'm willing to hear what maybe the costs would be, but I'm in favor of keeping our fire department, but I also I'm open-minded as well.
Okay. Mayor Johnston.
My first thought is like others here on the dais today, that they've heard from residents about really liking to have our own fire department. I would say I am in the same boat, minus 10 residents that have come to me. And I was also advised by other elected officials who municipalities went with county services, because once you go there, you can't go back. But I am one of knowledge is power, and it doesn't hurt to get information. And it might be something that would benefit us now. It would benefit us in the long run by other residents not asking, already having the answer to those questions, and there's no harm in seeing what someone says. So my answer would be yes. I mean, it doesn't do any harm to know what the county is going to say.
That isn't even what we're supposed to be reaching consensus on today. We were asked to reach consensus on whether we would discuss it.
Oh, well, then, yes, I think that it would be fine to discuss it.
I'm okay with talking about anything. I mean,
I've noticed that.
yeah, it's like, I mean, it's like an RFP for the pier. If folks want to say, hey, I got an idea for the pier, we'll listen to it. Doesn't mean I'm going to vote for it. We'll listen to it. There's no harm in having a discussion. So I am okay with having a discussion about, you know, if it covers a base and it explores potential opportunities, then that's fine. Are we talking about doing this before budgeting or during the upcoming fiscal year? I think is probably the other question. I mean, that's going to be something that's going to take a little bit of work to put together, I'm assuming, and a lot of conversation. And I wonder if we have time to do that. City Manager, any thoughts?
Yes, I do. I believe that we currently are under such demand to do various studies and projects that putting a major, this is not a simple process, this is a major issue. And to do it right, you're going to involve staff time, you're going to have to involve outside studies, and a serious negotiation with other bodies to include, meaning the county. I strongly recommend, with everything you have on your table right now, this should not be an issue of consideration. It's just going to be way too much. And you've got a new manager that you're going to be bringing in, and to throw a new manager in the mix of this right now, I personally believe will add to disillusionment and fragmentation, and you don't need it. You just don't need it. I highly recommend, if you're going to do this, delay it for over, a year to 2 years, and let things settle down. They need to settle down.
Commissioner Spradley.
Echoing on that, even agreeing that it's never a bad thing to have discussion about certain things. Right now, what is on the plate of the city is screaming for, please don't add anything more. And the idea of disbanding the fire department in the middle of all of this would probably be the worst possible thing we could consider.
That's why I brought up timing, because that's a massive undertaking in order to be able to even have a conversation. So would there be a potential consensus for possibly looking at this sometime next fiscal year as a conversation?
After we have a new city manager?
Correct.
Yeah, after we
100%.
have the budget done and the new city manager.
He or she is
Because they'll have some
settled.
thoughts about it too.
I'm not sure why we would be doing that right now, even talking about what, about having a conversation next year after we have a city manager. Why are we doing that?
So,
Even if we did, we couldn't get it done before budget time, so it would just be.
So the consensus I'm hearing now, after consideration of everybody's opinion, is no, we will not have a conversation about that at this point in time. Correct. Do we have a consensus on that?
Immediately.
Okay, so that's our consensus on that. All right. And
Can I make a request since
Mayor.
we're moving on next? I see we have a break for an hour. Can we just have a short break? That way we can truck through.
yes, but let's wrap up public comment here. So ClearGov, I believe, does have project tracking. Rhonda, correct? Okay, so that covers that base. All right, so that takes care of all the feedback from public comment. So right now we are at
520? That's 5 now, but come back at 520.
How do y'all feel about 520?
And then wrap up after that.
520, and then we're going to move on to commission discussion. Then we have bait shop TPO priority list.
Then we have CRA.
Then we have CRA.
I'd say 15 minutes is fine. It's going to be a long night still.
It's 12 and a half.
We'll do 520. I'm good at 520. All right. You're on break. You can turn your mics off. Now we have commission discussion. And city manager, do you want to intro this or anything?
No, not beyond what I already said. I'm fine.
All right, commission discussion. Thoughts on all of this that we haven't maybe have already shared?
The only thing I got is a message from Vinny and Jen to come hang out and see that vacuum truck in motion tomorrow at 10 a.m. at the 7-Eleven.
Oh, geez.
So, got that right? Okay.
Oh,
All right,
geez.
they're happy.
That means you got to make it to work by 10.
Yeah. Oh, geez. Well, I'm going to throw a bunch of stuff down in that little sewer thing then. We'll see how good that thing can get. Throw a bunch of like TP down there and
Slurpee cups.
yeah. All right. Thoughts on all of this? We kind of shared them as we were going along.
Yeah.
Same.
I just wanted to say, I know you appreciated us devoting today to this. I want to thank you and the staff because I found this very valuable. It's the first time we've ever done it this way, and it should save us time and discussion when we get to the actual budget meetings. And it was just good to hear all in one day what everybody's up to.
I'll echo on that, just that it's good to have these words come out from all the department heads today and then have 2 or 3 months to stew on it, and have an idea rather than, the week before budget season starts and you start thinking about it. So I thought it was all good. So I think it was a great idea.
Yeah, well, they've accumulated some, some thoughts from us, so that should help in your process of putting budget together.
Yeah, I thought it was
Great work.
I thought it was wonderful too. And I guess one of the suggestions or maybe questions I have is, I think last year when we did budget, and I don't know how the rest of everybody feels up here that when we did budget, but I felt like when we got towards the end and like, I think when I'm thinking of Rhonda with finance and she mentioned her software, and I think we were so cut off on how much we have already spent, or we didn't have the appetite to maybe fund some of these things. And my thought would be, I don't know what your all's thoughts are, is maybe we can have a module where, if there's software, different things that we can all look at collectively and all the positions collectively. I don't know if that would pull too much out of one category to the other, but I thought what happened towards the end of last year's budget was that by the time we got to maybe some of those items where they were on the budget, we kind of we've already spent so much money on these other things that maybe they didn't get their fair crack at getting that item budgeted because we had spent so much on other things.
We could start from the back and move
Yeah,
forward.
I was going to say, we'll start with the last.
Yeah, I don't know. Just a thought. I just try to give everybody their. I know that's I kind of sensed the tone last year when we got to certain items. We were just like, well, we've already been spending quite a bit, and we kind of maybe cut on certain things. I don't know. It's just
We got price conscious towards the end of the budget.
Yes, absolutely. So if we could, I don't know if we could bundle that somehow together, but it was just maybe just a suggestion.
Mayor, you good?
I'm good.
The thing that I like is not starting budget process with a disconnect. Remember, I would look at some of the previous budgets that were being proposed in some of the modules, and I would just look at it and, what? What? Where did this even come up from? And so this is nice because we're talking about concepts, wish lists, things that some things are more important than others, and it allows staff to take good notes and understand where everybody's at and kind of, even overlap. Like if you look at ClearGov, that software after talking about it can probably be split amongst different departments, not just finance, because that like any other piece of equipment, it will get utilized in multiple aspects it has a few pieces of public information. It has some HR implications, finance. So, even utilizing that in certain enterprise fund issues and stuff, especially stormwater, getting all that project stuff tracked. So, but we wouldn't have known that had that just been presented at the last minute. And so there's a lot of things that will allow staff to react and, look at cost saving things. But bless you. So I think that's nice. And it kind of connects everybody, and most of the department heads stayed through other department heads' presentations. So that helps too.
And Penny knows not to bother us with the iPads.
So next year.
I'll ask you again
Next year. Next year.
It's been doing it for what, 5 years now or so?
Maybe there will be something, there'll be hollow pads, like holographic pads or something, wouldn't even be iPads anymore.
mind melding by the time.
Right. We'll all have chips up here or something. All right, so any other comments? All right, so the next item we have is bait shop / TPO project priority list. And I don't have anything as far as paper or anything on that. So what do you got, city manager?
This was just, I said, you all wanted to talk about what your options were from the recommendation we did on the bait shop. So this is really just a follow-up to that, where the recommendation was you had 3 options, well, actually 2 options. You could go prioritize or privatize now, or you could sit on the bait shop and wait till the pier reopened and then make a decision what you wanted to do there. So really the discussion tonight would just be which one of those 2 options do you want to follow?
Commissioner Mealy.
I'm not really sure if I can answer that, but I heard that there were already 2 small businesses that were interested in renting it now.
There is a company of which is aware of it and represents other companies that may have an interest in it. So there is an interest in at least considering it, but no firm, they did not have at least the one I saw, did not have a firm business in mind. It was a kind of a smorgasbord of
I heard there was
businesses.
some woman who wanted to start a small business, much like what I had originally discussed when this came up. Just some local woman who wants to start a small business, but she never contacted the city.
Not me, at least. I'm not aware of that.
All right.
Commissioner Spradley.
I mean, right off the bat, my suggestion is to table it until we know more about the pier. Now, let's just say, that sounds like that was a broker is what it sounds like that expressed interest. Okay, so that's going to happen with every empty place, a broker. But my suggestion is that it be tabled until the pier is gone and the new one's on the way. But if someone legitimately expresses interest, it could always be revisited. But
Yeah, that's where I'd like to leave it. I don't know, I don't even remember who told me about this. I don't know the woman who wants to start the business.
But it just seems like,
But if it's a viable thing, then we can get some income out of it.
it just seems like, to me at least, making a decision to privatize it now may be premature. Just wait, or if a legitimate opportunity comes up, look at it then. Otherwise, wait till it's nearing time for the pier to open, is my thought.
But how would people even know that it's available? I don't know how this woman knew it was available. But.
Well, would we make it available, I think is one of the discussion points.
I had multiple people reach out to me, from photographers to a surf shop to a coffee shop to someone wants to put an ice cream shop. I was fielding so many texts of people
I had
being
a cell phone shop reach out to me.
and I was just thinking to myself, stop the bus on this one. We still have the city bait shop in there. Rick, Commissioner Belhumer had mentioned work need to be small renovations on the inside. I think this is like one of those situations of let's just take it bite by bite.
So, a couple thoughts I had was, I think it is, that location is way too volatile to even entertain a business going in there. It would just, you know, whether you agree to it, you could write up a lease for whatever you want, saying we're going to have to shut you down based on work being done on the pier demo and all that. At any given time, they can agree to it. But then when the reality comes and they put product in there and they try to open up a business and say, this is my livelihood, and then it comes time for us to say, we told you that we'd have to shut you down. Now we have to shut you down for X amount of time because of this construction or that construction. Now all of a sudden, there's a problem. Even though we agreed on it on the front side, I can completely see that happening if somebody's in there with their business and livelihood. Is very volatile. One potential option for consideration, this is from working with a tourism group, is something with, and this would be governmental, something with our city and tourism of either a small miniature version of History of the Pier, or you have something like, this was the pier before, like back in the 20s, before it was even, you know, previous. This is the pier then, this is the pier now, this is the pier of the future. Here's our timeline. We have somebody there to help answer questions or, you know, do all of those things that we talked about we don't want to miss. And it's part of the culture and all that. If you remember, and I don't have that material in front of me, but if you remember back over the winter time, there was a really good presentation done of all the concepts that Director of Tourism presented about.
Piers through the years.
Dozens, piers through the years, and there's so many tie-ins. So, you know, I guess the only benefit of allowing something like that to go in is it benefits our citizens and tourists. It doesn't close it down, meaning there won't be anybody there. It gives a point of reference where you have interactions and you know, you can answer questions, and then because it's governmental, it can be shut down as needed if there's work being done. You're not worrying about cutting somebody's income off and then turning around and saying, oh, by the way, you owe us $200 for the last month that you weren't, you know, in business or something like that. But that was, and I can't speak for, no, there has been no discussion with tourism about how involved, not involved with staffing or any of that stuff that it would get, because it never even got discussed with us. So it wouldn't be super appropriate to even get in those discussions. But I don't know if this body has any interest in that concept. I guess is kind of the question. Any thoughts on that?
I'd be open to having the county, or not the tourism, you know, and have somebody there. I think they're, you know, kind of, I don't know if I want to compare it to the same thing, but, you know, at the 9/11 site, you know, you kind of had something like that where it kind of, while it was being worked on, and you had, you know, your ground zero. I mean, it's kind of our version of ground zero, if you would say.
That's a good comparison.
I know, but it's something like it memorializes the old piers. Maybe a museum-esque piers through the years. I like the fact of that, because I don't know, I mean, not to compare leasing something out to what we're dealing with the golf course, but I just don't know if do we have the appetite to maybe get something caught up, like you said, you know, oh, yeah, this is my livelihood, then they take us to court because of whatever reasons of, you know, for lease purposes or whatever. So I think if we can do something intergovernmentally, I would be okay with that. Reassess things once the pier reopens, and, you know, maybe put us back out open for business for bids, or privatization of the bait shop, or, you know, whatever type of discussions we want to have down the road. But I like the idea of a museum-esque
not memorial.
Not memorial.
Right. Any other thoughts, Mr. Spradley?
I mean, I can't get away from, remember the size of the place, right? Mm-hmm. It's a tiny place. And I just wouldn't want to do anything that would create any additional liability to the city, especially while construction or demolition is going on. I don't, cost benefit, I'm not sure what a benefit would be. I mean, it sounds good to talk about something like that, museum-esque thing, but as a practical matter, I don't know what the logistics would be, and also the liabilities, the city's liabilities of having to keep it open, and something happens out there, I just don't know.
Can we ask Liz a question?
Let's ask Liz a question. Come on up, Liz.
I just picked up the agenda for Thursday, and I see we have the renewal of the insurance.
Our pure insurance renews in May, and I'm hoping to have at least one option to present. So I put it on the agenda. I haven't gotten anything in my hand yet as a number or anything.
Well, it just put it in my mind that if we were to do something in that bait shop, would it change our insurance?
Actually, the bait shop, the Funky Pelican, the bait shop, and the bathrooms are on a separate insurance policy. They're not considered a pier because they're over land. The pier is over water, so just beyond the bait shop is where your pier starts. So it's two separate insurance policies.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Belhumeur.
Yeah, I'd really like to see it return back to something similar to what it was after the new pier's done. And following up on what Commissioner Spradley said, liability of having the public in a work area, at some point that's going to definitely get designated as a work area. And I wouldn't think public would be allowed in that close proximity. Well, then in that case, that's all the more reason not to have a private lease with somebody. But, what do you call it?
Museum-esque.
Museum-esque, okay.
When is the pier supposed to start?
It's
now?
Supposed to be the end of July next year, right?
Next year. So we've got a year.
A year plus a little bit.
Construction should start. I just spoke about this morning, so I have it all, the timeline from Moffett and Nickel all written down. Right now, we're in the preliminary engineering schematic design phase, and construction will start in May of 2024 and go through January or later of 2025.
So we have from now through next May where nothing will be happening out there?
Essentially, yeah, according to the timeline. I mean, we won't even start getting bids until February and March of 2024.
Okay, thank you. So are we leaving the current bait shop open until May of 2024? Or
no, we discussed to close it June 1st.
As of June 1st. So could we not? The way I was envisioning having a small business there was as a starter. I compared it to Ripple Coworks, where they just was, most of them starting a business and not wanting to rent some big place. So if that building's going to be empty for a year with no danger around it, could we not do something just for a year, making it clear it's for a year? It just is like,
Do something as in, what are you suggesting?
If somebody wanted to rent it for some purpose.
So you're suggesting put out for RFPs?
If that's what you call it, I guess, would it have to be an RFP? I guess so, it's a government building, yeah. Yeah, I guess that's what I'm suggesting.
All right, so do we want to put out for RFPs? Suggestions, not suggestions?
I would say no, because now you're going to have a business that would go from essentially speaking May of 2023 to May of 2024, and timelines do change, one, and we have a business that's going to be a startup. Yes, we're going to charge them a minimal amount of rent, and after a year kick them out because their lease ends. And rent in Flagler Beach is not cheap. It's about $5,000 a month for another. if you can find a building. And so it's almost not like we're giving someone a head start or a leg up. It's almost like we're crippling them from the start, would be my thought. I would rather see either it emptied out and the renovations start to make it a better bait shop when the pier is opened back up, or maybe TDC could rent it.
Well, I don't think, I want to make sure that, like, what I was talking about was kind of cleared up. I don't think TDC wants to rent it. Tourism is not looking to rent it to then provide a service to Flagler Beach. That wouldn't make any sense. What was kind of originally just talked about would be some type of cooperation where, they will help us continue that resident and tourist facing thing, as ambassador type stuff. TDC, I can't speak for them, but I don't think there's any appetite for them to rent from us to then set up something for us, if that makes sense.
Yep.
It would be an expense. It would not be an expense nearly like what the bait shop is, but it would be an expense probably for both departments. Both TD. It would have to be something that we would be okay with. Going in a little bit on. They would have to go a little bit in on, and we kind of figure something out. But I just wanted to make sure that everybody understands that they're not looking to rent it to then work for us. That wouldn't even be a good use of money, if that makes sense.
I think the TDC being in there for the next year would be a good use of that space.
Correct. It'd be a very good community outreach thing.
Yeah, exactly. It would take some dressing up to.
Amy's creative.
Move in there.
We've seen her work.
Oh yeah.
But there are expenses to that too. But the first question.
I do it 100 times.
So Jane had put a question on the table. Do we want to put out for requests for proposal for the bait shop? Because we didn't.
Got the feeling no. So.
I say don't bother.
Commissioner Spradley?
Same. I mean, it's by the time you do an RFP and go through that process, now we're talking about less than a year. And it seems like it would be a waste of time to me.
Commissioner Sherman?
I'm fine with not putting an RFP out there.
Okay, so we have consensus to not do an RFP. Another idea on the table is, do we want to even discuss with tourism some type of joint venture that would benefit tourism and the city of Flagler Beach to even look at that? Is that worth talking about?
Sure.
Sure.
See if TDC's got any appetite for it.
Okay, and is there any other avenues we want to go with the bait shop at all?
But I like to have the understanding, as I think it was Rick said, that once the pier is done, we return to, or at least consider strongly returning to having a bait shop there.
Well, then we would need to put out for RFP, unless there was going to be a city-owned bait shop.
City.
Yeah, but to do it for us, to at least.
City-run bait shop /
what we've had.
Pier. Somebody's got to collect for pier once we get it open again.
Right.
So.
Is that something you want to try to decide now? Because that's not for 3 years.
I'd prefer to wait until a little bit further down the road to have that discussion about the future of that. I think just something temporary for now is where my head's at.
Any other thoughts?
All I asked was that we strongly consider.
Okay. I thought that was like a proposal.
No,
okay.
Just that we strongly consider.
Okay, Commissioner Spradley?
I agree with Commissioner Sherman. I mean, the immediate future, meaning June 1 forward, is far enough, I think, for now.
Okay. Any other discussion on bait shop? Sounds like we kind of all got lockstep on that, more or less.
Yeah. Yes.
Figure it out.
That's the direction you need.
I don't know,
Mr. City
Mike
Manager.
doesn't look like he's settled on anything.
City Manager, what's your thoughts?
I'm just not quite sure the direction.
So the latest consensus we came up with was we're not looking for RFP. Well, what we are looking for is something between ourselves and tourism to just have discussions on potential use of that space as far as, you know, to be resident and tourist focused. And just a completely open discussion on potential ideas with that.
Okay.
But not putting out for RFP for any type of private rental or anything like that. This would be, you know, still owned by Flagler Beach, and tourism would participate just like they, you know, would do with the museum and other places.
I understand.
That was good, okay. Okay, and so you're good with that?
Yes.
Starting that conversation.
Yep, I understand.
All right. So next thing we got is TPO project priority list. Commissioner Bellhumeur.
Okay, I think I mentioned this before. Our gray portions of boardwalk got replaced or got built with TPO dollars because it's, you know, it's moving people around. And I know there was thought of asking the TDC for money to rebuild our blue portion of the boardwalk. However, do we really want to do that in the middle of the process of rebuilding the pier? Probably not, because then you're going to have, you know...
You don't want to add one more construction project to the city?
Not just yet, no. However, that will allow, if we were to put in, the more shovel-ready we make it, the higher on the list we'll get. And there's a good chance that we score well. And it still takes time. It's just because you put in an ask in December doesn't mean you're going to get it that year. And very seldom does that happen, actually. So I think we ought to put in a request for replacement of the blue boardwalk and
through to TPO,
and sit it out through the TPO.
Okay.
And it may take 2 years to go through the process, or 3, and when the pier's done, then we can do the blue portion of the boardwalk. We don't want to build something new and have them tear it up with construction equipment going in and out and things of that sort. So then that kind of, I know it's not on there, but then the TDC money could go towards parking lot improvements or something else, some other capital project we could put together in town.
I think we have a little bit of time too to submit the project, because they'll have a call for projects each year, and it's typically, it was in your time when you're on the TPO.
Usually at the end of the year. It's at the beginning of the year.
Yeah, around February.
Yeah.
Okay, that's when it was this past year. So I think we have a little bit of time to get really something together between now and February when the call for projects is. So that's kind of.
That shouldn't be a real hard project to put together plans for. We should be able to make it pretty shovel ready from its inception. Okay.
Any other thoughts?
I know Ed Friendly made a whole bunch of suggestions about things, but I don't know that we're ready to move forward with any, not that I was opposed to anything he said, but I don't know that we're ready, nor do we have the staff to put some serious time into thinking about any of what Ed said.
Yeah.
It was all very, I don't want to say pie in the sky, it was all very, I don't know.
The main thing.
A good illusion.
The main thing I picked up from what he said was that you guys needed to decide what you wanted to do and how you wanted everything to look before you started submitting stuff.
And I think we need to, and I hate to turn Ed off in any way, because I know he's very excited about what he's doing. But I think with everything else that's going on now, I think that we need to go whoa and wait. And I don't know if everybody agrees with that.
So here's some concerns about having TPO or make an attempt at TPO to do the Blue Boardwalk. I think Blue Boardwalk is a current safety hazard because it's in such bad shape. I worry about time with that. We've already had multiple injuries on that, and I don't see it getting any better. So I worry. The other thing I worry about is it's going to be a little bit sketchy because if we submit for that to be done through TPO and it's a 2 to 3 year potential consideration and versus approval, in that meantime, the TDC grant will have opened and closed, which that's kind of throwing a Hail Mary at TPO. If you don't get approved, then you're out. Then you've missed TDC and the TPO, and now you're 3 years down the road on a boardwalk that basically needs replaced now. And so I don't have the answer to that, but that's the risk, unless you apply for both and just go with whichever one you get approved first.
A large portion of that boardwalk's going to be off limits during pure construction anyway. So that's going to be a work zone.
How much of the boardwalk's going to be off limits? With
Probably what? Better part of it, half of it?
I think from what I saw, 4th Street was going to be the area where they start getting in.
4th Street North? South? And that'll all be blocked off?
And I'm sure a little bit further than that is a construction safety area, but yeah, for them to build that truss out to the, that they're gonna, because they can't tear down top down anymore.
So from 4th Street to like 100 or something, are you talking?
Pure A-frame.
Yeah, they're going to be using part of that for staging and equipment moving on and off their new trestle they're going to make. So to do something with that boardwalk now is just going to end up getting torn up anyway.
What is the time frame that if let's say we applied for TDC for the boardwalk and we received it, do we know what the time frame is that you have to use it or have it built by?
There's no timeline on utilization of the funds.
Because my thought was TPO brought up today was putting a sidewalk in from Flagler Avenue. That's maybe what we could use the TPO money for.
You're talking about what Lee talked about?
Mm-hmm.
Does TPO money have to be spent on state roads?
Depends what pot of money it's coming out of.
It
There's
can't be
different
spent
pots of
on
money.
city-owned roads or county-owned roads?
No, it can be used on local projects.
It can?
Yes.
Oh, that's right, because we applied for sidewalks
Coast,
on
for
Lambert,
instance.
which we never got, but.
Yeah, yes.
There's something. What you got, Karen?
I'm your representative for the TCC on the TPO. I know that Commissioner Belhummer was on it for quite a while in the past, and he's very familiar with what their
Is your mic on?
No. Well, I think my voice is loud enough.
Great at her.
Hello. No. Anyway, I don't want to muddy the waters, but the TPO can, all of our streets connect to 2 state roads, which are federally funded. So all of our streets qualify for TPO money. And there's a lot of projects within the CRA that I want to apply for also, and we'll talk about that later. But yeah, I just wanted to make that point of clarification.
Thank you.
Well, they're all eligible.
All right, but again, we don't have anything shovel-ready.
No, they have to at least have a conceptual plan done before they're even submitted. And yes, the call for projects is usually in February. We did not submit a call for project this year. We were going to submit a study, but the studies that they have go way back to 2007, and they're still sitting there and have not been approved. Wow. So why waste staff money and time to put something in that's just going to sit there? I'm also on the scoring committee, which I go to tomorrow. And as part of the TCC, help score the projects, which is good for us.
IP subcommittee.
Yeah, thank you. And anyhow, for the studies, there were only 2 applications. The others were all shovel-ready. So until we really have an idea of where we're going, then we can get those projects ready for February when they're due to be presented.
I like the idea the mayor presented. I really like getting the sidewalk there. I don't know, Karen, if you sense this as well, but the TPO right now is on a big pedestrian safety kick.
Yes.
Because our 2 counties are, I think, some of the most dangerous pedestrian moving places in the country.
Yep.
So putting a sidewalk on South Flagler, as we know, that stretch of South Flagler is not very pedestrian safe right now from, in that area. So I like the idea of maybe shifting TPO money and maybe a shovel-ready project to South Flagler. And we're also I don't want to tap into our next meeting, but that also maybe accomplishes some of the things within the CRA district as well, because that's in the CRA, the sidewalk.
No, it isn't.
I'd like to add
The west
just
side.
The east, I'm sorry.
a little tiny monkey wrench in the situation. So Lee had mentioned the sidewalk on Flagler Avenue because we're putting in the storm drains. So that project might need to be ahead of the timeline on TPO. So a great TPO project is going to be one that Jane always talks about, and that's a sidewalk down Lambert Avenue. And that's more bang for your buck on money because it's a bigger project.
And we've been asking for it for, I don't know,
Hundreds of years.
at least.
Karen, does Lambert
That
Avenue
was-
qualify for that type of thing? Because that doesn't.
That was
go to
on the
state.
list,
It
wasn't
was
it,
on the
Jane?
list, yeah.
Yes.
So it's not, they're not on the list anymore either.
No, it isn't.
So we don't have anything on the list.
That probably dropped off because of scoring, I'm assuming.
Well,
I don't know
through
what happened in the
inactivity,
past.
most likely.
Penny?
Inactivity.
It would come time again where you would have to resubmit something new or submit a letter to continue your interest in your projects
That you had already submitted, and that fell away with Mr. Newsom as well. I reminded him for 2 years and drafted 2 letters for 2 years straight, saying, please keep our submitted projects on their list. And I think the second one I did is he had me drop it down just to keep the multimodal. I probably still have the letters. I can go back and look, but I just
Well,
drafted it for
regardless.
his signature. And then it kind of went away.
So if we could put that back on, got a lot of neighbors that would be very happy.
Do we have a consensus on
Actually, the
Lambert?
street needs paving too. Yes. While we're
Joel,
at
think
it.
about Lambert sidewalk.
I'm good with the sidewalk on Lambert.
Commissioner Bellimer?
What happened to Flagler?
Well, we're just on Lambert
Third
right
needed
now.
to be done earlier of TPO for 3 years because Lee was putting in all the storm drains and all of that on Flagler Avenue, so it was just going to coincide
Well, he's
with.
talking about doing the engineering on the sidewalk as well, was in his presentation today. So I thought that was, I don't know if drawings are all done and stuff for this sidewalk on Lambert or plans to do it.
I thought it's
I'm
Lambert's
not
fault.
against it by any means, no, but
Would your intersection improvement fall under TPO for Flagler and 100?
that would get complicated because that does directly connect into State Road. And you have to work out a different bucket of funds and it's harder to get.
Okay.
However,
They save that money for the big stuff.
because it's safety,
What?
because it's safety concern, there is a separate pot of money that FDOT has that we don't have to go through the TPO to get. So that's something we might want to look at.
Okay, so we could look at doing
Since it's
that.
something we're talking about doing
Outside.
anyway.
I think that the reconfiguration of that intersection is more about the traffic stacking up than it is safety so much.
Yeah.
I think the sidewalk would be more of a
Sidewalk would be more of a safety.
project.
Okay, so we got 3 topics we got to cover. What do we do with the blue boardwalk? We got a sidewalk on Flagler and a sidewalk on Lambert. What do we want to do with the three of these?
I'd like to see TDC do Blue Boardwalk because they can also do the additional signage with our natural plants and animals that live in the dunes, and it would all coincide with the pier, and they would have a conforming look, and it would just be great. And TPO sidewalk down Lambert Avenue.
And anything with Flagler, or is that just leave that to
Flagler
Lee's
Avenue,
project?
leave that to Lee.
Thoughts?
I'll second the mayor's proposal.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm okay with as long as there's not a timeline
Yeah.
on,
So I would want to make sure
What you
that
have
the
to
money
spend.
does not have to be spent.
right.
Because I don't think.
Because we
can
might
do
get
any
halfway
boardwalk
through
thing.
25, or we know we're going to be the end of 25 before it's done. Maybe into 26 a little bit.
Okay, so we'll find
Before
that
it's
out. Because we're going to be talking with tourism anyways about the bait shop now, so we can find that out too. I guess the other question is, what do we do with that blue boardwalk for 3 years? Because that is already in really bad shape. City manager, have you been able to take a look at that thing yet?
I've looked at it just from a cursory viewpoint, not an inspection viewpoint.
So maybe we should have staff kind of look at that and maybe give recommendations.
Shore up some areas that are real trip hazards in the meantime. I agree with you on that.
Can I ask a question? This one's going to just irk me that I can't remember because I was north side, never went south side. But the blue boardwalk was put in when I was in high school. What was there before? Was it just the rope with the post? What did we have before? We had no boardwalk. We could always, if it gets in bad shape, we just go back to no boardwalk in a construction area and.
Boy, kiss those dunes goodbye if you do that.
That'd be good for you. You
Put
wouldn't
a
have all
fence.
those kids hanging out.
Yeah, that's, well, all right, so it sounds like we have a little bit of homework to do. We need to talk with tourism about the grant. We
Yeah,
need to have staff look
when
at what
does
to
it
do.
have to be
Yeah.
spent?
We need to have staff look at a recommendation on what to do with that boardwalk for the next 3 years. And it sounds like we have a consensus on everything else.
Lambert Avenue TPO.
Lambert Avenue TPO. Now, are we going to have to budget like an engineer and stuff to draw all that up for TPO? How does that work?
There has to be a design.
Right. So that whole thing's got to get engineered.
Yeah, unless you go in there with unless you're asking for them to help pay for that, which is not cost effective.
Karen, you're on the scoring committee. Does that have to be done engineered or is it conceptual? How's that work?
Well, I was on that too. So with the more shovel ready it is, the more plans you have in hand when you go there with an application, the higher you'll score when the scoring time comes.
There's like 3 categories, isn't there?
Yes.
And so that Lambert Avenue and the multimodal, they were all on that tier C, I think it was,
Yes.
which was the lowest, which means we had not submitted any engineered design or plans. It was just a
an
project
ask.
we
Yeah,
wanted to
just a
do.
concept.
Yeah, you're going to be in
So
the
the more
construction
the
phase.
more you have when you go in there, the better chance you are to get it within a reasonable amount of time.
So we would need to, in order to get it, we would realistically need to budget something for that, which is something we need to consider during the budget process.
And another thing that puts them ahead, some of the people, there's typically some sort of match, and then the more that you propose as a match, you get a higher score for that as well.
That's correct.
So you got, if we went in without, we only went in with the match that they offered, without extras, there's other people that would offer more for their match and score higher and knock us out. So that's how it works.
All right, further discussion. Sounds like we have a consensus. City manager, you got everything you need for that?
Yes, I do.
It's quite a bit
Let me
of
just
different
state,
angles.
let me state it back to you, make sure I got it. TPO is sidewalk down Lambert. That's going to be the priority. We're going to check in the, incorporate in the budget whatever engineering or design we need to do in order to have a project at least conceptually designed. And then contact Tora. The boardwalk, city staff will do an inspection on the boardwalk, and we'll look at what we need to do for the next 3 years with respect to that. And tourism, that I don't have.
That one I can take. That's just information gathering and find out what the terms are as far as money spent if the grant is awarded, what the terms are of that. I can get all that info.
Okay. I don't know what the monetary limits are either these days.
For tourism?
For the TPO.
Oh, TPO.
It's not going to be cheap to run a sidewalk down Lambert.
They'll be able to run it from the beginning to Jane's house, and that's it.
Well, I don't know. You know, it's going to be a difficult road to create one on because of the deep ditches and the contour of the land.
And who wants it not on their side of the street? They want a sidewalk on the other side of the street.
So that engineering that would probably be rather costly as well. That's why I was thinking initially
And it's not as, I mean,
the boardwalk would be
the road
very
is a
easy
straight run,
and cheap
but
to
the
put
edges
together
are kind of like
plans
this.
for. But okay.
All right, city manager, did that clear things up? Okay. Any other discussion on those two items? All right. Well, that takes care of this agenda. Let me open this up public comment before we close. Any members of the public wish to speak under public comment on this meeting? All right. See, no one close public comment. I'll look for a motion to adjourn.
I'll second.
Adjourn.
All right, we are adjourned. Any y'all want a break before we start CRA?
No.
Well, that was easy. All right, come on up, Karen.
Thank you, staff people.
Thanks, Jenny. We'll see you at the 7-Eleven.
Any clue?
Know what button to push?
No, those three people. But
Oh, no idea. Literally, no idea.
Okay.
That's why I opened up the public comment. That's fishing. That's what I was fishing.
The one on the end looked familiar, but I didn't know from what.
Yeah. I thought we would have got something under public comment.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
Maybe they're at the wrong meeting.
That's possible.
Is it, you can't get on, so that's
I think I might want a cookie. Anybody else want a cookie?
No, thanks.
No?
You all need snacks while Jane's doing a run?
okay.
No.
I think I've had my fair share for
I know, I will tell you what, my Star Crunch was very disappointing. It was so much better at the age of 12. I only ate half.
There's a 8-page guideline for the TDC grant. If you'd like, I can email it to you tomorrow. I'm sorry, I can email it to you Monday, or I can have Janelle email it to you tomorrow.
There you go.
Or you can get it back on Monday. I'm still on.
Absolutely.
I'm not back on Monday. No, but it's, if you just Google TDC, Flagler County TDC guidelines, it's an 8-page document, should have all the rules in there.
Can you put it on our
You're
iPads?
like a super
Yeah.
You missed that, Penny. James said just upload it to his iPad.
On the cloud, right? With your Apple account, your Apple ID, got that handy?
Yeah.
Penny, just let me know when you're ready.
I'm waiting on
Got it.
I'm telling you what. You
Yeah,
know what?
and-
The beautiful thing is the whole time I was gone, I didn't worry one bit because I knew Janelle had it all under control. And I didn't even open my email, I didn't do it.
She answered a text message.
That was on my personal phone. Big difference.
Just a new phone you did. Is it the same one that we have here in the packet?
It is. It's not the 5 one, but the second package stuff for just the CRA. First.
I know.
They did really well on his clarinet. It's still rolling.
All right, Janelle, you're good? Karen, you're good?
I'm good.
All right, let's call this meeting to order. This is the workshop meeting of the Flagler Beach City Commission, sitting as a community redevelopment agency. Today's Wednesday, May 3rd, 2023. The time is 6:12. And this meeting will continue until all items are complete. So we have review of the CRA purpose, vision, and rules.
CRA 101. It's on. Before I start, I just want to give you an update. Actually, I have 3 updates. If you recall, I sent an email out letting you know that the bulbs, or should I say the fixtures on the new poles were gathering water. We sent one back to King, who is the manufacturer, and now they want all of them back. They're all bad. So, they have 8 that are still in boxes that are ready to be picked up today. When they get them in Ohio, which is where the plant is, they'll refurbish them, so they're saying 3 to 5 day turnaround to send them back to us. In the meantime, the contractor's got to take all the others down, box them up, and send them over to be fixed, and they'll send it back here.
They won't just give us new ones? We paid for new ones.
Well, this is between the contractor and them. It's not really us. Because the contractor paid them,
But we paid the contract.
but we paid the contractor, right?
So in essence.
In essence, we paid for it, yeah. Bottom line is this, contractor has asked for more time because his contract was due to expire May 1st, which is yesterday, 2 days ago. But they didn't find out about this until like the last minute. So I'm putting through a change order to make sure that if need be, it'll be July 1st instead by the time they get done. It's probably gonna get done sooner because I know that King was put on notice that they need to expedite this big time. And they're gonna wind up with penalties also, so I just wanted to let you know that that's what happened. It's not the contractor's fault. It's King Luminaire.
I was still really seriously would like you to ask for new ones.
So that's where we're at. Second thing.
Well, hold on. Commissioner Mealy brought up a point. So how do we feel as a body about what she has suggested?
I agree. So
Did we spend?
I don't know off the top of my head. I don't want to give you a number. I really don't want to give you a number because I maybe 100%.
I want just a little clarification. So we're taking down our old lights, shipping them back, they're refurbishing them, and then...
No, the ones that they brought us, the new ones that were installed already over the past couple of weeks, we got to take them down, rebox them, well, the contractor does, and send them back for them to fix the problem. It was a manufacturing problem.
Oh, so it's still going to be a new...
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a
No,
manufacturing.
It's going to be refurbished.
It's going to be refurbished. It's not going to be.
It's not new.
There was something wrong with it.
It's like buying a new car, find out it has a bad engine, and they'll put a new engine in it for you, but it's not a new car anymore.
I'm game for
Where you at,
whatever.
right,
Ship
Jenny?
us new ones.
That's a good analogy.
Mm-hmm.
Thoughts?
I mean, we're paying a lot of money for these lights,
I agree.
a lot of money.
Commissioner
I
Spradley?
don't know how you deal with it. Where's Drew when you need him?
We have Scott.
New lights, that's what the contract says.
I agree.
You know, unless, now, you know, I haven't seen the contract. And I always tell clients who want me to give them a over-the-phone evaluation of a document I've never seen, you know, this is kind of the same thing. So subject to any provision in the contract that says they can do that, it would seem like it would be, you know, we need to get new lights. That's what we contracted for.
Well, with your direction, I'll go ahead and I will contact King and I will tell them straight out that that's what we want.
All right, we have
I'll see
consensus
what
on that?
happens.
Yes.
New lights?
Thank
I
you.
mean, that's what we bought. We didn't buy refurbished lights. City manager?
If there is a significant delay, meaning, say, several months until new lights are produced, they may not have them in inventory, do you want to go with the refurbished lights, or do you want to wait until new lights can be acquired, should they even agree to that?
Can I put something out there? I thought we had discussed, actually Rick was the one who made the comment, that we're putting in these new lights, but we can't use them because of turtle season. So maybe waiting isn't a horrible idea. We're not able to use them anyway.
I don't know how the turtles can see those lights from the beach anyway.
They have X-ray vision.
I like that.
I mean, they're short lights. I don't know how they, I would think the terrain blocks their view of them, but.
Okay, so we do, are we, let me see if I can phrase that question. Just ask that question again.
If there is a delay, if there's a delay in production for new lights, do you want us to work on getting the refurbished lights or wait until we get the new lights with the understanding there will be a delay of several months? And let's put say a 6-month to a 1-year time frame on the delay. If there is a delay of that long, do you want us to go ahead and wait until we receive them or get the refurbished lights?
Could we get 2 at a time, or, you know, whatever they...
I don't know. I mean, they're expediting fixing the ones that need fixing.
So I guess the question is, are we okay with holding out and waiting on new ones, or are we going to be flexible and just get lights if there's none available? What's that?
I want new lights.
So we have 2 for holding out.
If they're not going to be used, then what's it hurt to wait? How long did it take to get the lights after they ordered them? Do you have any clue?
There was a 14, and I don't want to give you the wrong information, but the lights came in 2 months before the poles did. So they would have been ordered April or May of last year, and they didn't come in until September, so you're looking at several months.
Here's a suggestion. How about we ask for new, and if there's a long delay, bring it back in a meeting? Would that work?
That works for me.
Well, I have a special meeting with y'all next week anyway, so I can give you an answer then.
Okay,
How's that?
that'll work.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry to make an issue, but...
No. Second thing is, we had an issue trying to find a valve to be able to shut off the irrigation on the south side of Veterans Park. Thanks to some doohickey thing that we have in T&D that is awesome, apparently, from what Jen said. They were able to find it. They didn't have to dig up the street. So the people that were going to come in and fix the irrigation and everything else in Veterans Park will be here next week.
They use the sticks when they get...
Yeah, right?
I've seen them doing it. I've seen them do it.
I don't know what it is. It's a doohickey. I don't know what it's
I
called.
guess my question is, how did we even get on this? Were we on the first slide?
No, I just wanted to give you 2 updates. That's all.
Okay.
I know you want to get out of here, and I'll make it fast.
We're still doing good on time.
Okay. Our agenda is we're going to look at the redevelopment plan, we're going to look at amending the plan, and what's eligible and not eligible activities or expenses.
But Karen, you said you had 3 updates. I got 2.
Forget the other one.
Oh, okay.
God, she's got a good memory.
Well, that was easy.
First it was 2, then she said, no, it's 3. No, it's not.
Anyway, this is just general information as to how a CRA is formed. By Florida Statute 163, we can form a CRA. In order to form a CRA, we first have to, the governing body, meaning the commission, orders a blight study and a findings of necessity. We did that. That came back saying that, yes, it's necessary for us to do this. Then we established the CRA. The CRA was actually established in 2002. From establishing the CRA, ignore the charter county thing because we're not a charter county. But in charter counties like Volusia County, they have to approve CRAs. Then we write the redevelopment plan. We create a trust and a separate account for all those dollars. And from that plan, goals and objectives come out of it. I gave you 2 resolutions, I think. Sorry, it's been a long day. 2 resolutions that show our goals and objectives. These are just for you to peruse and get familiar with. We're not going to discuss them tonight. But the first one was in 2007, and those were the goals and objectives that I worked on since back then. What you will start seeing from me is once we get these goals and objectives fixed and brought up to today's dates, then every quarter I will provide you with, I use them as sort of like my strategic plan. Goal 1 is this is the objective, where are we in it and meeting it. And I would give you a report every quarter as to where we were. A lot of those were done back when I was here and we did the streetscape, so a lot of the first goals were completed, but we still need to continue on with the rest of them. In 2013, they changed some of the goals and objectives, but not all of them. That's why I gave you the second resolution so that you could take a look at it. I also found a document that was an ordinance in 2008. And maybe, Jane, you remember this because I didn't remember it. It was totally foreign to me. But it did pass. And that ordinance was very strict about how much time people had to clean their properties up, code enforcement. I mean, it's really, really strict. No, because I know it passed, but I don't know what happened to it. So I'm just letting you know that I found it. 2008, and once I research it and find out a little bit more about it, You're going to look for it? Yes, I will bring it to you. I will bring it to you because to me, that was really important. It gave us the teeth to be able to tell people what they can and cannot do. So, just as a side note.
I'm sorry, it's only 15 years that we want to remember.
Well, yeah, and I don't remember that one either, so.
Just like yesterday.
You all, as the governing body, have all the powers to exercise and do whatever you have to do with the CRA. What's different is when you created the CRA, you delegated some of those powers to the CRA board. That's why when you sit as the CRA board, it's separate. Does that make any sense to you? The only one that was not transferred over was the power of eminent domain. That remains within the city commission.
And originally, the CRA board was not there were
It was like a 7-person committee, and then the CRA decided, no, it's going to be this commission who's going to do it, and then we got rid of the committee. So that was what happened. Okay, reasons to revitalize. Why do we have a CRA? Restore blighted area, which everybody knows about. Create clean and safe places. Reduce crime. Economic development. Housing. When they say housing, they mean affordable housing. Streetscapes and infrastructure. Historic resources and preservation. Retain and recruit businesses was the biggest one for us. Enhance parks and recreation, and reverse the declining tax basis, which was the other big one for us.
Enhance the parks, but we can't spend the money in the parks.
Yes, we can if we put new equipment in. I can't maintain what's already there unless I put new equipment there. For those of you who have not seen the CRA map, that is what it looks like. That is the area. If you ask me why the north side is different than the south side, I have no clue, but I think it was all political. At the time, people didn't want to be designated as blighted in that area. So, yeah, so we go to the redevelopment plan. All projects within the CRA have to be in the redevelopment plan. If it's not in the plan, you can't do it. You must update best practices. I shouldn't say must, but should update the plan goals and objectives every 5 years. We really have not done that. That's why I just gave you these for reference, because I need to really sit down. It's taken me a year to get my feet back on the ground and find out exactly what has been done and hasn't been done. Now that I know, things will go a lot more. We must post all redevelopment plan agendas. The redevelopment plan has to be on the CRA website. It's okay for the CRA to have a website within our website, but it's got to be clearly shown on the front page that it's a completely separate department. That's something that we'll have to work on when we redo the website, because right now it's really difficult to find anything for the CRA purposes. And you must really tie the budget and expenditures to those goals and objectives. Makes sense. Amending the redevelopment plan. I know that there's been talk about this. Well, can't we change it? If we change anything in that plan, make it bigger, the CRA bigger, make it smaller, change the sunset provisions, anything in there, you got to go back to square one and start all over again with another findings of necessity. And that's a long process. Not worth it. In my opinion, our plan is really good. That's why I gave you that copy. From that, I think the goals and objectives are what we really need to work on. Now, if you think otherwise, I can go ahead and there's a grant out there that I applied for last year. I could apply for it again this year to have somebody do a study on our plan and making recommendations to change it. But even Drew told you, it is a big ordeal to try to get something like that done. So if you all decide that that's the way you want to go, I can go that route. After all, I follow direction from you. But I really feel very strongly that our plan is really good. The only thing that we might have to look at is maybe extending it for another 10 years. Because we have part of that 2019 changes say that all CRAs must sunset by 2032, which is the exact year that we sunset ours. And if we're not going to, we have a certain amount of time to actually extend it for another 10 years. And that's something I would have to go with Drew, and he would have to explain to you what the process is, because I'm really not sure.
Since we lost 11 years.
Exactly. Eligible and ineligible expenses. And Eric's about to fall asleep on me.
still hanging.
Okay, construction, expansion of administrative buildings or public bodies such as police and fire. The only way that there is an exception is if we go to the county and mosquito control and ask them, is it okay for us to do that? And they say it's okay. Very rarely will they say yes. Capital improvements, this is a big one. Projects that were previously approved, public capital improvement, overall city CIP, schedule of plan. We cannot pay for them unless, for example, if we had something to fix something in Wickline Park or whatever, and it was on your CIP plan for the city, not for the CRA. It has to be off the city's CIP plan, capital improvements plan, for 3 years before the CRA can touch it. General government expenses, operating expenses, unrelated to the planning and carrying out of a community redevelopment plan. Maintenance of existing, nope. Maintenance of things that the CRA has paid for and put in, yep. So the theme is the CRAs are not special project funds. People consider CRAs as cash cows, and they're not. The funds can only be used within the CRA. They cannot fund anything in the general fund or any other funds. Okay. I'm the teacher. Pop quiz. Wake up. Can you spend CRA dollars on public art? No, I'm asking the question. If it's in the plan. If it's not in the plan, you can't. A sign across the street from the CRA boundary edge. No. Trips to conferences for training of the board.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Legal counsel.
Oh, no.
For what?
Yes. If it's related to the CRA, I can pay for legal counsel. So when Drew does things for me, I pay for it. After school programs.
Depends where they're located.
If it's in the plan.
It's in the plan.
If it's in the plan. Donations to the Boy Scout annual dinner.
No.
Probably not.
Nope. Budgeted line item in the county budget for the United Way Street Festival in the CRA.
No.
Watering of the landscape in the Federal Highway median.
No.
This one's a tricky one. If it's in the plan, yes.
The watering of the landscape?
I thought we just had to pull our watering costs out.
If it's in the plan that says we should be watering and irrigating a Federal Highway median, then we can do it.
But not.
Our plan
Veterans
doesn't
Park.
have that.
But not Veterans Park.
Mm-mm.
How,
I was going to say, I could have
The
sworn.
only way I
thought
could do
saw it in
Veterans Park is if I replaced the entire irrigation system. Maintenance of bathrooms at a public park.
No maintenance.
Nope. Recreation equipment at a public park in the CRA.
Yes.
Yes. The rule is, if it's in the plan, in the district, and in the budget. Simple enough.
No maintenance.
What's definitely not allowed in the statute is any program, any project or program that is not allowed in the community redevelopment plan and not expended in the CRA district, even if the statute says you can do it. So, do you like my little guy? You like my little guy?
He's cute.
Okay. I'm just making sure you're still awake.
We're fading.
Okay, just to remember, these are just wrap-up things. Anything you can point to in the redevelopment plan can be funded. anything in the plan that is also spent in the district, anything not in the city or county annual CIP budget. So if it's not in the city CIP budget, we can do it. Anything that the city would not have done anyway, that's where the tricky part comes. And that's where the fine line comes. Anything that does not constitute a giveaway. Our grants are not giveaways. So those are good.
Yeah, because they're upgrading.
Exactly. And they're also investing at the same time. It's not that we're just giving them money. Again, anything that is by all accounts an investment with return on the expenditure of public dollars, anything you can see or touch or that improves the look of the district. That is the key one.
No maintenance.
No maintenance. Any questions?
Fence needs paint and you can't do it, right?
Yeah. That is the fast runaround about the CRA. I think that those of you that I know read the actual plan got a bigger understanding of what the CRA is and what it looks like, and that we actually do have a plan and we have to follow it. But I just wanted to give you a stronger overview of what we can and cannot do. I could have made this a heck of a lot longer, but thanks to Mike, I cut it back. Yes, sir.
So on the next page, you have repaint the existing black poles. Well, that's maintenance.
No.
That's not maintenance.
No, because I put them in. The CRA paid for those poles.
So it's, okay, so if it's maintenance of something that the CRA put in, that's fair game.
Yes. Not existing.
Now, repair.
So if you painted those poles and replaced the light fixture, you could do that.
Mm-hmm. The poles that we put in 2012, some of them are missing the globes. I have to order more globes. And hopefully King sends me the right ones this time. But the poles need to be repainted. They're looking really old. And I think that just a fresh paint of coat is going to really make them stand back out. The project list that I sent y'all, only one of you completed their homework.
There's only so many hours.
I'm messing with you. So please, what I'm asking you to do is just go home, rank these as to what you think is the most important thing.
Well, why don't we rank them now?
Yeah.
That's why we're meeting.
Okay, that's fine.
But you have on here repair or replace electrical boxes. Well, for replacing electrical boxes, then that should be okay, correct? So we don't want to repair them then, because repair costs money. Well, that's easy.
And it's in the, let me, when we did the budget, and Eric, I didn't get a chance to talk to you, but everybody else has heard what I've said before, but I want to make the public understand. When we did the budget, we set aside a certain amount of money for improvements. And some of the ideas that we came up with at the time, frankly speaking, we've got more important things to fix right now than putting in new solar benches. I'm opposed to that. And the reason why I came up with this list for the immediate ones is I have enough money in the budget to be able to do most of these if I don't do $20,000 worth of glass mulch. I don't think that's a good expenditure right now with everything else that we have going on. But Veterans Park has, those boxes have got to be completely replaced. That's $40,000, more or less, $10,000 a box. FPL has agreed to give us some kind of costs and cost benefit to replace the 2 lights that they have there, the big ones, and make them more decorative. I have not received that yet, but when I get it, I'll bring it to you. Come to find out that the other poles that are in there, the old telephone poles, They're all the cities. So, I know that years ago, Bill said that they cut some of them down, especially like over by the stage and east, behind one of the benches. There's one of those that still has the plug-in in there, so we could still use the plug-in, but they took them down because they were so ugly. The one right here, that is with the light on it, that is serious. It's got to come down because it's safety. It's got to come down. So these are things that I can do right now. Whether maintenance can actually cut those poles down, that's fine. We save money or not. But I need to know from you all what your priorities really are, so that I know how to prioritize what I spend money on.
All right.
My feeling is that anything in this immediate area, only what absolutely needs to be done. Whatever you talked about in the park with the lights, I agree with that. Anything pretty fancy for now, I would say no, because we're going to be ripping everything up anyway. You know, between the hotel and everything else that's going to be going on.
Well, yeah, and that was the other thing too, because all of the irrigation that was unhooked down here on South 2nd Street, that's all going to be torn up by the hotel anyway. So why are we going to spend money to fix that when it's going to be tore up? Some of these banners and banner arms are not expensive.
$800 trash cans?
Huh? That's how much they cost. That's how much they cost.
I don't doubt you. I just don't think I want to spend $800 on.
And it's not decorative, basically. It's the concrete that's going to last.
That's not pretty.
I mean, I found some that have some nice designs to them, so.
The trash cans, well over 5 years. Then when Larry had them all taken out, the old lattice ones.
Well, let's go through these. We'll just run down the list and we'll identify high priority or low priority. I think it'd probably be the easiest. We'll start at the top. Banners and banner arms.
Cheap, I can do it.
Absolutely.
And it's going to beautify the area.
And my request is just make sure they're up higher. I had a resident tell me that they're not.
Okay, so that one, we have a consensus for high priority. Okay. Repaint the existing black poles.
I'd rather spend it on trash cans.
So.
And I'd rather wait until we have this area settled.
So we have 2 low priorities. Any other thoughts? Mr. Bradley, Sherman.
I kind of find that maybe the garbage cans to be a little bit lower on my priority list. Maybe repaint the existing black poles since we're going to be putting banners and such on.
Are those the same poles?
Are they the same pole? Yeah.
Oh, they're the same poles. Then I would say paint them.
My thought is if we're replacing some black poles in the CRA, they should all look nice.
Okay, so I'm hearing multiple high priorities.
So high priority.
Okay. So we have a consensus on high priority for that. All right.
Good job, Rick.
Rick's throwing in the towel on that one. Trash receptacles, high priority or low priority?
Question, how many?
I'm not sure. I have to see what my budget has and how much I can afford. I do know there's one that has to be put in at the parking lot on 8th Street, because right now all we have is one of those rollaway things. It's the only parking lot that does not have one.
Then I would say that parking lot's a high priority.
So, I mean, that's one. I would like to put one here at City Hall and get rid of the tip carts, whatever the heck they're called, the garbage carts.
Tippy carts. Yeah.
Tippy carts. You know, and if you guys have any other suggestions, if I can come up with some money to get a couple more, then we can
Is there some other material that is sturdy, that is not cement? Because I don't think they're pretty at all. And they're not $800 a piece.
The ones that were put in Panorama Parker were $800 a piece.
I have to go down and look at the garbage cans.
That's what I was told. So I've got to look a little more research, but.
How about just trash receptacles, is it a high priority, low priority, and then we can worry
Go from
about
there.
design.
I think it's.
Yeah, I
High priority.
Okay, do I hear anything else? You're awfully quiet down there, Spradley.
Got the ones that are made with the,
Like the blue ones that are in the park.
exactly. They gotta be cheaper than those concrete ones.
I'll look into it.
Okay.
I'm sure they're heavy enough that they, I've never seen one of them blow over no winds either. So.
Decorative bike racks.
No.
Low.
Okay, sounds like we have consensus on that. Repairs to grass area and streetscape that have been compromised and replaced with pavers.
I don't know how much that will cost.
And where are you talking about?
There's one very visible one, which is right by the pharmacy.
By?
The pharmacy. You've got the parking area there that's designed, and then all of a sudden you got a drop off, and it's
Okay.
like a huge hole. There's another one on 7th, and there's a couple down here too. And that's because they took the irrigation out, so the grass died, and here you go.
Okay, I would say that was,
So, I
Okay,
mean,
and
you know, and you would use the you know, the pavers that are permeable. So, you know,
like this,
And it doesn't sound like a gigantic project.
Yeah, I would say high. In fact, it was.
like the ones outside here.
yeah.
It was like that where, at my old office on South Fifth Street, on either end of the paver was,
Yes.
was grass, and then it went away, and when you leave the lot, your
Right.
tire drops
Everybody just drives right over.
Just one little strip left
Right.
there that wasn't done.
Right.
Okay, so do we have consensus on high
Yeah.
priority?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Cut old poles down in Veterans Park.
You said there's the one that really needs to come down.
There's one that has to come down, yes.
We have the light crew out here yanking lights. They can just yank them. The people that are replacing these lights, they have a pole yanker.
This is a pole that was rigged up years ago by maintenance to give light to you all when you walked out of here at night.
So this is a very low part, like this is an easy thing to do.
Yeah, Bill can go up there and just unhook it, and then as far as those other poles, you know, the
Sounds like it's free, so it's high priority.
well, maintenance can do it, and I've talked to Bill about it, but I just want to make sure that, you know, I
They
get
can take
direction
the
from you
backhoe
first.
down there and just pluck them out of the ground.
Oh, whoops, I hit one.
Right, I was thinking I was running over the truck. Okay, so we have a consensus that's high priority?
Yeah.
Okay,
And you said the electrical boxes. Okay.
that's a safety issue. So do we agree that that's high priority?
Yeah.
And what I'm looking at, and Bill and I were looking at this before the hurricanes, is actually enclosing those boxes. We'll get new ones, new wiring, everything else, but they will be enclosed and locked
Good idea.
so that kids can't go out there and just mess with the, you know,
Whatever,
with
yeah.
the covers. That's because we've got covers that are gone and that kind of thing, so to secure them more.
Great.
Are you needing us to go through this next 5-year one?
Yes, please.
Okay, parking lot refurbishment.
High
Let's
priority.
leave it at that, yeah.
Well, what do we mean by
Yeah,
refurbishment?
what's refurbishment mean?
If it's anything like what they did, and we're gonna get 2 months out of it before it's messed up again.
No,
That's
I'm
about what we
talking
got.
about, we can either use the same concept of the parking here, okay?
The pervious pavers.
Right. We can use pervious concrete, or there's also pervious asphalt.
In
I
which
know when
parking lot?
asphalt was mentioned earlier before me, or in between me, people went crazy and said they didn't want it.
Yeah, it's crazy expensive.
So
That's why I asked.
we looked at this last year, and Lee came up with maybe, you know, a budget of between $202,000 and $331,000 to do all 5 parking lots. Again, that was last year, so he told me today add another 15% because of material costs. But that's more or less what we're looking at. The TDC should fund it, and I really think that we should ask for it, but I know you guys want to go for the boardwalk, so that's entirely up to you. The TPO might be able to, based on, help me, Rick.
It's not pedestrian related. It's
No,
not safety.
it's-
We're just identifying the priority. You
Right.
can
Yeah,
look
but
at the
anyhow, we
cost
could,
out.
right, I mean, I'm just saying that those are the funding sources that I identified, or we just take it all out of CRA.
All right, Commission, high priority or low priority?
It's a high priority.
High
We've been waiting-
priority.
been
People
waiting
are
for
writing me
decades to
letters
get
that they're
them fixed.
bottoming out their cars and it's causing over $1,000 in damage to their
No,
vehicle.
that's a fact over at the Anchor parking lot.
It's a
That
fact
parking
at
lot
the
is a
Lion
wreck.
parking
At the
lot.
Lion,
That's
yeah.
where it happened.
I don't know, I hear from people that they don't want them paved, but
No, and I'm not talking about
Impervious.
paved,
Yeah.
but, I mean, we could probably do the same thing that we did with the parking spaces here, which is the,
Lattice.
yeah, yeah.
And that
Which
was-
would make sense, because
and
that's
that
how
was the
all our
intent.
parking is.
And that's what meets,
Of doing on A1A, when the
Exactly.
road's redone, when FDOT redoes the road through town, that's what the chief was saying, that they were, FDOT's going to give us the pavers.
Okay, now we have a consensus for high priority on that.
Yeah.
Crosswalk repair and thermoplastic.
Chief said this is going to be covered with DOT when they do the repaving.
no, I'm talking about our decorative crosswalks within
Oh.
the CRA.
I love them. I thought they looked great. But people think they have to stop at them.
That's good.
I've seen some really close accidents for the people who know better, that they don't have to stop at them.
Well, yeah, but it slows people down too.
But they're not really crosswalks.
They are.
They don't have signage to say that it's a crosswalk. It's
That's
just
why they're tempered.
Oh, what? Just
Yeah, they're decorative to signal that that's a crossing.
I thought you had to have a crosswalk sign for it to be a
So
crosswalk.
the cost is $3,000 to paint those lines? Is that what that is? I'm reading that?
No, if we were to use thermoplasty on what we already have existing, okay, it's $3,150 per crosswalk. We've got a total of 46 in the CRA. So the total cost for just the thermoplasty is $145,000.
And what's the benefit of the thermoplastic?
It makes it last longer. However, we've got areas, 2nd Street South, right here, also by City Hall, where you're going to have to restamp the concrete before you put the thermoplasty on. This is one of the projects that I really want to go for with the TPO, because these are all connector roads to State Road 100 and A1A, and they qualify. But I'm just letting you know that that is something that we need to think about within the next 5 years if we're going to beautify the town.
What are you suggesting to do with them if they're already stamped out?
You have to
No
restamp
stop,
them.
except for the couple that need repair. So what are you going to do on top of that?
Thermoplasty, and that's what's going to protect them.
What is it, stripes or
No, it's
painted
clear
solid
coat.
or what?
It's a clear coat that goes over them and protects them. When you go on highways where you see, I-4 on one lane and whatever other, 92 on the other, when you're getting off of 95, those signs are thermoplastic. Those signs are embedded in the concrete, and then they have a film over them that protects them so that they last longer and they don't fade. What happened here is, yeah, we had the sidewalks already done, but they had no protection. So as cars ride over them, it wears out.
Okay, so high priority, low priority?
Low priority.
High priority, but
Okay,
I say low.
Shane?
Well, as long as it's after the hotel, and this is 5 years.
This is 5 years out. I need to know what the biggest things that you want me to follow through next year.
It would make
and then move
everything
on.
look a lot better.
Okay, so I'm hearing split on this. Let's do it in order. Scott Spradley? High or low?
let me just say high with a comment, and that is that one of the affected crosswalks is right here by my office, and people don't see it. They go the wrong way on the one-way street like 10 times a day. And so
here too.
I'm just talking about maybe an isolated situation, but I know for a fact that I have just wanted to get that thing fixed. Now, we're talking about over the next 5 years. Good grief, I hope it happens before the next 5 years.
Jane, high or low?
High.
Okay,
Yeah.
Commissioner Belhumeur, Harlow.
You're not talking about signs in there.
No, you're only
talking
talking
just
about
painting a crosswalk.
Crosswalk.
Okay.
Harlow, or
No, I'd say low.
Commissioner Sherman?
I'll say high.
And I'm low. So, all right, that's going to be high priority.
Can we ask Chief to do a PSA that those are crosswalks? I still had no idea that those were crosswalks because it didn't have a crosswalk sign and it didn't have white lines painted across it. I'm serious.
Okay, well, yes, but that's not a 5-year project. We gotta
Okay,
get through
just
this.
throwing it out there.
All right, taking down power lines for the rest of the CRA from South 6th to South 9th.
I think that's going to be a dream for like maybe 5 years from now.
I think we can.
I got a cost.
Low priority?
Low.
Low.
I'm just going to tell you what the cost is. In order to do that from FPL, I finally got it. $864,000
For how long? For how long a stretch?
from South 6th to South 9th.
I think we paid more than that doing this.
However, we get a credit of $232,000 if we do it.
Oh.
So that brings it down to a little over maybe $6. But it's still $600,000.
Yeah.
And there's no grants out there to get it done. I was able to do it back then with a CDBG grant. We can't get
Which we
CDBG
can't get
grants
because we're
anymore.
too
So
rich, right?
I don't know.
Okay, high priority or low priority?
Low.
Power lines? Low.
Okay, we have consensus on that. Reconnect irrigation in
You
CRA.
skipped one. Continue.
Oh, I did. Continue to replace old decorative poles.
Yes,
High priority.
yes.
High
There's-
or low?
It's so expensive.
Well, that's
It'd
question
be
mark.
different if we could come up with something that's a little less,
Well, we're already too late for that.
well, it doesn't mean they all have to be identical. I mean, if you have a stretch of, you can come up with something similar and maybe come up with something cheaper, but man, it's going to take forever to get them all done. But okay, you already got,
Yeah, I'm hearing consensus on high.
yeah, all right.
Reconnect irrigation, high or low?
Yes, aye.
I said low because if we're already,
because they're going to tear it all up.
yeah.
Oh, we're tearing it all up.
And we just
Well,
put
that-
high priority for,
Well, are you speaking about Veterans Park, connect irrigation? Where?
No. Reconnect the irrigation
Street corners and
on the streetscape that was taken out by.
Well, and a lot of that is going to get taken up over that whole idea of repair to grass areas in the streetscape.
Yep.
So that's going to go away based on the other one we identified as high priority.
correct.
All right, so is this one low?
Low.
No priority.
Better answer.
Not low, no.
Well, you don't know what's going to happen in the future yet, but anyhow.
All right, so fix flooding issue. I don't know how we're fix it on North Central caused by design and streetscape. Well, this,
Yeah, this happened a year ago that I was informed about this. Over by Swillabees, that whole area on South 2nd Street, when it rains, when we designed the actual stormwater up there, when we did the streetscape, I don't know who actually screwed it up because I was gone by then. But the bottom line is we messed it up. And what happens is, instead of them having the water flow from the buildings out onto the street, we're making this water coming from the street float in towards the buildings.
And they don't like that?
No. And because it's our fault, we were going to go ahead and look into repair it, and somewhere along the line that dropped. But we really need to look into it. Lee came up with an estimate of about $100,000 to be able to repair that. I don't know if he can get anything out of his stormwater fund to do it, but it's something we really need to address because it's not fair to them, and trust me, I've seen it. It's bad.
so commission, high priority or low?
High.
Aye.
Okay. Fix streetscape design on North 4th. Is this going to be one of the areas that gets taken out of that other priority?
No.
Okay.
the way it was designed, and I've already talked to DOT about it, and they told me that it's because we put it in that way when we did the streetscaping, that it's our responsibility. As you're coming in front of Sally's Ice Cream, when they did the sidewalk and the ADA crossing area, they made it lower than it should be. So that area completely floods and people can walk there.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Furthermore, when it gets a big rain, like we just had, it actually floods backward into where the Sally's sign is.
Mm-hmm.
And Sally's is gonna have to move their electrical connection from underneath the sign because the water keeps getting in there and screws it up. So it's our fault that this happened. I don't know how much it's gonna cost, but it's something else that we need to really look at.
Okay, high priority or low priority?
Hi.
Okay. Transportation initiatives for shuttling people into downtown.
I gotta, wait a minute, let's back up just a second. It just, if we're gonna elevate their sign?
No. We're just gonna fix the area that we put in where the sidewalk is and where the ADA thing is. We're not gonna touch
Parking
anything.
lot's underwater every time it rains. Not just
that
where the
corner.
sign is.
No, it's just that corner that we need to fix. That's it.
Okay.
If we fix the corner, maybe it won't flood the rest.
No, maybe on that, it'll still flood in the parking lot.
Okay. Transportation initiatives.
Low.
You were opposed to it this morning.
It's the Eric's project.
I'm at a, what did you call it for that one project?
No.
No, not low, but no. But that's just one opinion.
Well, my thought on that was, you know, when we get the hotel underway and we're getting short on parking and all like that, you know, some creative entrepreneur can take their golf cart and get good insurance on it and shuttle people.
That was actually a previous EDTF initiative. And there was...
And I'm sure it'd be somebody out there would be creative enough to make that work.
Uber has it in their app. Anyone in Flagler Beach that wants to sign up to be an Uber driver on a golf cart, they can do it today.
Yeah, it's just a matter of finding the right operator. EDTF looked high and low to try to get operators to do that exact business.
There's another one already in Flagler Beach as well.
I'm bringing it up only because I want to caution you that when the hotel starts building, it's going to affect a lot of our businesses, and there isn't going to be, I think we're losing, 40 parking spaces until they finish rebuilding Central. And if we could find a way to bring people at no cost across the bridge into the CRA, certain schedules, certain whatever, when they want to go to the beach, I think it would be something we should really look at. I've been meeting with a specific company. I would like them to come and present to you all, just for you all to consider it, because you're going to have a lot of businesses that are going to be very upset when they can't get people to their businesses because there's no parking.
Shuttling
What's that
people
mean?
to
That's
the-
on us?
Well, shuttling people to the beach doesn't mean they're going to come into this construction area.
Well, again, I'm
We have a First
thinking,
Friday issue, too.
yeah, it's a First Friday issue, but, I mean, if we could have somebody, for example, park, and this is just an idea, again, go ahead and park over either at Publix or Babcock, okay? We have a set route that brings them right here to the museum. That's where they drop them off. They walk around. When they're ready to go back, they go back. There's no parking required. So I'm just thinking outside the box.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, also we have our, not to sound mean or anything, but there's a parking lot that people can use, scan their phones and pay as well, right there at Mr. Sinelli's lot, that nobody uses.
They don't use our free lots.
No?
Not unless it's, yeah, and even when it's First Fridays, they're never really full.
I drive by one every
And
day.
then locals will walk a couple blocks to get to First Friday, where people from Palm Coastal complain because they can't find a parking space.
So high or low?
Low.
And to me, it's a high priority.
So we got a couple lows, one high. Commissioner Spradley?
Low.
Okay, so consensus on low.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I think I've got my marching orders, and I really appreciate y'all doing this. As you well understand, I mean, I can't move forward without y'all's direction, and just because I think it's a good idea, it was proven tonight that it's not a good idea just because it's mine. You guys lead me, I go ahead and row.
So I had one question before we wrap up. There was a consensus to review the CRA grant applications. I thought it was coming up for this meeting. Is it coming up for a different meeting?
The June meeting, when you have your main meeting, yeah.
Got it, all right.
Real quarterly meeting.
Yeah.
Can't keep track of all these meetings.
Well, I'm sorry, but the CRA is hopping.
All right. Anything else we need to wrap up before we have adjourned? All right, let's do public comment. Members of the public wish to speak on CRA matters. If you can, please state your name and address. And public comments, 3 minutes.
Richard Clemens, 1757 Winsome Circle. I was just wondering, Karen, on your...
You're good.
I was wondering if there might be a line item on the grant application, if there's a way to put one on. I don't quite know the wording for it right now, but I was thinking about enhancements or the economic enhancements, which would include the ideas of adding, for example, a surfboard in front of Z-Wave with, or 2 surfboards. I think there's plenty of names for the longtime professionals that grew up here and did quite well in the surfing field. Or something like at the pier, we could have a father with a fishing rod and a grandson going out on the fishing pier. When that's done, I understand. And another idea would be something for the lifeguards. And I know personally, the 2 original lifeguards, he is still alive, and but I would like to see something done for that before they pass away. But anyway, something along that line, and I didn't know if it would be like small grants, and the sponsor may very well be one of the establishments that would like to have something like this in front of their stores, a shop. And I just want to pass that out. If this might be a time to start thinking about something like that. I know the centennial coming up, but real busy, I understand, but all these things take time to put the people together and the volunteers together and find out where I might find a lower cost on doing something like this. And I was thinking maybe the high school arts department might craft some ideas on that. But anyway, I wanted to throw that out.
Okay, thank you, Richard. And we'll respond to that here once we wrap up public comment. We'll respond once we wrap up public comment. All right, so just hang in there. Anybody else for public comment on CRA? All right, seeing no one, we'll close public comment. So suggestion on some displays, which are actually some neat ideas. I'm wondering if this would be a Flagler Creates project.
That's what I was going to say.
Because that is like the
That's
perfect
exactly
thing
what
for
I
it,
was going
right?
to say.
Good ideas.
It's a good idea.
Good idea.
There is a art group named Flagler Creates that does this type of thing.
Is Brenda the
Yes.
leader? If, Richard, if you come back up.
Everybody knows I don't hear.
Yeah, I know you don't hear anything, so.
I only hear Regina.
And where is Regina when we need her? So you had great ideas, very creative. There's an art group in town made up of local people called Flagler Creates.
Okay.
And I'm going to give you the name and phone number or email of the woman in charge. And I think that would be a good route for you to take. Did you hear what I said?
Yeah, I hear
Okay.
you.
Okay.
Okay.
So that's what I'm going to give him, Brenda's contact.
Yep.
Okay. After the meeting.
Thank you, Jane.
So just hang out for a minute and we'll get that to you.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, you're good. We'll just hang out and we'll get with you after the meeting when we close. We'll get you that info.
Hang out. Hang out, Richard.
Hanging out up there.
Okay.
Okay. Any other comments up here concerning public comment response or anything we didn't cover? CRA Director, you're good? We got everything?
No, again, I said thank you. I hope that this was something that maybe helped you all along, and hold on to those books. Don't get rid of them, because if you're not reelected or don't vote for reelection, they go back to pennies so that the next people get them.
Yeah, those are big books. All right, with that, I'll look for a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
But it was a good day.
I love this one because